Reifenhardt's daily routine includes getting tied to a tree trunk in the morning and then getting beaten to death all day, every day. Yep, it's not exactly the kind of morning workout most useless manhwa protagonists can sign up for. Poor guy even tried to run away, but his master would always catch him red-handed. His master believed this was the only way forward to become a Chad like himself. To figure out how Reifenhardt ended up stuck with this lunatic who seems to know nothing beyond hustle and making muscle, we start everything from the beginning. In a world where humans hate monsters, Reifenhardt used to be a mage, the reincarnation of evil who commanded armies of monsters. Or at least, that's how humans like to tell the story. But in reality, he was one of the kindest people to exist in this world, because he believed monsters had the right to live too. From his perspective, humans were the only true evil, enslaving and exploiting other species for their own benefit. So he left human civilization and started living with other beings, and his love for them only grew deeper. Through his efforts, he brought together all kinds of races, trolls, dwarves, orcs, and more. With their collective strength, not only did he become the strongest mage in existence, capable of wielding 10-circle magic, but he also established an entire empire where these beings could live free from discrimination. The Antares Empire. But humans couldn't stomach seeing monsters continue to grow and claim more land. So they sparked a war, trying to push them back into the wilderness. This led to catastrophe, with bloodshed plaguing both sides. Humanity's 5 greatest heroes killed Reifenhardt's most beloved generals, and they even went so far as to kill his lover too, an elf woman named Cirrus. And now, this so-called group of heroes has come forth to take down Reifenhardt as well. But Reifenhardt had also hit his breaking point. With his most cherished comrades gone, he had no reason to hold back, and became the very demon king humans had labeled him as. He crushed 4 of humanity's heroes at once. The only one left standing in his way was the martial king, Tesron. Tesron was a massive man, built like the Greek gods. This musclehead had so much raw strength that with just one blow he shattered every bone in Reifenhardt's skull like it was bubble wrap. Reifenhardt realized there was no way he could beat this Greek gigachad head on, so he pulled out his trump card, his regression magic. With his 10-circle magic, he attempted to regress back in time and promised to undo everything he had lost. But Tesron interfered at the last moment, messing everything up. Still, Reifenhardt managed to regress to the past, but instead of returning as the scrawny, nerdy mage he once was, he now had the muscular body of Tesron. At the same time, Tesron was also regressed into the past, but trapped in the body of young Reifenhardt. And so, Reifenhardt became the disciple of the legendary former King of Fists, Gerard Chrome Proteus. Everything Tesron endured in his prime to become a gym bro? Now Reifenhardt has to go through the same trial. One day when his master is down the mountains to visit the village, Riffen tries to test his magic skills by unleashing a spell, but he fails. He can't even manage simple spells, leaving him to wonder if becoming a wizard is even possible in this form. Suddenly he senses an inhuman presence. A green-skinned figure emerges uneasy, warning him to look the other way if he wants to live. Riffen guesses the green-skinned boy is a 3- or 4-year-old orc who likely escaped from a battle arena. The young orc threatens that if Riffen pretends not to see him, he will spare his life. After noticing the boy's attempt at conversation, Riffen recalls that orcs are a proud race who avoid needless bloodshed, even in tense moments like this. He switches to the language of grace, and asks if he is being chased. Surprised, the orc admits he is. The redhead offers his help and asks the boy to trust him. The orc, moved by Riffen's use of his people's tongue, already sees him as a brother and feels the kindness in his soul. Still, he warns that helping him will only drag the human into danger. From the orc's refined speech, Riffen suspects he is of noble blood. He then insists he has the power to help and promptly uses magic to create a place for this orc to hide. Before leaving, the young orc admits it's strange to see someone with such a muscular body call himself a wizard. Then he thanks him sincerely. Soon after, a group of soldiers arrives, grumbling about chasing an orc for just a few silver coins. Their leader offers the kiddo a gold coin if he's seen anything, which is clearly a trick. Riffen says he hasn't, but one soldier spots the tracks and points the way. King Riffen realizes too late that simple magic can't hide footprints. Even so, he refuses to let them pass into the territory of the future King of Fists. The soldiers are pissed off at being blocked by a country kid, but their leader warns them not to underestimate him. There are more than 10 of them, and something about this redhead doesn't seem normal. Even after noticing his strong build, the soldiers brush him off as just a kid and tell him to move. That's when Riffen's aura flares. He calmly warns that his fists are deadly weapons, as one swing could kill most people, so the merciful choice is to use a weapon instead. He grabs a club, fired up as he promises they will survive its blows. Though the Gym Unbreakable focuses on unarmed combat, it still teaches weapon skills. This alone unsettles the soldiers, asking if the kid really dares challenge them after picking up a few tricks. But the moment the fight begins, Riffen batters them with ease, tossing men aside. The rest rush him together to kill the brat, unaware that club techniques are meant less for fighting and more for brutally training disciples to make them great fighters. During the fight, Riffen notices their swordplay and realizes they're likely mercenaries. Using the cudgel, he launches relentless strikes designed to hit every part of the body. When one attacks from behind, his blade crumples on impact, leaving the human screaming that no human should be this tough. The beauty of the cudgel techniques is that they never kill. Though joints shatter and bones crack, however, opponents survive. In the end, only one soldier remains standing, trembling as he asks who Ryfin really is. But the redhead just keeps swinging, reminding him that all his friends are already down, so it's only fair he joins them. When it's over, the battered mercenaries thank him for sparing their lives. However, Ryfin enjoys the brawl a little too much, unknowingly reflecting the harsh teachings of Jim Unbreakable. Afterward, the young orc thanks Ryfin, vowing never to forget this day and to repay the debt no matter what. The boy tells him a warrior's head shouldn't bow so easily, but the orc now sees Ryfin as his mentor. That's a role that in orc culture carries the same weight as a knight's loyalty to his lord. When asked his name, Dark Mage introduces himself as Riffenhearth Wald Antares. Then he asks about the orc's plans. The young orc admits he'd rather die a wanderer than live as a slave. He hopes to find a place for himself on this vast continent. To help him, Ryfin suggests heading to the Land of Trials in the Rocket Mountains, where the hidden Blue Bear tribe lives. Before parting, he learns the orc's identity, that he is the green orc Tathid, son of Crota and bearer of Lat's axe. Ryfin recalls the name Tathid, the mighty orc who became one of the 4 warrior kings, chief of the Blue Bear tribe, and later head chief of all orcs. He wonders if the original Tesseron might have once crossed paths with him. For now, he relaxes, amused that fate had him helping an orc, and feels an odd sense of connection. Gazing over the mountains, King Ryfin remembers Tathid, Skiris, Mashalan, and Alport, quietly wishing to see them all again someday. 6 months after meeting Tathid, Grandpa Fist blasts Ryfin with a focused energy burst, only to be surprised when Demon Lord blocks it with Spiral Guard. Impressed, the old man laughs, remembering when the boy insisted his real name was Ryfenhearth. Clearly, he thought that all those beatings scrambled his head back then. Ryfin, confused why the geezer's bringing up something from 6 years ago, hears Gerard suddenly realize it's already been 10 years since their training began. Ryfin's grown stronger, yet the old man still grumbles that he's only 190 centimeters short by Jim Unbreakable standards. After all, the first 3 kings, Valkenshoot, Calbrain, and Rostal, each stood over 2 meters tall, so Grandpa pointedly asks if Ryfin's been doing the breathing technique properly. Thinking back, Ryfin in his past life stood 2.4 meters tall, though Ryfin insists it's just a matter of constitution. Inside, he's losing it that this old fart actually expects him to grow bigger with a breathing trick. Gerard shrugs, saying size doesn't matter as long as the boy's strong and sturdy. For the final test, Ryfin takes his stance and unleashes a 4-stack Calamity Horn, shooting forward like a bullet and smashing a rock wall into rubble. The old man bursts out laughing, certain this kid won't be beaten easily now. Ryfin is relieved to have finally reached 4 stacks, and hears the words he's been waiting for. Gerard declares it's time for him to head out into the world. Out of nowhere, Gerard calls him by his true name, Riffenhearth, and tells him to live however he desires. Good or evil doesn't matter, as long as it's the life he chooses. That, he says, is the reward for surviving all these years of training. He recalls advice given 60 years ago by Master Rostal, the 3rd King of Fists, that there are 3 rules to live by. First, gather wealth but never through unjust means. When Ryfin points out that he just said being a villain is fine, Gerard laughs and clarifies that to be a classy villain, one with dignity. Second, stand with those who have been wronged, for that earns respect. But he warns the weak aren't always the wronged. Since most of the world is weaker than Ryf, he'll have to judge carefully. Third, and most important, never let the legacy of Jim Unbreakable die. He must pass his teachings to a student, not necessarily a prodigy, just someone he refuses to let slip away. Gerard handed him some travel money, about 30 silver coins, and a set of clothes. Ryfin is stunned that one of the wealthiest men in the Vasily Kingdom, with even a manor in the capital, offered so little. True, it is half a year's living expenses for a commoner, but he expected more. Gerard explains that the martial sect had fixed the departure funds, and in his day, it was only 25 coins. He also mentioned leaving a small gift hidden in the Setalad Mountains, giving Ryfin a map with the location marked before parting ways. The reality of finally being free felt surreal until a calamity blast shot into the sky. It's Grandpa Fist's way of saying farewell, and urging him to stay strong as heir to the great teaching. Without hesitation, Ryfin bolted down the mountain at full speed. A villager urges the chief to let it go, but the old man stands firm, demanding fair payment from a noble and his knight for the food they consumed. The arrogant noble calls them low-born wretches and tosses a single gold coin at them, mocking that they've likely never seen one before. The chief calmly replies it's nowhere near enough. Enraged, the noble strikes him, insisting that a knight knows market prices better than peasants. It becomes clear these so-called knights are nothing more than bandits. They took over the village, ate their food, and now try to brush it off with a single coin, ignoring the real costs and effort behind it all. At that moment, Lord Stefan arrives, asks Edward what's going on, and with a cold smile, he calls the villagers wretches, warning him not to waste mercy on commoners who don't know their place. Riffenhearth, in bed with Cirrus, asks the sun-touched elf why she's touching him like that. She says his lean body is sharp and elegant, like a finely honed blade, though now in Tesseron's body, he feels more like a stone golem. He tears up, wishing Cirrus could forgive him. At least he's taller now. By his guess, Cirrus should be around 70 now, while he's only 17 in human years. He's reached Chrome City in the southern Vasily Kingdom, knowing she'll be sold next year at a slave auction in the Chitan Kingdom. Part of him wants to smash the place and free her, but that could ruin his goal of regaining his magic. Instead, he decides money might be the smarter way, except elf slaves cost a fortune, and he's completely broke. Still, he has a strong body, polished skills, and memories of the future to rely on. He hears rumors about some ruins on the road to the Chatan Kingdom. At the same time, Lord Stefan asks Todd, the ruins exploration specialist, and a wizard from Delphia's magic tower, if he has found the ruins yet, but Todd puts them on waiting. Stefan is convinced that's where the great swordsman Sir Claude von Leotas Alteon is buried. It's been 3 days since Rifen left Chrome City, traveling north along the central road toward the Hatan Mountains. Thanks to his stamina, he doesn't feel the cold. Though he remembers how the former martial kings used to walk around shirtless even in winter, he uses artificial flashbacks, a secret technique that allows him to recall memories at will, and he remembers the ancient ruins in the Hatan Range. In his past life, he met Mage Todd at Delphia's magic tower, who had explored those ruins with the Alteons. But Riefenhearth remembers finding treasures that Todd's group missed and selling them for more than 2,000 gold coins. Now, as he arrives at Cattle Village, it's just like he remembers, with villagers murmuring about how no one dares go near the Valley of Death. The villagers stress over the nobles demanding a guide, knowing refusal could end badly with the chief unwell. Ted, familiar with the mountains, volunteers but quickly regrets it as his wife and kids cry while others push him to follow through. Just then, Riefen pops his face against the window like a madman and cheerfully offers to take his place. Rife, pretending to be just a passerby, claims he overheard their talk, though even he knows it sounds suspicious since no stranger would wander onto someone's property. When they question him, he confidently says he knows the area and has already been there. They warn Rifen that no one ever returns from the Valley of Death, but he insists he has been there before, thinking they are lucky to have saved one of their men. The Valley of Death is really a dungeon, a remnant of the ancient Silver Age. 50 years ago, Claude of House Alteon awakened his aura at the young age of 45 and went on countless adventures, his heroic tales spreading across the Vasily Kingdom. But when fame grew too great, he forgot his limits and charged into the valley with only a single servant, never to return. His demon sword Alteon, the treasured symbol of his house passed down for generations, was lost there as well. Even after 50 years, people still search for that blade. Stefan von Lepanto Alteon must be Claude's grandson. Relcia praises him for his elegance, saying he is every bit a knight even without a horse. Meanwhile, the muscle freak notices the Slayer elf enjoying herself with Stefan, and beyond her, he catches sight of Silan, the young priest of the party, wondering if that guy can actually pull off a holy spell. More than anything, he still can't believe Silan's actually a guy with such a pretty face, and he looks for an excuse to talk to Todd. With Todd and Silan chatting away, he doesn't get the chance to jump in, though it reminds him of how Todd used to talk to him back when he was a young wizard. Still, something feels off, making him wonder if Todd likes Silan, though he's sure Todd's too decent for that. Suddenly, Edward praises him for being their guide, but Rifen brushes it off, saying it's not a big deal since the villagers were too scared to go. He thinks their fear is only natural, but Edward arrogantly claims there's nothing to worry about with the bravest knights in the kingdom. The redhead is disgusted, convinced that all knights are arrogant jerks, and that chivalry only breeds narcissists. A sudden screech rings out as strange creatures ambush from the woods. As they charge, Relcia calls them filthy beasts for daring to attack humans blessed by Sayer. Stefan quickly orders his knights to push them back while Todd unleashes Fire Chain, spreading chaos, and Silan blesses the soldiers with unyielding courage. Even so, Stefan's skill stands out, his swordsmanship sharper than expected, though from a fighter's eye the Iron Fist Rifen finds him sloppy. It's no wonder Master Gerard is proud of Jim Unbreakable. Then, the rugged guy notices a swarm of orcs being chased by the monsters and smashes one with a punch. He blows it to pieces, all while wondering why no one cares about the non-humans. For now, he's stuck at the Jacquard Plains. In Todd's story, this is where Ted the Guide is supposed to die, with Lord Stefan Alteon leading the party. Stefan goes wild, slashing monsters, not caring about those around him. That is why the guide's fate makes sense, which in its own way makes him a bad person. It's no surprise the guide dies under his watch. In the chaos, Silan tells Rifen to hide behind a tree, showing at least some decency. A monster lunges at Rife, nearly hitting his eye, making him yell if he still has any tears left from training. He swings blindly and crushes the creature with a single punch, leaving the orcs stunned. Afterward, Stefan only asks Edward if the wizard and priest are safe, which disgusts Rifen since they ignore everyone else's safety. Stefan then declares Alteon's command is law and orders them to rest and enjoy their victory. Taking the chance to talk with Todd, this tank as their guide, thanks him for saving his life. He then casually brings up that his friend Reifenharth is a wizard at Delphia Magic Tower and asks if Todd has heard of him. The mage seems surprised that someone so rugged could be friends with Riffenharth, then suddenly calls him a sweet and lovely boy, which gives the beefcake some serious creepy vibes. Reifen asks Todd how his friend is doing, and Todd says that the young lad is studying magic in his usual way. When Reifen presses if anything strange is going on, the mage suddenly gushes over Reifenharth's sharp nose, jewel-like eyes, and smooth skin, giving off total creep vibes. The beefcake figures Todd's obsession is about the body, though it's different from Grandpa Gerard's. He wants to beat up this jerk, but instead he demands to know about Reifenharth's attitude and personality. Todd admits that he doesn't care about his thoughts or actions, practically drooling like a pervert. Just then, Salon asks if Reifen is hurt, but he brushes it off and tells him to check the orcs instead. The high priest heals them even when they insist they are fine, and the humans scoff, telling him not to waste power on such creatures. Reifen notices how Salon treats them more like pets than equals, realizing the real issue is how deeply flawed human values are. Securing rights for non-human races will be a long, uphill battle. Stefan then orders the guide to get moving, which irritates Reif, though he strangely responds in a robotic tone, telling them to head toward the stream, something Stefan notices as odd. Hours later, the party has already run into basilisks, dire wolves, and more than 20 ogres. They wonder how such a small mountain range can hold so many monsters. While everyone else is exhausted, Reifen enjoys the sight as he leads them straight ahead. He is skipping the safer path and giving them no chance to rest. To him, knights are arrogant, priests are stubborn, and wizards are petty and narrow-minded. In this rugged body, he still claims to be a wizard at heart. He takes them on the quickest route, so technically, he isn't lying or tormenting them. Stefan finally realizes why Sir Claude lost his life here, with this small range crawling with monsters. Suddenly, this knight spots light ahead, and Edward declares they've found the ancient ruins of Fulton. As they approach, Todd points out the entrance and says it's safe, but Reifen insists on waiting outside, since there's no way he can return alone. With no choice, Stefan agrees they must protect the guide on the way back, though it's clear he never planned to. That makes Reifen angry while Stefan raises his blade, declaring that a great knight rests beyond the gate. So, they will honor him by finding the demon sword Altion. As the party charges inside, Reifen knows it's time to do what he came for. The ancient ruins of Fulton, now swarming with monsters and undead, were once an ordinary military outpost of the Silver Age. Yet its technology is so advanced that it still outshines today's standards. It has been a long time since he explored this place with Ciri, who once told him she heard a sylph whispering behind these walls. He believed it to be a secret gate, acting like his true muse. This Romeo once told Ciri not to blush, promising her a kiss as a reward, and to this day, the rugged guy still drools over that memory. He can't believe that he had the guts back then to do that with her right in the danger zone. Now he comes across a code based on Libra, with the symbols of Aqua and Terra mixed in reverse order, and he knows exactly how to solve it. With his limited magic, it's tougher than expected, and while his body is stronger now, his brain isn't quite what it used to be. Still, he works his mojo and slips off his coat, not wanting to ruin something worth 10 silver coins. Thus, he starts warming up to test his body when sudden screams echo, leaving him confused. He thought that those fools must have gone the wrong way, but the sound came from another direction. That's when he realizes this is actually a secret passage leading straight to the third basement floor. With the entrance now open, there's definitely an intrusion below, which makes him uneasy. Then it hits him. Fulton is still a military facility, and its magic system will trigger every kind of defense to fight off intruders. Back then, he and Ciri didn't have to worry about other sections. But now, with the Altion party blundering around, they could trigger a trap and all tumble down to the second basement floor, turning everything into chaos. Below, Lord Stefan sees Sir Thomas cut down by one of the traps, and heavy footsteps soon echo as a massive skeleton with an axe appears. Stefan knows there's no way he can defeat that monster. With multiple blades and a presence that feels almost demonic, it's not something a human can possibly take down so easily. Silan tends to the wounded soldiers, who thank him repeatedly, still shaken that the floor gave way and nearly killed them. He thanks Todd for saving their lives with magic, though Todd admits it only spared them from the fall and may not protect them from what comes next. Just then, an explosion sends the front line flying as a horned demon and his army charge, forcing soldiers to scramble in fear. Father Silan steps forward, raising his mace of light and pouring holy power into the troops. He blesses them with unyielding courage. To him, their cowering feels pathetic, but now they surge with energy, looking almost possessed as they shout that they'll show the strength of the Knights of House Altion. Todd is stunned by how much power Salon channels to push them into a frenzy, practically turning them into berserkers. At the same time, Todd casts his own spell, urging them to reclaim what is theirs, tearing the demon's blades straight from its hands. Meanwhile, Relsia leaps to attack the demon, but the demonic Grim strikes her hard, sending her flying. She's badly bruised, hoping her effort helps Master Stefan somehow. Stefan praises her courage and charges the top demon, slashing at full speed like a true knight. Edward hails their leader as a resolute warrior, while Stefan curses the vile monsters and urges everyone to stay focused. He reminds them this is where the mighty knight Claude met his end. Suddenly, flames erupt above, and another demonic beast appears, roaring and blasting fire that burns soldiers in its path. This so-called knight tells them not to fear, and reminds them to steel themselves as brave knights of House Altion. The battle spirals into chaos, but Stefan refuses to back down. He is determined not to let the demons win. Bearing the name of Altion's resolute knight, he charges the flaming beast with a shooting strike, only to be thrown aside and slammed to the ground brutally. As he lies motionless, Father Cylon steps forward and unleashes holy light, but it's still not enough. Just as the demon is about to crush Cylon, Riffenhearth appears out of nowhere. He knocks the monster back and shields the priest. With a single punch, he destroys the beast in one blow, stunned at how easily it ends. He remembered how Tezron once dropped him the same way in his past life. Determined to move the wounded to safety, he lifts the injured elf into his arms. But before he can act, an army of undead soldiers rises. Rife, holding her close, fights through the swarm, carving a path while fending them off to make a way out. The so-called resolute knight finally wakes, and Edward quickly notices. Stefan looks around at the field of fallen undead. He asks what happened, only to hear from his right-hand man that the guide turned out to be a fighter. Then, he apologizes for not recognizing a nobleman. Before answering, the beefcake remembers that Todd knows his younger self from the magic tower, so he gives the name Rifen. Edward looks confused, saying he's never heard of any great champion by that name. When asked, Rifen admits he belongs to no noble family. Stefan realizes the fighter is just a commoner he mistook for a noble on training. He tries to save face by thanking him for swooping in at the end to finish what they had already handled. He acknowledges Rifen's skill, but the Iron Fist bluntly calls him out. He says that it looks like he has nothing left up his sleeve and is just blind to the truth. That stings Stefan, who snaps and demands respect for House Alteon. As Edward scrambles to calm him down, he claims a vagrant knows nothing about proper etiquette. Stefan calms down and asks Rifen about the master who trained him, but the Iron Fist brushes it off, claiming he just picked things up here and there. In truth, he recalls Grandpa Fist introducing him to a powerful technique. But with Master Gerard's reputation known across the continent, he can't risk drawing attention or letting that man learn his whereabouts. Stefan finds it hard to believe someone without proper training could be this strong. Rifen tells him to focus on the wounded instead. Edward notices how casually this guy throws around orders. He is completely unaware of how arrogant he sounds, like someone of high standing used to commanding others. He starts thinking this tank acts like royalty from another country, not even minding the age gap. Since Rifen talks the way an older man would to someone younger, which makes him even more interesting. Out of nowhere, Cylon slips in and asks how tall Rifen really is. The priest is clearly charmed by this beefcake, knowing he stands at 192 centimeters. Though Rifen admits he doesn't know his exact weight. Curious about his training, Cylon presses, but Rifen just says he got beaten up a lot, ate a lot, and lifted a lot of weight. He's weirded out by how friendly Cylon's acting all of a sudden. Cylon Filmerix then explains that fighters never reveal their true training secrets. Rifen's aware of his past. After losing his parents, he grew up in the Philinance Order's orphanage, where his frail body and pretty face made him the target of teasing. That's why he longed for the things he lacked: a strong body, a hearty laugh, and a deep voice. At one point, he even dreamed of becoming a monk to prove his faith through physical strength. In reality, things didn't go as Pretty Boy hoped, as he didn't grow taller. His voice stayed high and his hair kept growing too fast. The more he tried to bulk up, the more his holy power surged from healing his sore muscles. This sparked his admiration for rugged physiques, giving Rifen the creeps. He excuses himself to scout the exit, but the Pretty Boy insists on coming along. Rifen tells him to stay with the wounded soldiers in case more trouble comes, making Cylon sulk. Stefan decides to join, asking Relcha to stay behind and help the others. On the way, Sir Resolutely Useless grumbles at having help from this boulder, clearly annoyed that Rifen volunteers without regard for rank. Eager to show off, Stefan pushes for a fight with another demon. He seeks praise from the tank, but while he daydreams, Rifen knocks him out with a strike. When undead soldiers attack, this ultimate bruiser takes them down effortlessly, making it look like a piece of cake. After that, he heads off to do some treasure hunting, finally reaching the hotspot. He searches carefully, aiming to claim 50 gold coins worth of Silver Age relics. A few minutes later, he finds the Infinite Sack, a magical storage item that can hold up to 10 times its size. From memory, he knows there's another one right next to it, containing the Celestial Furnace, the Dagger of Recall, and the Sapphire of Magic Power. The dude is thrilled to find such a valuable treasure. While Stefan snaps out of it, Rifen blames the undead jerks for knocking him out in one hit. Lord Ego is furious that his plans are ruined, but Rifen is already scheming to knock him out again. The so-called lowly knight ends up passing out 3 more times. The bruiser ransacks the ruins, though he hopes the noble isn't seriously hurt. When Stefan finally wakes, he's baffled to get knocked out even when he's constantly on guard and thinking about tonics for later. Meanwhile, Rifen finishes maxing out the storage item and plans to return for more. After securing the exits, they escort the rest of the people out. Along the way, Cylon questions Rifen about being a commoner, asking if it's odd he's so skilled. Rifen explains that his tone makes everyone feel beneath him, though he never expected his same blunt style to come off the same to Edward, who's 40, as it does to Lord Ego. The lad realizes he's only 22, so he decides to be a bit more careful and excuses his bluntness, saying he doesn't meet many people. In the next room, this bunch runs into a new demonic figure, the Grell Beast, which Ryfin doesn't remember from his past life. Stefan assumes it's the guardian of this place, but this bruiser knows they stand no chance against it with their current strength and urges retreat. That's when they spot the demon sword Altion in the demon's hands. Edward suggests they fall back and return with reinforcements, but the dumb knight refuses to let the legendary sword be tainted. He insists on taking it back no matter the cost, even if it means facing absolute death itself. He leads his army forward while the Iron Fist calls him a reckless fool. The dimensional rift broke these ruins from the Silver Age, but their self-sustaining system patched the gaps by pulling in whatever it could. That's how this creature from another world got absorbed into the defense system, turning into what people now call the Dungeon Guardians. The demonic guardians roar at soldiers now, but the truth is, they were living peacefully until the ruins yanked them in and forced them into unpaid labor. Once a creature merges with the system, its power spikes, and Ryfin knows the demon that killed Sir Claude was an aura wielder. If this Dungeon Guardian is even stronger than Tigrel, it's on a whole new level. Still, Lord Ego waves it off, telling his lackeys not to fear something chained up. This tank warns these clowns they'll die if they rush it. But Edward snaps back that a vagabond like him knows nothing of honor, claiming some things are worth dying for. The dude just thinks these idiots couldn't even handle Tigrel, yet somehow believe they can beat Grellbeast. Meanwhile, Pretty Boy is busy pumping holy steroids into the soldiers, lifting their spirits for what's basically a suicide mission. The soldiers charge in like moths to a flame, only to get thrown away like first-class trash, just as Hardhead predicted. They're basically punching bags being fed to their deaths. Yet Sir Useless still yells about bravery and the honor of House Altion, acting like his empty speech is enough to scare the demon. Ryfin's already figured out Stefan's the type who never listens. But Sir Edward seems more reasonable, so there's still hope. Meanwhile, Lord Ego is dancing around Grellbeast with cheap shots. Pretty Boy is blasting it with holy maces like a one-man light show. Reltia swoops in with a clean strike that even earns Stefan's praise. Ryfin admits she's second only to him, miles above Edward, and maybe he underestimated this bunch. Then Todd finally pulls out his wizard tricks, summoning a blizzard, but the system glitches and kicks into phase 2. Grellbeast snaps its chains and lunges straight at the party, crushing humans like bugs, and the real nightmare begins. Lord Ego charges at the demon like he's about to end it, only to get smacked in the gut and slammed into a wall in seconds. Edward screams for his lord, but Stefan drags Reltia back into the fight, only for her to get tossed down too before Grellbeast hurls a massive fireball their way. Ryfin jumps in just in time to shield Pretty Boy, apologizing for being late to the party. Now he's sizing up the demon, wondering if this body's martial skills can really handle a monster like that. Back when he was a wizard, he would have avoided life or death gambles like this, but the fighter in him feels a rush at the thought of testing himself against such a strong opponent. For the first time, he feels like a real martial artist, and he thinks Gerard would actually be proud. He remembers Grandpa Fist's old lesson. When in doubt, throw the first punch with a focused energy blast. He dodges Grellbeast's strike but still gets scratched by the demon's sword, realizing that a magic blade can hurt him even if steel can't. The beast kicks him hard into a wall and Pretty Boy screams his name, but Ryfin shrugs it off and tells him he's fine. Silen's wide-eyed, stunned to see Ryfin's aura, and confirms he's an aura wielder. Though if he had just waited, he could have struck back clean, but tanking hits has basically become second nature for this guy, after all those beatdowns from Grandpa Fist. Deciding it's time to polish his skills, he taunts the ugly beast to bring it on, and the clash shakes the ruins. Meanwhile, Lord Ego nearly chokes on his pride, watching in disbelief that this man has an aura while a noble like him couldn't even manifest it. To him, the sight feels unreal, wondering who the hell this guy is, and where this monster of a man even came from. Dungeon Guardian Grellbeast rages against Ryfin, the self-proclaimed king of fists, but the brawl only proves how far his training has taken him. Every swing from the demon feels clumsy and predictable, letting Ryfin counter with ease. The problem is, these ruin guardians never stay down. The ruins keep pumping them full of magic to heal their wounds. Grellbeast goes wild, but the Iron Fist locks him up. He cracks his jaw with some aerial combat practice, then he turns him into the perfect punching bag for his striking drills. The party watches in awe as the brute force treats the demon like a training dummy. But Ryfin knows he can't play forever. Time to pull out the Calamity Horn and end this in one shot. The demonic beast leaps back from the fierce fighter. Ryfin curses his audience for being a liability since one wrong move could bring the whole place down on their heads. Todd yells that if they bless an aura-infused sword with holy power, it might finish the thing. Ryfin already knows that trick, but he admits he doesn't even know how to channel aura into a weapon. Todd nearly faints at the idea that this hardhead only runs aura through his body, calling his sect insane. While Ryfin wrestles with Grellbeast, Pretty Boy Cylon chimes in that his body's tough enough. Then he blesses both him and the sword in the name of Filanence. The blessing surges through him like lightning, firing him up even more. The brute lifts the demon like it's nothing and smashes it into the wall, Holy Strike blazing through the weapon. Suddenly he realizes Pretty Boy just cast a spell, Holy Striking meant for metal on his body, and it actually worked. Silan, unfazed, lets the crazy bruiser go wild. So Ryfin charges in with a jaw-cracking divine kick, follows it up with a divine knee and a divine punch. He then hurls Grellbeast into the air before finishing the demon off in style. After the flashy kill, Pretty Boy's practically starry-eyed at him. But Ryfin just grumbles for Silan to drop the spell already. While the injured are being dragged out, Sir Useless pipes up, saying Ryfin hid his identity too well. He admits the guy is strong, but he whines about his knightly honor being trampled, accusing Ryfin of sneering while they struggled. Ryfin shrugs it off, saying he never sneered. The truth is, he doesn't care enough about these clowns to bother. Stefan loses it and charges, but the bruiser just ducks. He makes Sir Useless trip over his own swing like a clown. The fool screeches about how dare this hardhead dodge. Ryfin calmly says he never sneered and tells him to take the sword if it means that much. Edward, being reasonable, points out that this man's lack of greed for something so valuable shows real strength. Stefan grips the blade, fuming even harder. The bruiser thinks the thing's second-rate compared to what he used to craft in bulk back in his prime for other races. Done with the drama, he tells everyone to head back, and they follow, though the whiny knight keeps stewing in resentment. Back at Cattle Village, relief spreads as Father Silan heals a baby. Pretty Boy plays healer merchant, curing the sick and tossing gold coins to villagers like candy. The kid clearly knows how to advertise, building up the Holy Order's image. Meanwhile, Lord Useless sulks off with his men to someplace. Sir Useless suggests they investigate Ryfin, and Edward agrees, since the bruiser's strength clearly keeps Stefan hooked, though the clown refuses to admit he's weaker. Meanwhile, Iron Fist plans to head out to meet Ceres but can't figure out why Pretty Boy is tagging along. Silan explains he's choosing the path of a traveling priest, spreading the goddess's grace. He is tending to believers, even if those priests often die on the road. He was going to return to the Holy Order, but decided to become a pilgrim instead. Then his vibe turns a little creepy as he asks if he can travel with the strongest person he saw among them. Ryfin instantly recognizes that look. It's the same as Gerard or Todd, sizing up his body in weird ways. The bruiser sighs, thinking he's cursed to always be surrounded by clowns. Still, Pretty Boy seems decent, so a polite rejection would work. Until Ryfin realizes Silan's a cleric, the ultimate first aid kit. Having him around might not be so bad if Ceres ends up hurt. While the bruiser's hyped to see Ceres, Pretty Boy keeps pestering him with questions about training. He wants tips to train abs of the upper, middle, and lower. All Ryfin can offer is getting beaten up a lot and hauling boulders, though he once heard an alchemist brag about a muscle-boosting potion called protein, which Silan instantly dismisses. Meanwhile, back at his mansion, Karen Trade Union's heir, Lord Wine-a-Lot Beret, is losing his mind over elf training. He rants that elves are supposed to serve their masters in body and mind. His butler begs forgiveness, but Beret rages that this defective elf was cheaper as a slayer and still not worth the coin. Ceres gets up from the bed, declaring she was born this way with the eyes he calls annoying. Wine-a-Lot orders his butlers to go buy a proper one, even if it's pricey, since he doesn't need a so-called broken product. He commands them to return her. In the Chitan Principality's infamous elf slave market, Elfenheim, that same elven girl, number 148, ends up back on display for the third time. Up in the far north sits the Chitan Principality, a commerce nation thriving off the Juran River that cuts straight through it. Ryfin and Pretty Boy finally reach Zeppelin, the capital and heart of all trade, where the streets buzz with merchants. Silan isn't surprised. It's exactly what he expected from the continent's top city for commerce. Ryfin points out that this whole place was founded by merchants who bought land off the Grim Kingdom, so of course everything here revolves around coin and privilege. He knows his Ceres is somewhere in this city. Pretty Boy begs him to slow down, accusing the hardhead of flexing those long legs just to show off. Right then, an old man begs a bulky thug named Tarek to spare him. The jerk accuses him of insulting the Rollophane Trade Union. Tarek beats the poor guy 30 times, then he casually tosses 30 gold coins as payment. Pretty Boy rushes to help the elder and looks around for guards, only to find the old man calmly picking up the coins. He says it's fine since the money will help him settle here. Silan's horrified that the guy acts like nothing happened just because he got paid, but Ryfin reminds him this place runs on coins, like he already said. Ryfin thought all his traveling taught him about the world, but he's never seen a city where every crime gets settled with a fine instead of jail, as long as you've got money. Silan's stunned, asking what business this beefcake has in a city like this. The guy casually tells he's here to buy an elf. Pretty Boy freezes, horrified that this is the kind of person he's traveling with. Beefcake panics, trying to explain, knowing he can't exactly bring up his past life. Silan's disgusted by men in general, but Redhead reminds him he's still a man too. Meanwhile, the bulky thug Tarek brags to his elves that anyone complaining about the Rollophane Trade Union should just work harder, since mouthing off in the streets only earns them coins. The guy's got elves trailing him left and right, agreeing with his nonsense. Suddenly, Tarek spots Lord Wine-a-Lot, Beret, strolling in, and asks about the Slayer elf he bought recently. Beret looks annoyed to see him and admits he returned her 2 weeks ago for not listening. Bulklord bursts out laughing, mocking him for being too weak to tame an elf slave. No wonder Karen can't even crack the top 10 trade unions. Beret fires back that the Slayer elf has been returned by plenty of others too, which is why she was so cheap. Tarek just grins, plotting to head to Elfenheim to snatch her up, just to see the look on his face. Ryfin catches Skinny Lump Silent working out again and wonders why the kid's still skinny after trying so hard. He tells Pretty Face not to overdo it, or he'll just end up sore. But Ceylon heals himself instantly like it's no big deal. That's when he realizes the problem, that healing magic is basically rewinding time. So, instead of building muscle through strain and recovery, Pretty Boy just resets himself back to square one. This dumbhead's been wasting 5 years with zero progress. The beefcake promises to teach him a proper method later and casually asks if his long hair gets in the way. Ceylon shrugs, saying it just grows back ridiculously fast whenever cut, which makes Ryfin curious about what's going on in that airhead's head to make it grow this fast. Ryfin brushes it off, saying he's got enough cash to go to the slave auction, and Ceylon is tagging along. The place is packed with all kinds of slaves, but elves are clearly the top prize, worth way more than orcs or dwarves thanks to their beauty and long lifespans. This stretch out their adolescent stages for decades. Slayer elf sells for 800 gold coins too, while a regular female elf goes for 300, a young girl for about 100, and a young male for 30. Orcs are far cheaper, as an orc swordsman costs 10, a basic orc slave 5, and even a baby just 4 or 5. Adult male elves have almost no demand due to their high suicide rate, but elves overall remain popular thanks to their beauty and long lifespans, which keep them youthful far longer than other races. There's even a running joke that only a fool would invest in a baby elf, since the merchant would die of old age before seeing any profit. Ceylon explains that Elfenheim is an elf-specialized auction with over 300 years of tradition, while Hardhead finds it sickening that a place like this is called the Paradise of Elves. Pretty Face admits he's never been to an elf auction but assumes elves are treated better than orcs, only for Ryfin to add they're still slaves and wonders if they're really happy. Ceylon argues elves might be better off now than starving in the wild, but Hardhead knows that's just how humans think. Fear only follows force. He's already planning a new kind of empire, not a dark empire. However, a nation where otherworldly races can live free. Soon, the auctioneer parades the prized slayers of Elfenheim, making Pretty Boy blush at their beauty. The old man wonders why this brute dragged a young lady into an auction house. Seeing forest fairies, descendants of the Great Spirit, treated like products disgusts Ryfin. He still asks for a slayer with darker skin. The man teases him for having unusual taste and shows off the elves' strict diets and training like it's some kind of sales pitch, until Ryfin cuts him short and demands to see the elf directly. Finally, he's led to number 148, a slayer candidate not yet fully grown, and his heart breaks to see his worn-down Ceres. Back then, Ceres scolded Mage Ryfenhearth for mixing a fire plant with a seed rock, right before the whole thing exploded. The old archwizard sulked, insisting he thought he was onto something. The pretty elf snapped back that he did the same thing yesterday and blew everything up then too. Still, she couldn't help thinking how oddly cute he looked, even at his age, while wiping the dirt off his face. Ryfin asked her to drop the sir and call him casually, but she refused without giving a reason. Meanwhile, chaos raged outside with fires everywhere, and King Lepenhearth arrived at the gallery with 4 warriors at his side. Tathid came to pay his final respects, while the king glanced at Athilka, Mashalan, and Cirrus, asking why they looked so grim. It wasn't his first time seeing someone on the verge of death. Across the continent, humanity had gathered a massive force of 2 million soldiers. They were throwing everything they had to bring down the Demon King, their sworn enemy. He wonders how they'll handle the aftermath, if the nations really plan to wreck themselves over a single battle just because they can't accept another race's existence. Tasid begs their lord to escape with them, but Lepenhearth refuses, saying he'll stay so they have a chance to get out. He also asks Alpoth for forgiveness. Despite a divine guarantee, he still ended up bankrupt. The dwarf calls it an oracle, but Lep shrugs, saying it's the same thing. The message said to keep an elf by his side, follow the orc leading the way, and that someone who crossed the abyss of Diamond, destined to tear down the pillar of Hawkrel, would appear to change his fate and bring salvation. Back then, the archwizard was baffled when dwarves started calling him savior just because he blasted apart half their sanctuary. Even now, he still doesn't fully get it. With Alpoth's blessing, Michelin hopes they'll meet again someday, and Lepenhearth shares the same wish. Back then, Ryfin wished Athilka and Tathid would survive and told Cirrus to go with them, but she promised to wait for him. He told her to find someone nice if he didn't make it. Yet she stayed firm, melting the old archwizard into giving her one last hug. In the present, the seller feels guilty showing her off, calling her a defective product with no education, returned 3 times already. Skilled but with a terrible personality, she's labeled inferior and used to train other elves by making them cut living things. Still, the auctioneer asks if this muscle freak's interest, and seeing his strange taste, raises the price to 300 gold coins. Pretty Boy asks why it is so cheap, and the old man insists she's just an inferior product. When Cirrus finally stands before her new owner, Ryfin can only wonder how much she suffered to earn those scars. The seller offers to fetch a priest, but he tells Ceylon to handle the healing instead. Ryfin drapes his coat over Ceres, thinking it's cold out. Then he asks if he can call her Cirrus. She agrees flatly, and he softens it by giving her the full name Cirrus Valencia. She protests that a slave doesn't need a surname. She asks if it's his, but he explains it's hers to carry from now on, not his. He introduces himself as Riffenhearth and points to pretty face Silen, a priest of Filanence. Later, the seller breaks into a sweat when a furious customer storms in, demanding why number 148 was sold just an hour ago. Tariq suspects Beret caught on to his plan of reclaiming her. The seller explains the buyer was an unfamiliar young man who paid cash on the spot. Bulk Thug can't believe anyone walks around with that much money for a slayer. The old man adds he even sold that so-called inferior product at a higher price. When pressed, he describes the buyer as a burly-looking guy who should be easy to recognize. Meanwhile, Rifen is busy picking out clothes for Ceres, finding one that suits her and promising to buy more later. He asks if she's hungry, but she replies she'll only do as her master wills. Rifen tells her not to see him as a master, but she asks if that means he'll return her. Ceres can't wrap her head around this guy, covering her with his coat, dressing her in fine clothes, and acting like she's just a human girl. Rifen tells Ceres it'd be better if she saw him as a comrade on the road, not a master, and just called him by name. She figures it's some weird roleplay, like he's a pervy adventurer playing hero with his swordswoman, and settles on calling him Sir Riffenhearth, still convinced humans are all the same. Later, while Ceres eats like a starved beast, Rugged Guy points out that Redante's Grace is the most famous restaurant in Zeppelin. Since goddess Redante is the deity of earth and harvest, serving food here is basically worship. Pretty Boy argues that if it's worship, it should be free. Rifen fires back that Filanen's religion profits off beauty anyway. Though Father Salon admits that's true, she's the goddess of beauty and love after all, and since those priests charge plenty of gold, he just drops it. Meanwhile, this beefcake grins, watching Ceres devour food like a beast. Though it clearly creeps her out, he wonders if she hates it too, since this is the same spot he once brought her to celebrate the anniversary of their first meeting. Back then, he met her as her savior. Now he's just her buyer. The meaning feels as different as day and night. He wonders if fate dragged them together too soon. Still, he holds on to the hope that one day she'll accept his words, and for now, he's content with that. Afterward, at the weapon shop, Ceres grabs a rapier. Beefcake calls out that she usually uses a scimitar. This earns him a deadly glare as she wonders how this guy knows this. Pretty Boy jumps in, bragging that real martial artists can tell by someone's hands. Then, Ceylon never imagined having a mithril weapon he longed for. Rifen shuts him down, saying priests don't need blades. Before they can argue more, a group of shady men approaches Rifen, clearly here on business. When pressed, the shady man says a noble wants that elf, and even offers to trade her for a proper slayer, showing a bill of exchange. This rugged man flatly refuses, repeating he's not interested, so the shady bunch assumes he's too attached to her and walks off. Ceylon just finds them weird. Later at the mansion, Tarek fumes at Romad for returning empty-handed. He says he should have at least tossed some coins after beating the guy up. Romad explains the naive kid refused, no matter the price, and with too many eyes on them. It wasn't the right time to act against common ethics. He promises to wait for the right moment to abduct the slayer, fake her death, and offer double the price, figuring it's cheaper since she was sold for so little. Tarek likes the plan and tells him to drag along Sir Lantas, who's been useless lately, sitting around not for what he's being paid for. Meanwhile, this beefcake counts the 2,000 gold he set aside, surprised he still has plenty left. It's not nearly enough to rebuild his empire, but better invested than carried around. That's when he recalls the famine hitting the agricultural nation, Provence, and its neighbor, even though Redante's fertile lands usually keep harvests so abundant that no one ever prepares for famine. The next spring, famine brings mass starvation and parents resort to eating their own children, convincing the rugged guy it's smart to start investing in grain now. He considers Rolifane, Karen, and Tauban, but immediately rules out Rolifane since their pervy leader abused Ceres in his past life. That leaves Tauban, the continent's third largest union, specializing in grain and rivaling Rolifane. Meanwhile, Savolt Tauban, the union's leader, fumes when he hears Rolifane is dumping wheat and barley at half price, calling them senseless and unethical. He's worried about losing trade partners and wants to fix the exchange issues quickly. Just then, his lackey tells him a visitor wants to invest. The leader scoffs, thinking a small sum will only bring trouble, but changes his mind when he hears the man is offering 1,500 gold coins for grains. He sits down with Rifen, who says the deal would be in the Crovence kingdom during the barley harvest next spring. Savolt shakes his head, saying, selling grains there is like selling soap to orcs. It will never work. He insists it will be his risk if it fails, but if it succeeds, Seavolt will benefit too. Even so, the leader refuses to back what looks like a doomed investment and tells him to think it over. This brute threatens to take his business to another union, and the trader finally folds, though he grumbles that their union's already in rough shape. He says he wants to get through these hard times and prosper later, urging Rafen to choose a safer investment. But he remembers this stubborn mule was just as headstrong in his past life, so of course, this Iron Fist insists it's his money and his call. He's ready to sign the contract, but not before warning Savolt not to skim a single coin for personal use. Then Rifen confirms that the Tauban Trade Union has a branch in the Grame Kingdom up north. This dude asks if there's one near Delphia's Mage Tower, but the man explains he'll need to pass through Delphia to reach the Ronta branch instead. That's when Rifen slyly asks if he can dig up some info on someone there, clearly planning to use this chance to sniff out news on Reifenhearth. Meanwhile, Salon watches Ceres pulling off slick moves with her weapon like she's showing off for an audience. Ceres remembers her mother telling her that the High Elves were once guardians of the forest, living in eternal joy under the world tree Elfenheim. They were friends with every beast, nourished by endless fruits from the trees, until humans pushed them back into misery. Her mother believed Eldia would one day lead them back to paradise, and as descendants of the great fairy, she wanted Cirrus never to forget their pride. Later, some other elf hag told her she'd be sold off to a good place for being pretty, so she'd better learn to act loyal and polite like a proper elf. Instead, Cirrus got beaten, starved, and mocked for being a pure-blooded high elf, her heritage treated like a curse. What saved her wasn't kindness or comfort but the sword. Every adult she remembered carried one, fighting and dying with dignity, and through the blade, she could recall her parents' proud figures. The memories have grown faint with time, but one thing still burns in the corner of her heart, her mother's words that their beloved daughter must never forget her pride. Afterwards, Celan is dazzled by Cirrus's cool moves, but when Cirrus says she just tries her best, Celan groans that it's the same bland answer Rifen gave, and she wonders if all martial artists are like this. She shows off her own move, but a gang of shady men cut in, with Romad slickly claiming they're taking the elf girl to her true master. Romad, the shady freak, insists on taking Cirrus to her real owner. Father Silan asks who they are. Romad warns them not to expect anyone to come to their aid as they've planned ahead. Prettyface protests, saying they won't sell her, so why the violence? Suddenly, a thug lunges at Celan, calling him an annoying brat. Ceres blocks the attack just in time and dives into the fray, taking out the rest. Romad is left speechless, unable to fathom how an elf slave can be this strong. Then Prettyface tells Philinance to strike the disrespectful ones with their iron mace. Suddenly, the Slayer elf suddenly saves Silan from being stabbed by Romad, who sneers that no one will care if a young pilgrim dies. Celan's furious, but Cirrus steps forward saying she'll handle it. Romad calls Talcata, the orc bruiser, telling him it's time to work. The orc apologizes to Cirrus, saying it's nothing personal, it's just her fate, so she might as well accept it. Talcata admits her skills are far above the humans he usually crushes. Romad, the shady freak, warns him not to bruise her, so the orc bruiser tries to grab instead. Ceres struggles to dodge his heavy swings, regretting leaving her scimitar in her room. Romad rages that the orc can't even catch one elf girl, while Talcata grumbles that this means no dinner tonight. Frustrated, he charges again, but Cirrus meets him head-on and throws him off. When she stops dodging, the orc panics that she might get hurt, which ironically gives her the perfect opening to strike. Horrified, Talcata thinks he almost killed her, not realizing Cirrus trusted his control all along. Just then, Father Silan asks if the Slayer elf can dodge flying daggers. She recalls doing it once, so he takes her word and prepares his magic. Romad, pissed beyond belief, hurls a blade at Celan. Ceres knocks it aside, buying the priest time to finish his prayer and enthusiastically beat the bastard down. A huge explosion erupts, and Celan runs while explaining that divine power only works on demons and the undead, but at least it buys them time to escape. Ceres doesn't bother listening. She just scoops him up like a shopping bag and leaps through a window. The shady freak orders Talcata to chase, but that's when Cerlantis notices the clown still failing to catch one elf girl. He can't believe Romad couldn't manage it even with the orc's help. He is amused to see a so-called elf slayer holding her own against a veteran orc. The old man decides it's his turn, soaring up in one jump. Romad is stunned by the height and realizes this guy's an aura user. The geezer himself looks eager to turn the chase into a game of hide and seek. On the other side, Father Silan wants to run back and grab their gear. Ceres points out the thugs will be waiting there. Celan insists they can handle one or two, better than escaping with just a single dagger. Of course, the Slayer elf just sees him as some clueless kid talking big. Suddenly, a thug walks in, only to get his face smashed by Cirrus's kick. Pretty Boy rushes in, yelling at them to grab their stuff and run since there's no time to change. Before leaving, he wipes their tracks with a prayer, unaware bigger trouble is closing in. Cerlantis is a swordsman who reached the great stage of swordsmanship and awakened his aura. He already senses their plan to hide in the room. With aura, the geezer can track every living thing within 30 meters, as if he's staring straight at them. But Cerlantis never expected that kid to erase his presence like a high-ranking cleric. Finding the room empty, he assumes they escaped. When Romad, the shady freak, demands to know if he let them go, the old man snaps back to release the hounds, knowing they couldn't have gone far. Meanwhile, Ceres suggests heading to the streets. Celan calls her a dummy, warning that if people realize they're runaway slaves, everyone will turn on them. He finally understands why pilgrims drop like flies, knowing the Holy Order had it easy. Yet the thought of going back terrifies him. Not with this frail body, not with that woman waiting to capture him again. Missing Rifen more than ever, Celan prays desperately for the crossroads of fate. Among countless men and women in the world, when two meet, it may look like chance. In truth, it is destiny if blessed by Philinance. At first, Father Silan feels weird about using a sacred spell meant for pairing couples like this. Then, Prettyface praises Ceres for her strength. He admits that he knows another Slayer elf, Relsia, but Ceres is far stronger. In turn, Ceres notices Celan acting far too much like a high-ranking cleric for someone his age. Pretty Boy is stunned that talking to the Slayer elf feels no different than speaking with a human, wondering if she's a rare case. They finally reach their destination, only to realize a strange old man has been trailing them. Cerlantis thanks the kids for the workout. He warns them not to run, since fleeing only exposes their backs. The Slayer elf makes her choice to cut down the enemy in front and break free. She charges straight at him, and the old man quickly sees she's no rookie. She's poured real effort into her blade, unusual for a slave. Ceres is shaken by the clash, realizing this isn't some thug but a swordsman of knightly caliber. Seelan wonders why someone so powerful is caught up in this mess. Then, he hastily prays blessings onto the Slayer elf's weapon. With the strength of giants, eyes of a hawk, legs like a bull, to bring the foe down. Sir Lantis, however, is shaken to see this kid casting high-ranking spells like a bishop. Selan shouts that he was a notable figure in the south of the Vasili kingdom. He urges the Slayer to beat this old jerk. Lantis is surprised she now fights with a cleric at her side, which has made Ceres barely recognizable. Just as Ceres lunges, her sword suddenly snaps in two, leaving her stunned. The old man chuckles, realizing her spirit was high only because he'd been humoring her. Father Silen turns pale, finally sensing the aura. Lantas is an aura user. The priest never imagined someone of that level would waste power on hunting an elf slave. It's like hiring a dragon just to light a stove. The shady freak shows up just as Lantas corners them, and that's when Father Salan finally recognizes him. He blurts out the name Lantas von Kalpenard, the famed knight of the Taken Kingdom. The old man is stunned that the kid knows him. A descendant of nobility, Lantas awakened his aura in his late 30s and shocked the realm with his martial prowess. He celebrated the birth of a new aura user, but behind the glory lurked a filthy secret, an unspeakable fetish for elf slaves that spiraled out of control, staining even the royal city and the nobility. Once hailed as a hero, Sir Lantis is now remembered as the greatest disgrace in Taken's history. Selan lashes out, calling the old man a monster hiding in the Principality of Chatan all this time. He rants that people whispered endlessly if a woman roamed at night, Lantas would come for her. Ceres can't believe an aura user would sink to such filth. Lantis brushes it off, saying he's just trying to live off his salary. He admits to killing countless in the Taken Kingdom before fleeing here, whining that he hasn't played tag in ages. Romad argues that Lantis's infamy doesn't matter compared to the perks of having an aura user on their side. From Rolophane's view, it's perfect. The wicked man handles the dirty work. He lives freely and even gets paid for it. With an aura user as their trump card, the Rolophane trade union has risen in the last 10 years to become the second largest company in the Principality of Chatan. Now, he moves to seal Pretty Boy's power, knowing the danger of letting a high-ranking cleric speak freely. He strikes at Selan, while Romad warns him not to harm the elf or Tarek will be displeased. The old man shrugs, saying they can always drag a cleric along to heal her. He decides to take the good-looking one with them. Romad mutters the fetish geezer is creepy, while Silen shouts that he's a man. Later, Lantis only smirks, calling it a novel experience and promising to take good care of the little one. Pretty Face snaps, warning Romad not to lay a finger on him. To everyone's shock, Silen stands, tendons severed, like the world's most beautiful, fragile zombie. The creeper growls that they'll just have to chop off his limbs, but before he can move, an explosion shakes the place apart. A furious voice roars through the smoke, and it's Riefenharth cursing them for daring to lay hands on Ceres. With Rife's sudden entrance, the whole room freezes. Even Sir Lantis sizes him up, realizing this rugged brute isn't some ordinary young lad. The old man can feel a heavy aura radiating off him. When asked, Romad, the shady freak, scoffs that he's just the random kid who bought the elf slave. Lantis can't believe it. His instincts are screaming danger. Yet this clown still calls Rifen a random kid. If he can't read the guy's kill level as an aura user, then Riefenharth must be one too. He ignores the tension, and simply thanks Father Silen for protecting Ceres until now. The creeper eyes the bold face, guessing he's in his late 30s. He admits it's been ages since he's faced someone this strong. Rifen fires back, telling the pervy old geezer to quit pretending he's some noble knight when he's nothing but filth. Then, the brute charges in, and the clash shakes everyone to their core. Then Iron Fist barrels in with his punches, turning the fight into pure chaos. Romad the shady man panics, warning his men they'll be dead if they get caught in the storm. While Rifen keeps the creeper busy, Ceres quietly asks the healer if her master's really an aura user. Salan just sighs and says he already told her that. Lantis grows frustrated that this isn't the skill of someone who has just awakened their aura. Suddenly, the creeper leaps into the air for his next strike, catching Rifen off guard. The boulder fires back with bullet punch, forcing the old geezer to admit this guy's way too proficient with aura. That leaves him with two options. Either the tank awakened aura in his teens, or he's actually over 40 hiding behind a baby face. Both answers make zero sense, which only pisses the creeper off more, so he attacks him with his sword. The brute doesn't let up for a second. He fumes, wondering what makes this perverted knight so strong and wield a sword with such precision, especially after laying filthy hands on Ceres. The boulder is dead set on beating this creep down. He brushes off his smug line about martial arts building character. Things heat up fast, and Lantis nearly chokes when Brute deflects his sword with a bare arm. Impressed, the creeper asks if he's a disciple of Martial King Gerard. Rifen doesn't even bother answering. Then, Lantis demands to know why someone this strong cares so much about a mere slave. That's when Rife's temper explodes upon hearing Ceres called a slave. He roars that slaves have emotions and will of their own. He asks if the geezer has ever even spoken to one, or questioned why they're enslaved. The fight rages on, leaving the creeper baffled by what he calls nonsense. To him, and to everyone in Rife's past life, non-humans were always inferior, an unshakable belief buried deep in humanity. They watch otherworldly races laugh, cry, and live just like humans, yet they refuse to admit they have emotions. The brute points out that other races laugh and cry just like humans. So how are they any less to be chained as slaves? Slayer says that the creeper spits back that it is only natural. Reefin snaps, asking why the descendants of great fairies are born in chains at all. He reminds him that if humans were not on top, it could just as easily be them enslaved. The hothead keeps pounding him, spitting that humans enslaved orcs, then dwarves, then elves, cheering each time like it was glory. If they justify slavery for others, they invite it on themselves. The knight reels, horrified that Reifin dares to call elves equal to humans. However, the dude roars that Ceres is not a slave and lunges at the old creep, who barely dodges. He rants that the whole continent runs on chains, with weak humans living half-slaves under serfdom. Bad ideologies always come back to bite, but fools don't see it yet. He boots the knight's face into the dirt, snarling that if these chains stay, everyone will live in fear of them one day. With fire in his eyes, the brute growls that things must change, no matter the cost. Lantis trembles as Reefin smashes a fist into his gut. He makes the creeper puke blood before hurling him clean through a wall. He swears no one will ever call Ceres or anyone a slave again. Ceres just stares, jaw hanging, wondering if this guy's a hero or just flat out insane. A flashback of Reifin shouting that the Slayer elf isn't a slave hits Ceres, and she remembers thinking this lunatic was just a crazy bastard. All his rants about talking to slaves like people, asking why they're even slaves. He warns that humans could end up in chains too, which sounded like pure roleplay nonsense. She even wondered if he was just another hopeless pervert. But when he mentioned the descendants of the great fairies being born as slaves, she couldn't help but recall her own bloodline. Meanwhile, Sir Lantis, under the rubble, begs the brute to save him. Reifin sneers, asking why he'd bother saving a creep like him. The pervert knight swears on his sword to repent, claiming he'll spend his life doing good. His face looks dead serious, but Reifin isn't buying it. He spits that he hates the Sayer Holy Order, where scumbags do all kinds of sin then wipe it clean at the temple. Brute says if this creep really wants to repent, then he better turn himself in instead of running to the Sayer temple to wash away his filth. Lantis vows to turn himself in, saying he won't dirty the Reifin's hands any further. The dude fires back that his hands are already stained with dirty blood. Still, he chooses to believe this creep for now. Then he says that if the pervert knight really wants to repent, he should accept that he deserves death and pay for his sins. Ceres and Father Seelan are left shocked as Iron Fist smashes the rubble. He warns the knight not to throw around the word repent like some cheap prayer. Afterward, he checks on Ceres, and Pretty Boy says her wounds are healed. Reefin shrugs off, calling him the best first aid kit around. It sends a chill down the brute's spine just hearing Ceres call his name, even if her tone is ice cold, while she just mutters he's downright weird. Then the priest spots Romad and his clowns sneaking off. Reifin dares them to run so he can give them a nice little experience. The brute demands to know who sent these clowns after Ceres, casually pulling out his club just in case. The goons start sweating bullets, realizing mercy isn't his strong suit. Fast forward a few smacks later, and the chumps are beaten up badly. They finally revealed that it was Tarek, the slimeball union boss of the Rolliphane Trade Union. He is holed up on the southern outskirts of Zeppelin past the castle gate. Rife's jaw tightens. He remembers that bastard, the one who tormented Ceres for 10 years in his last life. Back then, he went to kill him first, only to find the rat already rotting in his bed. Romad nervously pipes up, asking if the brute really plans to go after Tarek. He warns that he might not make it back. That scumbag reveals to the muscle freak that this bulldozer runs the second biggest trade union in the Chitan Principality. So picking a fight makes Reifin the enemy of the whole region. The dude says that he knows exactly what kind of scumbag he's dealing with. On the way out, he spares the clowns, telling them to huddle together so they don't freeze. One idiot starts touching Romad's warm chest for comfort, which ticks him off. Back at the mansion, Grumpy Lord demands to know when the elf is returning, cursing Romad for being late. He admits he bought those elves with Lantis's pay. Just then, they hear noise outside, assuming it's the usual rabble. Instead, Rife's already out there wrecking Tarek's men, while Pretty Face is patching them up. He struggles not to kill them all, even asking if Silan's healing spell is the one that can mend broken hearts or erase memories. The priest sighs, explaining that even physical pain can scar a memory. The priest asks what Riffin would have done with the witnesses if he hadn't shown up. Brute coolly says he'd have just left with that jerk's head. Pretty Face sighs in relief that he can erase their memories. He admits he's kinda hyped to watch that clown get smashed to death too. Out of nowhere, Talcata steps in to block the intruders. The hardhead tells him the man he's guarding isn't worth protecting, so why wield a sword for him? Talcata answers that a warrior's duty is to follow through. If he bends now, he's no warrior at all. Reifin adds that the man inside isn't even his real master. The orc insists duty is duty, even if forced. The brute knows orcs are upright and stubborn like that. Ceres and Silan are stunned to hear him speak fluent orc language. The Slayer steps up, saying she'll handle Talcata this time with a new weapon. The orc scoffs that a weak elf has gotten stronger. Meanwhile, Brute asks Silan to watch his back if things get messy. Pretty Face smirks that it's what he does best. Talcata demands if this strong human plans to ignore him and go after Tarek. Reefin replies his opponent is the elf girl. It'd be disrespectful to her to focus on him. The orc agrees, and he knows that's just how their kind thinks. The brute then steps inside, catching the stench of drugs. What he sees freezes him. Tarek and Beret half naked in their filth. After all the dirt he's witnessed in life, this one makes his blood boil. This time he can't let it slide. The aphrodisiac thickens in the air as the bulky thug. Tarek demands to know who this intruder is and why no one outside raised the alarm. Rifen catches sight of the elf, bloodied and unconscious, and rage boils in his chest. In panic, Tarek shouts for Talcata and rambles about whether the intruder wants money or markets. He is convinced it must be the Tauban trade union's doing. He swears by the Rolafane trade union to pay double whatever Tauban offered, even promising no revenge if a contract is signed. The thought of Siri suffering under this slime for 10 years only fuels Rifen's disgust. Before the bulky thug can finish, this hardhead snaps and drives his fist deep into the thug's gut. When pressed, the dude spits that filth like Tarek dared to touch Siri's. The thug breaks down, wailing he knows nothing of her, but the lad shows no mercy. He shatters the hands that defiled her and the legs that struck her, unable even to voice the rest. Barrett watches in horror, thinking it unjust. Brute insists this is what the dead at Tarek's hands must have felt. When Barrett accuses him of murder, Rifen fires back, mocking him for being a murderer. The man swears he lives guilt-free, but this king of fists doesn't believe it. Outside, Ceres and Scylla witness the scene. The Slayer whispers it's too cruel, yet the hero growls that such men deserve worse. The priest agrees, hardened by his own days as an adventurer. Pretty Boy then reports Slayer already dealt with Talcata. Though he couldn't act in time, Ceres credits Scylla for saving her with his healing. Through his senses, Rifen realizes Talcata isn't dead. His breath still lingers, faint. Beret then blurts out that Ceres is the Slayer returned. The Slayer elf asks him if he killed that elf child. Sir Wines-a-Lot stammers, demanding what she'll do if he did. She draws her blade, coldly declaring that even a cheap life might serve to appease the child's soul, so she'll do at least that much. Barrett recoils in horror, unable to believe he's dying over an elf slave. As she cuts him down, his final cry for help is to the children he murdered. Just before his hand can reach, Ceres ends him, vowing she won't let that scum touch her with filthy hands. Later by the bonfire, the group gathers as Talcata reports there are 7 female elves and 9 male orcs here. Ceres thanks him, but he bows instead, declaring her master as his own. Father Scylla points out the uneven gender ratio. The Slayer elf adds that male elves and female orcs aren't wanted much. A couple mention Eldia, sparking her memory of Rifen questioning the fate of slaves mid-battle, making her wonder if she's misjudged him. Suddenly, Muscle Freak returns and produces a slave contract sealed by Ralafane's union leader. It's an important document that took effort to find. When asked, the hero explains he found the safe by smashing through the office wall. He earns Father Scylla's scolding for being barbaric. The weirdo is stunned. No one's called him that in 50 years. Now he worries he's turning into a simpleton. Pretty Boy asks why he brought the slave contract, and Muscle Freak says they need it. Addressing everyone, he declares they're free to choose. No one has to live as a slave anymore. Whispers spread. The word freedom confuses them, as taking orders from a new master feels hard. It's sad. They don't even know what freedom means. The priest asks if Rifen intends to run a slave trade. The brute reveals that he has no intention of selling them. Scylla then wonders if he plans to give up adventuring and settle down instead. Now the lad stamps the Rolafane seal on the contract, freeing them from Tarek's slavery. He knows it's just a procedure to secure them a safe place, as releasing those with no home or strength left is nothing but his own self-satisfaction. Since throwing them into the world unprepared would only expose them to danger, Muscle Freak decides they need education first. Later, at Tauban's place, Sivolt is horrified to hear Rifen brought in Union leader Tarek's slaves. He demands to know how they were purchased. Hardhead only says he'll find out soon. For now, he wants Sivolt to hide them in secret. He hints that tomorrow morning Sivolt alone will uncover the truth. If the secret leaks, he'll be the only suspect. Used to such threats, Sivolt hears him out. Thus, the hero hands him 100 gold coins, enough to cover their care. Jaw dropped, the Tauban leader assumes this lunatic robbed Rolafane Manor. Still, he accepts and mentions he has a place on the edge of Zeppelin where no one will find them. Our guy insists no one touches or treats them like slaves, aside from him. Sivolt agrees, joking that owners can be possessive, though the payment feels excessive. Then, Redhead clarifies the money is also for education, teaching language, numbers, accounting, history, philosophy, even medicine and healing if possible. Sivolt finds it strange, certain Tarek had already educated them. The brute makes clear this is about real learning, not training. The idea stuns Sivolt, that Reifenharth wants to educate slaves with real lessons. He asks why go to such absurd lengths. Hardhead counters that the better skilled a slave, the more convenient for the master. The trader scoffs, insisting slaves can't learn like that. But the hero says that it's his money, so it's worth the gamble. If it works, the slaves gain more value, which benefits him too. Sivolt admits it's difficult. No scholar would ever agree to teach slaves. The dude nods, already knowing how arrogant scholars are, and suggests hiring broke students instead. This trader argues that a student can't teach what he hasn't mastered. But our guy explains he only wants basic knowledge, language, numbers, simple training, which makes it cheaper. Sivolt finally agrees, though he warns it'll be pointless, like trying to teach cats or dogs. Rifen recalls that in his past life, a few had proposed the same idea, educating slaves. It wasn't outlandish to him, but the upper class mocked it as if teaching a dog to paint. The The upper class believed otherworldly races were inferior to humans. That arrogance kept slaves uneducated to prevent them from resisting. Hardhead now plans to use that same prejudice for his own advantage. Once the slaves start learning, Sivolt will be shocked at their progress and may even begin teaching his own. After all, skilled slaves are more useful to their masters. If this spreads, it could change the whole continent, something Rifen failed to do in his past life. The shift in mindset begins here. Later, back home, the dimwit realizes he gave all his money to the trader and forgot about travel fees. He asks Pretty Boy if he has some spare coins. The Slayer talks about returning her outfit for a refund, and the weirdo panics, begging her not to. She bursts out laughing, and it's the first time she's laughed since becoming a slave, though Rifen doesn't notice. By the next morning, Zeppelin is in an uproar. Trade union leader Tarek of Rollophane and Karen's successor Beret are found dead. No one knows the culprit, and with testimonies all mixed up, the case is left unsolvable. 2 weeks later, Father Sillin prays purification light over the cursed. Ceres cuts down undead demons. Rifen thinks they work well together. Maybe Sillin's matching Ceres's pace, or maybe he's trained like this since childhood. He wonders how young this kiddo was when he first stepped on a battlefield. Pretty Boy's turned out far stronger than expected, with the potential to surpass even his arch-nemesis, Saintess Ellen, if he keeps growing. Though he wonders why Sillin wasn't famous in his past life, or he died young. Exhausted, the priest asks if these ruins are Eleusion, noting the monsters here are tougher than in Palton, though easier than expected since they took the back route. 2 weeks after leaving Chatan, they reach the Graham Kingdom, near the Settlard Mountains, where the forgotten ruins of Eleusion lie. This is where our guy hopes to regain his magic. At the entrance, Pretty Boy says the door is sealed by magic and no force can open it, reminding the dumbhead he should have hired a mage. But Rifen tells him to wait, as he'll handle it himself. Sillin is stunned to learn the weirdo was once a mage. The thought of a martial mage, someone skilled in combat, aura, and magic, blows his mind. The kiddo yells it's unfair since he's worked so hard yet gained little. Then he notices Hardhead gathering far too much mana for a mere 3-circle spell. After 30 minutes of focus, the brute cracks the seal and opens the gate. Pretty Boy, still fuming, warns the weirdo never to tell anyone he's a mage. In his past life, Rifen was the world's first 10-circle mage. So, he came here seeking Eleusion's voice to restore his lost magic. But the ruins are empty. Outside, the dude sulks while Pretty Boy tells him he can't always be first. He doesn't own every ruin. Still, it's strange. Eleusion wasn't discovered until 17 years later in his past life, so the future is shifting. To lighten the mood, Sillin shows off a find of his own, Nihilin, a magical arrow that fires pure mana. The more one focus, the more shots one can unleash. At first it looks like a plain stick, but it's actually a branch from the Tree of Life, Elfenheim. The Slayer elf tests it, firing a shot that shatters a tree in seconds. Even disguised as a stick, it's truly a bow. When asked, she simply calls it a great weapon. Rifen wonders how Pretty Boy knew it was special, recalling it as Ceres's main weapon in his past life. Sillin says he'd only heard rumors, adding there are plenty more ruins across the continent, so the weirdo shouldn't be so down. Rifen knows nothing can replace Eleusion's voice, the only artifact that could restore his powers. When they reach Yahello village, Pretty Boy is excited to finally eat food made by someone else. Later, at the feast, the chef beams as happy customers praise her cooking. She mentions how, a week ago, some noble knights mocked her dishes like food critics. She overheard them talking about exploring ruins. The young lad perks up, eager to learn more. The woman explains that a viscount named Kelberin came with an exploration team a week ago, but most of them seemed to outrank him. Among them was even a knight clad in gold, shining from head to toe, though she says he was actually quite kind. Hearing about the golden armor and sword, Rifen instantly realizes it can only be the Golden Knight of the Graham Kingdom's Count Tennis family. A man praises Eustace for wiping out the monsters in the ruins. He says that it is just what he would expect from the Golden Knight of Graham. Viscount Kelberin feels honored to witness his skill. Eustace Tennis, Knight Commander of the Tennis family, reminds him that a third of the treasures will go to Kelberin as promised. That evening, Kelberin proudly says the real prize is fighting beside Eustace Tennis. He couldn't care less about the relics, even if Eustace keeps them all. The fancy lord figures he's rich enough, and sees more value in winning Sir Eustace's friendship. Stoneface then asks what Kelberin did with the adamante and orichalcum, and Kelberin laughs. He says that he told the land puppies he'd forged some weapons. Stoneface Blondie, impressed by the Kelberin family's mining fame, guesses they have plenty of skilled dwarves while sipping his wine. Flattered, the Viscount introduces his daughters to the Golden Knight. Even knowing Eustace is married, Alpha Eustace politely declines. When the Viscount casually mentions a younger sibling, Stoneface crushes his glass and glares. He growls that he has none, leaving the room silent as the Viscount stammers an apology. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupts outside as a man bursts in. The Viscount demands a report. The messenger shouts that a demon has emerged from one of the relics, and it's Sephiatan. Outside, the eerie beast tears through soldiers and bystanders alike. Eustace stays cool, musing if a summoning artifact was mixed in. Then he curses a certain someone as a stupid jerk. A seasoned warrior rallies the troops, ordering civilians evacuated, mages to the rear, and knights to raise shields. Mages blast Sephiatan with ice, locking it in the will of ice as the warrior orders its legs bound and the men to hold until the commander arrives. Then he freezes, as Russ is already charging the demon, shouting that no foe stands before Tennis's sword. The cocky brat slashes its face, but Sephiatin hurls him aside and smashes the guy who calls him an idiot. Russ hits the ground with a bleeding head, whispering brother, just as Sir Eustace steps in, telling Sir Lot to forget the fools and maintain the net. Eustace shoots Russ a cold glare and asks who he thinks his brother is. He warns that the great knights of Tennis aren't born of stray dogs, words that cut Russ deep. The Golden Knight then turns to Sephiatin, a demon no non-aura user could face, and calls Eldrad to awaken. Golden light floods his armor until he gleams head to toe, ready to challenge the otherworldly beast. Meanwhile, Father Silon tells Iron Fist Ryfin about Graham's famed Golden Knight, Sir Eustace. He is shocked when the mountain-raised blockhead admits he's never heard the name. Pretty Boy says Eustace is one of the continent's strongest magic swordsmen, rivaling any aura user. Even Ciri has heard of him. Then, Ryfin casually asks if Cirrus likes her new pajamas, and she nods. Silon argues that if Eustace's strength comes from a magic tool, comparing him to an aura user is tricky. Ryfin calls the magic armor Eldrad the strongest of their era, though mastering it is another matter. True Gold Eldril, far rarer than True Silver Mithril, forged the magic armor Eldrad and magic sword Eldrin. The top relics of the Silver Age passed down through the Tennis family for generations. The magic swordsman who wields Eldrad and Eldrin is known as the Golden Knight. With a simple command, Eldrad unleashes immense power, rivaling an aura user, but only in skilled hands. On the field, the Golden Knight calls to become a feather riding the wind. Then Eustace, clad in full armor, charges at the demon and awakens Eldrin. His 8th circle spell, Material Destruction, plunges everything into chaos. Ryfin reflects that Tennis County mastered the art of drawing out Eldrad's true power, yet having a great tool doesn't always guarantee absolute strength. Silon notices Ryfin holds magic swordsmen in high regard, though aura users usually dismiss them since Tennis County's magic armor skills outshine most sword techniques. On the field, the Golden Knight praises his blade to pierce the eye of the god of death, with leopard's cry and dragon senses flowing through it. Silon's heard the Tennies lost their old sword arts and turned to relics, which their family sees as an advantage. Pretty Boy reasons that training hard can't guarantee aura. A Golden Knight is born each generation. Eustace strikes Sephiatin with Heatwave. Silon knows having an aura-class fighter every generation is a priceless edge. Even against a magic swordsman with Eldrad, it's tough. The Golden Knight calls up Cold Snow's fog and drives his blade through Sephiatin, ordering it to vanish. With a final slash, the Golden Commander drops the demon as soldiers cheer his victory. Meanwhile, Ryfin lies in bed, wondering if that man can keep winning. The tough guy talks about retrieving the artifact, and Silon eyes him, asking if he's really thinking of challenging the Count of Tennis. When Ryfin admits he wants to take it, Father Silon reminds him that in Shatan's principality, they worked together because he was right. But this time Count Tennis explored the ruins himself and rightfully owns the artifact. The words snap Ryfin back, making him realize that taking it would simply be theft. The man rises, wrestling with how to sway Silon without spilling his past life. As a comrade, he tells Pretty Face there's something he must confess, reminding her he once mentioned the gym Unbreakable. He recalls that Headhead was a disciple of the Fist King Gerard. Ryfin explains there are tough trials in their school's teachings. The big guy adds that his master hid the artifact in the ruins, daring any disciple to claim it. While Cirrus sleeps like a baby, the two keeps talking. He admits it's tradition to toughen disciples since their clan can be pretty crude. Skinny Doll listens as Ryfin explains that Master Gerard once explored the Aleutian ruins, but never touched the Silver Age artifacts inside. Hardhead adds that the artifacts found back then were meant as rewards for the disciples. He wouldn't have recognized Nihilin unless he'd heard about it beforehand. Silon nods, saying that makes sense, since no one could know those details if the ruins were truly untouched. Ponyboy completely buys the story. Deep down, Ryfin feels a little guilty for bending the truth, but it's not a total lie. He'd never dream of stealing someone else's belongings, no matter how precious those Silver Age relics might be. Ryfin wipes sweat, trying to keep a straight face, knowing he has to retrieve the artifact no matter what. Near the manor, Sir Lot praises Sir Eustace for wiping out the demon Sephiatin, who never stood a chance against the Golden Knight. Stoneface Blondie tells everyone to wrap up and leaves the rest to Sir Lot. Before heading off, Eustace warns that a swordsman who knows only a downward slash isn't worthy of Tennis. Russ, still on his knees, quietly insists he's a swordsman of Tennis no matter what Eustace says. The next morning, Russ trains hard on the practice grounds when two soldiers stride up. He demands to know why he pulled that stunt yesterday. Russ calmly says he meant to take down the demon. One asks if someone ordered him or if he's just bad at following the command to wait for the captain. Russ shoots them a sharp look and reminds them he's a swordsman of Tennis. Then he challenges them to a duel if they've got a problem. The pair sneer, call him a filthy mongrel, and walk off. Russ returns to his drills, blade slicing the air in a flawless downward arc. His timing is so precise the motion between start and finish seems to vanish. Any master would praise that single strike, yet beyond the downward slash and its breathing technique, the rest of his sword work is rough beyond compare. The House of Tennis lost its true swordsmanship long ago, though as a noble line of knights they once had their own techniques. Russ, however, never learned them. A flashback hits as he recalls his father teaching only the basics before the vassals blocked him, though bastards weren't meant for proper training. In the end, his father entrusted him with just one thing, a fragment of the great sword path their family once held, the true road to awakening aura. Believing little Russ might revive that great power, his father pinned hopes on him. Russ refuses to let them fade. The Tennis blade that once drew immense strength now survives only as the downward slashing sword path, trash to everyone else, but his alone. Golden Knight Sir Eustace watches Russ train, certain the kid won't get far with just a single downward slash. The rest of the sword path is long gone. Still, seeing Russ sweat it out, he has to admit the rascal's a natural. That night, Riffenhearth grumbles about sneaking around like this even after being reborn, mask on and fence hopping. Near the Viscount's castle, he figures Kelberon's booming mining trade paid for the Grand Fortress. It's built by skilled dwarves. After flooring the entrance guards, Sneaky Fist slips inside. One soldier mutters that with Graham already boasting the Golden Knight, then who would dare invade? His buddy notes the capital's knights shine just as bright. The first insists their lord is a different class altogether. A faint noise pricks his ears, but he shrugs it off as imagination. Meanwhile, Tough Guy hugs the wall, thinking real thieves don't cling to ceilings for nothing. On this path, he figures thievery isn't such a big deal. Maybe he's got a knack for it. The lad figures those guys in flashy gear must be tennis knights, so taking them down quietly won't be easy. One guard spots him, but Rifen knows submission holds work best for silent knockouts. After tying them up, he senses a motion barrier and a heat detection spell. It's annoying since he can't disable it. A magical barrier needs a core, and he soon notices a rune-marked rock. He smashes it to bits and slips into the warehouse full of secret treasures like a sealing jar, an infinity bag, even a heavenly harp. He skips most of it, grumbling at whoever sorted the mess, until a Helton blade catches his eye. It's actually a Talid sword, completely different despite the look. Then he spots what he came for, the Aleutian's voice. As he steps forward, a simple thread trap snaps, and he freezes, thinking he's done for. This blockhead nearly jumps out of his skin after tripping on a simple string trap. Viscount Kelberon panics, his wife worried as alarms scream across the castle. They hear the intruder is in the southern tower. Rifen curses himself for slipping past every deadly obstacle only to get caught by something so dumb. He thinks he should leave thieving to actual thieves. Bolting at full speed, he hurries through soldiers, careful not to hit hard enough to kill, but he is still struggling to hold back. Outside, knights and mages join forces, blasting fire as they're ordered to bring him down. The sneaky weirdo grabs a nearby guard mid-run, muttering a quick apology before making him his next shield. The guy uses a soldier as a shield to block a fireball from the mages. The poor man gets roasted on the spot while the squad yells that he's an evil bastard. The dude shrugs it off, noting the soldier's armor was blessed anyway. Then a knight fires arrows, which he blocks, only to realize the heated metal melts and chains him up. He figures they are trying to restrain him more than kill him, and admits they are not bad. Someone calls for Surgahar to advance and Jode to cast Flame Arc. Rifen knows he is in trouble if regular knights are tossing out that kind of magic. Out of nowhere, Russ flings his shield aside and charges straight in, aiming to give this sneaky jerk a taste of Tennis's sword. Sir Lot shouts for him to hold back, but Rifen has no idea who this guy even is. Lot orders Russ to stay in formation, but Russ ignores everything, barreling through his own comrades to reach the intruder. The rugged guy watches him closely. His breathing, footing, and swing all look ordinary, yet something about that strike makes no sense at all. Russ's single swing shatters Rife's chains, but before he can fully react, the sneaky fist drives a punch into his gut, sending him flying. The lad notes that even with such a powerful swing, the intruder couldn't dodge, proving he's not completely well-rounded. Suddenly, the Golden Knight of Graham arrives, striking at Rife, who blocks the attack with ease. The gold piece realizes this invader's skills are far beyond those of a common trespasser. When Iron Fist claims he has his reasons, Eustace tells him those can wait. True to Jim Unbreakable's motto to strike first, Rifen charges at the Golden Knight. The two clash fiercely, dodging and countering each other's opening strikes. As they circle and retreat, the soldiers watch in stunned silence, unsure what they are even witnessing. The blockhead realizes he made a suicidal move. The Golden Knight admits his strategy isn't working either. Energy surges around Blondie as Howling Shadow grows stronger. He declares he will become the Shadow of the Abyss and roar. Blondie is stunned as Rifen deflects Howling Shadow, showcasing his mastery of magic. The big guy admits he knows most spells, and Rifen dodges Eustace's strikes with ease. A powerful attack shakes even his armor. With windy arrows and flames, he calls Eldrin to strike with full force. When a massive fire blast heads his way, the blockhead realizes he might actually die at this rate. There's a huge blast, and as the smoke clears, Riffenhearth is surprised to see material destruction. The Golden Boy can sling high-level magic too. Eustace is just as shocked that this next-level criminal blocked it without a scratch. He can't believe anyone could take that hit and stay fine. He never even saw the guy move to dodge. For someone with vision that goes beyond human limits, Golden Boy starts wondering if this criminal is actually an aura user. Next comes a mist of acid, but Rifen casually shreds it with a gust of wind. Then the masked man rushes to Eustace and drives a brutal punch into his gut before he can react. He confirms that Eustace's suspicion that this invader is definitely an aura user. Rifen hammers away with multiple punches, but Golden Knight blocks each strike with his sword. Realizing he misjudged the man's skill, adjusts. Now that he knows he's facing an aura user, it's a different fight. He shouts that the Sword of Tennis loses nothing in power against the aura. Still, this muscle freak grits his teeth, knowing that aura users are tough enough. but magic can be just as irritating. The commotion draws everyone's attention as Yusuf says it makes sense that someone skilled enough to be an aura user would pull off such a bold crime. The tough guy is stunned that the Golden Knight figured out he's an aura user. He hasn't used the golden aura of the gym Unbreakable because it's way too flashy. He sure isn't about to start just because Blondie noticed. Golden Boy finds it odd that someone with aura level strength isn't showing it at all. He figures this sneaky guy must have awakened his aura only recently, so he's no real match. With that, he calls on Eldrad for permission to destroy everything. Rifen can tell this is about to get dangerous. As the light of Eldril gathers to overwhelm him, he spots a golden glow and silently thanks the gods that Yusuf is the Golden Knight. When the strike comes, the big guy braces and shields with a spiral guard, taking the full impact. A sudden golden flash erupts into an explosion. When the smoke clears, Sir Eustace is stunned that the invader blocked the light of Eldril too. Rocky's spiral guard came a bit late, leaving him slightly hurt. The guy leaps off the rooftop, vanishing into thin air. Eustace goes after him, but Sir Lot calls up, asking what he's doing. The commander orders Lot to inspect the relic chamber for anything stolen, and to form a search party, stating that this intruder cannot escape. When Lot asks if the target's dead, the Golden Knight scoffs that nothing like that could kill him. Elsewhere, Cirrus jolts Cylon awake with a bad feeling about Rifen. Meanwhile, the tough guy sinks into dark water. By morning, Cirrus is sprinting across rooftops, dragging Cylon as townsfolk shout that a thief is on the run. Cylon grumbles that being dragged like this is pretty emasculating. A bystander tips a knight to their path. Soon every knight's eye is on Cirrus as cries ring out that the girl has nowhere left to run. Just then, the Slayer uses Nihilin to fling the clowns away. Golden Knight hears the commotion and asks Sir Lot what's happening. Lot explains they're no ordinary criminals, so Eustace draws his sword, ready to handle it himself. Meanwhile, Ceres calls Cylon, who's ready to be carried by the Slayer. He jokes about when Rifen will teach him muscle training. In a flash, she dodges Eustace's Blade of the Wind and instantly recognizes the Golden Knight of Grame. He's shocked that he gave a rare sword to an elf. Not to mention, a high-ranking priest is with them, showing Sir Eustace these aren't ordinary thieves. Cylon can't believe that idiot got caught. Suddenly, the Golden Knight swoops in, tossing Cirrus away as things start to get intense. With Cirrus squaring off against the fierce Golden Knight, a matchup she never saw coming. Rifen wakes up feeling completely wrecked somewhere unknown. The young lad knows it was a dumb move to fight someone in the world's strongest armor while wearing a shackle. Wrapped in bandages, he's at least glad to have snagged Aleutian's voice. Now he's wondering where he even is. Old dwarf, Hethos, shows up, asking if he's okay and if he can eat. Though getting up will be tough. Rifen says he's fine, so Hethos sends Miss Tilla for some barley porridge. Soon, Tilla de Steelhammer looks like a kid but is actually a full-grown dwarf warrior. She sets the bowl in front of him. This muscle freak finds it strange how friendly these dwarves are with a human, something that usually never happens. His doubts are clear when the elder steps in, revealed as Alpoth priest Gelfide Adelphistone. He is glad to see their so-called savior awake. Gelfide explains that 6 years ago, their great priest received a message from Alpoth. A man with a steel body and brilliant mind would appear through the dark path. He will carry the tears of the northern wind, destined to change fate itself, which, in plain dwarf talk, meant a big muscle man with brains would come floating out of an icy cave. So they'd better save him and treat him like the chosen one. The priest even spread the prophecy across the continent. Since then, Gelfide has waited every winter for this figure to appear. Rocky can only laugh nervously, realizing Alpoth totally went back on his word. Alpoth, the dwarves' god, sometimes drops divine messages. 6 years ago, right when Rifen regressed, he sent one out. Apparently this divine dude is fast with delivery. Rifen can't believe Alpoth's got his back again, even after his first screw-up. He's grateful for God's trust, vowing to do better this time. When asked, Gelfide insists Alpoth never makes mistakes, so everything they've done is for their savior. Miss Tilla then notices how fast Rifen's healing, and the tough guy credits the little one. She blushes, saying she only made barley porridge. He grins, sure that a good meal speeds recovery. The little cutie then asks if she should tell Priest Gelfide, who's got something to discuss with him. Rifen insists on finding Gelfide himself. Tilla won't have it and ends up acting as his crutch, which weirds him out to see this little Twinkie leading the way. The Steelhammer tribe are mountain dwarves enslaved under the Kelberin Viscounty, yet they still keep their traditions and faith. Unlike orcs or elves, dwarves are enslaved only for technical work humans can't master. It's like hearing Mother Earth's whispers to locate mineral veins. They're sold in family groups, so they stay effective and keep their culture alive, priests included. That's how they've helped build empires, the only kind who truly understand how societies run. Tilla says there are 60 of them in total, all owned by Viscount Kelberin, with most of the men trapped in the Settlard mountain mines. To prevent uprisings, humans hold their families hostage, news that makes Rifen quietly apologize for asking. Afterwards, Gelfide greets their savior, but Rifenhearth thanks them for helping him recover and tells the old bones to just call him Rifen. The priest admits he doesn't really get why Ryfin is the chosen one, only that the tough guy clearly doesn't see dwarves as slaves. He's always treated them as equals, sure, but changing the fate of an entire species is another matter. Gelfide still has no clue why Alpoth picked a human, yet they cling to the Oracle's promise. They believe, even if nobody knows how this man is supposed to save them. For now, Ryfin figures all he can do is cooperate. The old dwarf studies him like someone who already knows he's their destined savior. Brushing it off, the big guy asks what Gelfide wanted to discuss. The priest says the great priest, Alpoth's high priest, Michelin, wishes to see him who is the pillar of all dwarves. Riffenhearth can't hide a smile, knowing Michelin was already a high priest 30 years ago. Gelfide worries that Hardhead might think this is all nonsense, since humans can't hear the sound of truth. He's relieved the Man of Steel stays chill and understanding. In his past life, the Antares Empire fell. He fears it could happen again, so meeting the wise Michelin might spark a better plan. Gelfide explains Michelin is at the Grand Forge, Alpoth's great temple, a place only a few dwarves know. They'll need a guide, and Miss Tilla, the tribe's last with warrior blood, is ready to lead him. Gelfide can't help noticing how much this strange guy already seems to know. He even hears Ryfin's thoughts, catching hints that the Man of Steel knew about their high priest and the Grand Forge. The old dwarf sighs that most humans avoid talking to dwarves who hear the sound of truth. When Ryfin admits to knowing that too, Gelfide's curiosity peaks to ask how much he knows so far. This hardhead just apologizes, saying it's too soon to share more. Suddenly Hethos bursts in, panicking, asking if Ryfin's got companions, a young boy and an elf. He reports they've been thrown into Viscount Kelberon's castle. Back at the fortress, Golden Boy is raging, ordering everyone to hunt down the thief at any cost. Eustace tells the men to forget their honor and use any torture needed to make them talk. The Golden Knight is stunned to see a mere elf wielding an advanced magic sword fit only for a knight captain or higher. Not only that, there's even a Philinance priest packing enough divine power to rival an archbishop. Fired up to uncover everything about them, he orders a pair of weirdos to handle the torture. Barras and Lento can't tell if they're supposed to hurt or kill the captives. The orders stand, so they grit their teeth and follow through. Barras volunteers first for the torture session, and Lento doesn't mind. 30 minutes later, both are sitting through Father Salon's lecture, listening closely as he explains that Ryfin's martial clan is a bit intense. He drops the big name of Jim Unbreakable, the indomitable martial king Gerard's clan. He goes over their brutal training regimen. The two dimwits can't get a word in. Salon points out that all this is just for training, something humans could never handle. Prettyface frowns, insisting these warriors didn't endure such harsh training. He grumbles that the last exam was ridiculous, that they were supposed to retrieve a relic, but the Tennis household already had it. Seelan explains how harsh failure is in the clan. The skinny wimp spills that Ryfin decided to steal the relic anyway, since it belonged to Jim Unbreakable. He notes Marshal King never expected the Tennis household to find the relic, that their innocence is clear, given how little is known about the ancient ruins. He adds that he acted only after our boy's story made sense. Barras is baffled watching their captive chatter away even without torture. Eventually, the priest's throat dries up. He eagerly jumps for water as Seelan hands it to him. Barras just wonders if it's okay for the priest to reveal all this, questioning whether he's being loyal to his friend. The wimp insists none of it is worth hiding. Barras worries that if the world learns the Marshal King's successor committed theft, his reputation would suffer. Father Seelan points out that if he cared about his image, he wouldn't have risked the heist at all. Curious, the guy asks if they know where the relic is now. Seelan admits they've only been waiting at the inn. Barras freaks out, demanding a way to contact them. Dollface calmly says no aura user would fail at something as trivial as theft, which Barras grudgingly agrees with. Meanwhile, the weirdo wonders if all interrogations go like this. The others sense that something's off. Afterward, Miss Tilla praises the redhead for tracking the deer so quickly. Ryfin says it's nothing for an aura user, as the trick is to expand your senses and follow the trail, though any professional hunter would be jealous. He asks if they're still in Kelberon territory, where hunting is forbidden. Tilla couldn't care less about trivial matters. That hits Rife, realizing he can't let trivial laws hold him back if he wants to free the otherworldly species, even if it's technically illegal. One thing's clear, he needs to recover fast. One bite of meat, and Tilla notices his muscles glowing with a golden aura, wondering if he's healing. Ryfin tests his energy with a side punch in the air, freaking her out. He declares he's now at 100%. Graham's Golden Knight, Eustace Tennis, watches from the window, certain it's no coincidence the rugged guy chose that particular relic over all others. A memory from a month ago flashes back. A man had approached Sir Eustace, showing the symbol of the Sage of Silver and expecting him to recognize it if he was truly Count Tennis's heir. That day, Eustace was officially named successor. His father revealed a family secret, an ancient order called the Sage of Silver. These sages wield power so immense that they could topple nations. Their wisdom and knowledge far surpass those of modern civilization. They move in shadows and appear only when humanity is in real danger. Even a king ranks only mid-level among them. Eustace bowed as the Sage of Silver handed him a scroll. He entrusted the exploration of the Eleusinian ruins to the Tennis household. The sage claimed all the relics there but asked for only one thing, and that's Eleusinian's voice. If Eustace fails to retrieve it, the fate of the Tennis family is at stake, and that thought weighs heavily on him now. Barras and Lento step in to report they've finished questioning the two prisoners. Their story checks out, but something about it feels off, which grabs Eustace's attention. At the gate, a soldier spots Drain trembling as he recalls the chaos from yesterday. None of them ever expected to wake up to a scene like that. As ordinary soldiers, they know they stand no chance against someone who can crush armor with his bare hands. Drain silently prays they never meet him again. They figure the relic was stolen, but since Sir Eustace captured the thief's companions, the thief might show up to save them. With a weary sigh, Drain hopes that if the man returns, he will knock them out quickly like before. Just then, his buddy notices something eerie approaching. It's the fist guy, softly saying Calamity Horn. Meanwhile, Eustace hears that the thief belongs to a group called Jim Unbreakable. He wonders why the Sage of Silver would want anything from them. Blondie doubts their story. But what really throws him off is seeing Sillin, a pilgrim and high-ranking priest with power rivaling a bishop in this. He's sure he can't clearly be a trained spy. To Blondie, it's easy to believe the boy's words, figuring these two are just minions who'll probably be abandoned anyway. Now the question is how to catch the thief. Using full force might work, but even then, they still might not recover Aleutian's voice. A sudden blast shakes the air, startling the Golden Knight. He instantly knows the thief has returned after hearing his friends are here. A sudden blast throws the castle into chaos as Barras rallies the Tennies Knights to show their true strength. He promises this fight won't be like last night, but the Man of Steel insists he's different now too. Sir Lot orders Barras and Lento to attack, only for Ryfin's single punch to send them flying. The tank calmly points out that shields are useless against aura strikes, and that these knights have zero experience facing an aura user. Out of nowhere, the mages bring out their so-called priest's protection, cursing the thief for attacking Barras and Lento. But this hardhead smacks these scums out of the way, with one stomp on the ground, causing the impact of sending them flying away. Mages unleash Ice Cold, Flame Arrow, and Lightning Storm. Ryfin drops them first with rapid-fire bullets. As they're sent flying, they curse him out. He believes that mages that are skilled should handle a little pain, though he figured at least one or two might. Next, he goes for the priests, who shout for him to fight like a proper aura user instead of using cowardly tactics. Ryfin can't believe these clowns are ganging up on one guy. Soldiers watch in fear as he strangles beasts and grabs Father Lauren, who begs for mercy. Knowing some priests get stronger when wounded, Ryfin knocks them out cleanly instead. His next target is Father Smard, while soldiers scramble to contain this thief. They are stunned by how much stronger the thief seems today. It's the raw power of a true aura user. Sir Lot spots their loose cannon, Russ, on the field and snaps, demanding what he's doing. He curses the fool for always charging into fights when told to stay put, yet now Russ is hanging back. Sir Lot, disgusted by this bastard, is ready to disown him when they get home. But Russ stands frozen, awestruck by the aura flowing like brilliant light, controlling and reinforcing power at will. For the first time, he can clearly read the thief's movements and energy, something no one ever taught him. He realizes the thief's breathing and flow belong only to someone who's mastered the very peak of martial arts. Mind blown, Russ realizes exactly how he should move in a fight like this, impressed by the thief's flawless technique while the Iron Fist keeps tearing through soldiers. Soon, Ryfin spots the main man, Commander Sir Eustace, with his Eldrad. The Golden Boy calls out what the dude has done to his knights. Ryfin just grins and teases the stone-faced blonde. He asks why he's pretending to arrive now when he's clearly been watching from behind the wall. That jab makes Eustace grit his teeth, wondering how this guy even knew. The lad, smirking, notes that the magic armor might give Eustace aura-level strength, but not the sensitivity. He figures Eustace wanted to test his power, but throwing his own men in as dummies is pretty cruel. It's not exactly the fair and just image befitting the Golden Knight, the rumors claim. While Eustace grits his teeth, the soldiers nervously deny that their commander would ever do such a thing. This hardhead points out that there's no other reason for this fancy knight to show up so late. He could have been here faster, even if he'd been in the shower. Eustace, clearly furious, claims he just overslept, but Ryfin isn't buying it. No one could snooze through a wall getting smashed. He even jokes that if the knight's some kind of sleeping beauty, that's the last straw. Eustace readies his Eldrad, vowing to make the thief pay for staining the Tenna's name. As he transforms into the Golden Knight, the junior King of Fist braces for a real fight. In a flash, Eustace leaps at the muscle freak, calling on the flow of purity to fuel his blade. Fired up, Ryfin wonders if that's the legendary Sword of Pure Mana, a perfect match for his aura. Eustace strikes hard, the clash of fists and steel echoing. Ryfin knows his body's strong but no match for an arcane blade, yet when Eustace's slash comes in, Ryfin's spiral guard flares to life and blocks it, turning the tide. In the prison, Cirrus and Father Sillin hear the chaos outside and wonder how long it's been going on. The Slayer girl guesses it's probably Ryfinhearth coming to rescue them. Sillin teases her for pretending not to care even though she clearly believes it, making her blush. As they eat, Cirrus drifts off, puzzled by why Ryfin is so kind to her. Sillin jokes that the guy must have a thing for elves. At first, Cirrus thought he was just someone into roleplay. The doll-faced girl agrees that he gives off that vibe, but when she remembers the way he looks at her, she knows his reasons aren't that simple. The Pilgrim Boy says that kind of talk, like he's special, different from others, is exactly what women in love say. That's only to marry and later curse their husbands, at least according to his orphanage nun. Ceres can't help but wonder what sort of nun teaches a kid something like that. Sillin suddenly snaps, cursing the fist guy for dragging them into this mess. He grumbles that Ryfin should have stolen more carefully. Still, the Slayer elf notices he doesn't actually resent the muscle freak. What really bothers Prettyface is that by agreeing to the job, he became an accomplice. He's guilty too for not stopping the muscle man. He knows they can't live by the law forever anyway. He'll be 20 next year, just 3 years younger than Rifen. Ceres is surprised at how mature he sounds. Then she nearly chokes when she realizes they're only 3 years apart. She always thought Scylla was at least 20 years younger. Pretty Boy jokes that might hurt his feelings enough to make him cry. Just then, Miss Tilla bursts into the cell, asking if they're Scylla and Ceres. She claims that she's working for Reifenhearth and they need to escape first. Scylla is stunned while Ceres confirms Tilla is a dwarf. Pretty Boy notes she looks human aside from her ears. Ceres laughs, calling him a naive kid, right after she'd called him mature. As they slip out, a soldier spots the thief's companions. Before things escalate, Ceres drops him with a sharp kick, fully in fight mode. Another soldier lunges from behind, but Tilla is ready. She blocks the strike and tosses the attackers aside like they weigh nothing. Our Slayer elf blinks at the dwarf's raw strength while Tilla just grins, bragging that dwarves are tough and hurrying them to move fast. On the other hand, Rifen stays locked in a fierce duel with the Golden Knight. He is confident that Tilla has already succeeded. Eustace catches the thief glancing toward the underground prison. He wonders if this whole battle is just a distraction. The Iron Fist smirks, saying there's no other reason for him to fight this hard unless it mattered. Power surges around him as he finally goes all in. The Golden Boy is rattled to realize this thief hadn't even been fighting at full strength until now. Eustace lunges, slashing with Eldorad to cut Rifen in half. The tough guy flips clear and counters with a heavy smack that forces the Golden Knight back. Determined to turn the tide, Eustace faces a relentless assault as our guy powers another fist and drives it into the ground, sending shockwaves while Eustace dodges again. When Eustace calls on Eldorad's cry, Rifen charges straight for a gut punch, only to feel nothing. Turns out the Golden Knight has leveled up, taking the fight seriously now. Suddenly 5 mirror images of Eustace surround Rifen, each radiating real presence. Rifen, who thought Eustace lacked skill against aura users, quickly realizes he was wrong. This isn't a simple illusion but a high-level mage technique. The Golden Boy is far stronger than he expected. All 5 clones launch material destruction, but Rifen spots the real one in a heartbeat and punches him into the air. Eustace freaks out. The old soul inside Rifen almost feels sorry for the guy not to realize a seasoned mage can read subtle mana patterns. Then the Golden Boy shouts that the Sword of Tennis never knows defeat. He attacks again, but Rifen's Spiral Guard smashes through his Ice Mage spell, shrugs off wind arrows, and blocks the Breath of Corrosion without a scratch. Our guy flexes with a grin. He keeps showing off his Spiral Guard as Eustace struggles to figure out how this bonehead can counter every element thrown at him. Most aura users can't pull off Spiral Guard, not because it's hard, but because it's ridiculously simple. They can coat their bodies in aura for defense, but circulating it at the same time would tear them apart. Only members of Gym Unbreakable have the physique to handle it. Rifen knows it burns through a massive amount of aura, but he's got it covered. Sir Eustace, fuming, demands to know who's backing Rifen. The Iron Fist casually steps aside to reveal his subordinate, which only makes Eustace feel mocked. Furious, he calls on Eldrad to awaken and unleash the light of Eldril. When he senses real danger, Rifen decides it's time for his strongest move. As the Golden Knight charges with blazing light, this Iron Fist meets him head-on with a quadruple layer Calamity Horn. The Golden Knight drives his blade forward. Iron Fist meets it head-on, their best moves colliding in a thunderous clash. Chaos erupts outside the Viscount's castle as the Golden Knight takes the brunt of the Calamity Horn. His armor cracks while he demands to know what kind of skill can tear through his guard like this. Rifen's layered aura fists create repeated, crushing explosions, each like a boulder hitting water, and the swirling force shreds Eustace's defenses. Realizing that Mr. Tough has only one blast left, Eustace refuses to lose. But the big guy's final punch smashes through everything and slams him hard into the wall. As the smoke clears, Eldrin lies stuck in the ground while Sir Lot stares in shock to see the tennis sword has fallen. Eldrad's magic comes from the sword itself, so with Eldrin intact, the armor will eventually regenerate. Though it could take half a year, the thief picks up Eldrin, making Eustace think he's stealing it, but instead the Iron Fist hands it to Lot with an apology, explaining the stolen artifact was all that mattered. Lot is surprised he fought without greed, though Rifen secretly thinks Ceres would love Eldrin. He'd rather give her the Divine Light Sword Messiah. Just as he turns to leave, Russ suddenly declares the tennis sword still stands. Lot snaps, ready to disown him, while the muscle freak remembers this loudmouth. The brat insists he counts as a tennis sword and charges in. Rifen barely bothers. He knows the brat only swings down, but a burst of glowing blue energy forces him back, and he's shocked to feel a cut on his near-impenetrable body. In a flash, he realizes it's Blade Aura, as Russ proudly claims he's redeemed himself as the tennis sword. The Blade Aura's sky-blue glow sparks Rifen's memory of Sword Saint Cyrus, who once fought the Demon King. He blurts the name, Sword Saint Cyrus, shocking Russ, as his true knighted name is Cyrus von Tennis. He is long ignored for his lowly birth name, Russ, given by his mother. Rifen feels guilty for not recognizing it sooner. The Tennis household is known for the Golden Knight now. 30 years later, when the Sword Saint rises, they'll be promoted to Marquise, despite the old disgrace of a swordsman using magic gear. That's why Rifen didn't recognize the Golden Knight at first. In his past life, the man was long forgotten. The future Sword Saint blushes to hear the title name. The Man of Steel shrugs it off, claiming he mistook Russ for someone else. The brat now looks disappointed, showing all emotions. Mr. Tough remembers the Cyrus of legend as cold and distant, but people change. Russ cuts the talk short and charges with Blade Aura, only to take a gut punch that barely phases him. The guy's shocked but guesses he used Aura to absorb the hit and praises his skill. Impressive for someone who just awakened it. The soldiers sense the idiot is about to go wild and back off. Cyrus attacks again at lightning speed, his movements impossible for Ryfin to predict. The future King of Fist, Ryfinhearth, can't read a single move from Cyrus, as every strike comes from an angle no fighter would expect. Normally, combat follows patterns built over generations, like the Jim Unbreakable style Grandpa Gerard taught him, but this brat fights like a wild beast, no formal stance, no rhythm whatsoever. It should make him easy to counter, yet there's not a single opening. Ryfin recalls old rumors that the Sword Saint's genius appears only once in a century, and now he sees why. In a flashback, he remembers Cyrus boasting that he'd slain the 4 heavenly kings, even the great orc warrior Tathid. The claim had stunned Ryfin back then, but watching Cyrus now, he finally believes it. Now reborn, Mr. Fist finds his old foe, Tathid's nemesis, who's standing right in front of him. Fired up, he smashes through Russ's blade aura with a single punch, leaving the kid stunned. Even so, Russ lifts his sword and declares he is the Sword of Tennis. His downstrike, honed for years, carries the will to split the sky. The spirit of a man destined to be Ryfin's rival again. Determined to end that fate, Ryfin drives a brutal punch into his gut and quietly bids him farewell. But Cyrus refuses to fall. He is kneeling and barely breathing, yet he still calls himself the Sword of Tennis who never gives up. Ryfin feels the urge to finish him so he would stop a future threat before it starts. Yet a small voice warns him off, not because Cyrus is innocent, but because taking this chance might rob Tathid of his own long-awaited revenge. Realizing his true role is to give Tathid a worthy rival. So Ryfin spares Cyrus, hoping he'll grow stronger for their eventual duel. In his past life, Tathid's battles with the Sword Saint only made them both stronger. At this point, Ryfin knows killing Cyrus now could ruin it all, declaring Cyrus the man meant for Tathid to defeat. Thus he walks away. Cyrus, stunned and angry, erupts with aura, startling Sir Lot with a furious cry. Outside, Tilla greets Ryfin with relief. There, Father Silent jokes they've had quite the original adventure thanks to him. Pretty Boy admits he expected trouble on his pilgrimage, but not imprisonment. Then he scolds Ryfin for risking Cirrus, an elf girl, in such chaos. Ryfin panics, asking if anyone touched her, but Cirrus just says the knights were surprisingly gentlemanly. Ryfin shrugs when asked about the relic, saying his master just told him to bring it. No idea what it actually is. He keeps the lie simple so they can leave. Back at the ruined castle, Sir Varus quietly asks Abron if he really saw an aura user, and it's in the Tennis Knight Order finally. Word spreads fast. Eustace overhears talk of Russ awakening aura and envies. He wonders how could the bastard son of a skank gain the power the elders always wished for. His father was affectionate towards Russ, and those same elders who praised Eustace now secretly celebrate that the household finally has an aura user. An aura user in the family could skyrocket the Tennis household's status. Eustace boils, wondering what it means for him. He believes that Eldrin and he alone are the Sword of Tennis. On a cliff, Cyrus laughs, thrilled that awakening his aura has changed everything. He's sure it's only a matter of time before he catches up to the thief and becomes the true Sword of Tennis. Stone-faced Blondie appears out of nowhere, curious about this loser's good mood. He wishes to see his awakened aura. When Cyrus proudly shows his blade aura, Eustace calls it beautiful. This makes Russ happy to see his brother finally acknowledging him. But then, without warning, the Golden Knight coldly drives his sword into Cyrus's gut. The blonde guy counterattacks Russ. He isn't ready to accept him as another tennis sword. He pushes Russ with his sword, and suddenly Russ falls into the river. Life is unpredictable, as there are plenty of heroes where the ones betrayed fall into a river, survive, and come back later for revenge. The blonde guy's allies ask him about the situation, to which he informs them that Russ ambushed him to try and take the patriarch position, but he counterattacked in time. So Russ falls into the river with an injury to the abdomen. It should be hard for him to survive that one. Even after managing to survive, Russ won't be able to bring down Eldrad's power. His comrades are searching for Russ. Back there, Ciri is curious about how the hero knows Tilla. Our boy explains that the dwarves saved him from drowning in the river. There was an oracle by Apoth saying that he would be the one to save the dwarves. Tilla agrees that he is the savior of their kind sent by their gods, which is why she's helping him. This is shocking for the elf. The young saint is curious if dwarves believe in God, but to his surprise, they even have priests. Humans wouldn't think that a kind meant for slavery would worship a god. According to the young saint, dwarves believe in an evil god, since among the Sayer and the 12 gods, 2 gods, Eldia, the goddess of elves, and Apoth, god of dwarves, are not as well known. Suddenly, Ciri notices a person in the river drowning. They rescue him, and the hero recognizes the person. It's Russ. He wonders why he is here, and if there is a sequel to the oracle. Later, Russ wakes up and realizes that he thought the blonde guy, Isusu, his brother, would acknowledge him as his brother if he was skilled enough, but that guy never intended to accept him. Upon asking, the hero mentions that they saw him floating down the river half dead, so they saved him. They are in Vade Barony. It's been 3 days already since that incident back at Kelbrin Castle. They were going to stay at an inn to have Russ receive treatment from a physician until he woke up, but the young saint mentioned that his injury was too deep and he should see someone skilled. According to the saint, it was good that Russ is an aura user, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to save him. He shows him gratitude for saving him. The hero realizes that it is good to have the future sword saint in debt to them, because even if he becomes their enemy, he wouldn't be so willing to kill his saviors. Our boy offers him some money so that he can go back to his home, but Russ explains that he can't return to his family, since he has been framed as a traitor who amused the successor. This makes the hero understand that Russ would have awakened his aura, then had an official duel with his brother to take the successor title, the way he heard in his past life. Helpless, Russ asks if he can come with them on their journey since he needs to repay. He is also grateful that the hero helped him awaken his aura, so now he wants to become stronger by learning from him. The protagonist tries to reassure him, but he insists that it's enough to know that the hero is the martial King Gerard's successor. In our boy's past life, this boy went around looking for other users in the nation to become stronger, but as a traitor now, he can't train like that. That means he has no choice but to learn from other nations or a user, and he happened to be the one. He is nervous that the Sword Saint Cyrus is now his subordinate. It's not bad to have an enemy become an ally, but the hero Alex and the same as Ellen are probably not even born yet. Tesron is out of the question, so that only leaves the image of light, Jade, but he cannot accept rules, even if he begs him to be his companion. The hero agrees and allows him to accompany them in their travels. Eustace apologizes to the Sage of Silver, as he wasn't able to complete his mission. Sage Leston is disappointed and realizes he overestimated him. Eustace continues to apologize, wondering how powerful the Sage of Silver is, considering he only sent an illusion to speak. Leston regrets ever trusting a half-made swordsman, believing this is the reason the Golden Knight was pushed into the shadows by the Sword Saint. Later, he gets called over by Duke Irenad, who objects to his use of a divine symbol. The Duke is impressed. No one in history has ever awakened aura at the age of 20. His power of production is very impressive and has been a great help in securing the safety of humankind. That's why he was recommended to be one of the Sages of Silver, despite his age and lack of experience, but solely on the basis of his future potential. The Duke mentions that there won't be any disciplinary action taken, since it's not like he caused a major issue with the divine symbol, but he needs to be aware of his position. He first addresses him as Leston, but later calls him Tesron. Sages of Silver are the guardians of humankind who control the continent from the shadows. Their power is great enough to dictate the rise or fall of an entire nation. The problem is that Leston is still at the very bottom of the ranks. He barely managed to become a member, and he still has a long way to go. The Demon King, who once shook the world with terror, has been reincarnated into this world with a body of steel and the brain of a great mage, the hero. Now the question is, who will be able to stop the nightmare he's about to bring? Tesron decides to stop the hero before he fully regains his magical powers. According to him, it's terrible that he managed to take Aleutian's voice, but even if he is the Demon King, it should not be easy for him to regain all of his powers. Aleutian's voice has 4 symbols relic. According to Jade, those artifacts are the reason the Demon King was able to become so powerful, so he needs to make sure he takes the 4 symbols relic before the hero does. Back there, Russ is confused that the hero and his allies picked who would do the chores by drawing names, when they could have just made the elf slave do the job. He asks our boy the same question, to which he gets the answer that while the world treats them as slaves, the hero does not want to do that and considers them his precious friends. Russ had heard that there are a lot of strange people among them, really powerful martial artists, but whatever kind of person the hero is, he swore his loyalty until the day he masters swordsmanship. Until then, he'll do whatever the protagonist wants him to do. Later, the hero tries out the first level challenge for beginners on Aleutian's voice. He's getting tired of the same virtual reality setting, so he changes it up a bit. He continues to train by attacking the magical tiles. He struggles a bit when the pace starts increasing, but barely manages to finish off the level. Aleutian's voice is really efficient, but there are way too many useless features, such as artifact. This was something used for education back in the Silver Ages. It allows you to pick from a variety of settings like casinos, schools, or parks. It's filled with music and pretty women cheering on everyone, and each time you pass a stage, you are rewarded with points. This gives you motivation while also leveling you up. He wonders just how much the people during the Silver Age hated studying, for them to make something like this. Or maybe it was because knowledge was so easy to gain that its value was low. But with this, the hero should be able to regain a considerable amount of his magic, even with Tesron's brain. After a while, they reach Strasand. It is a military and commercial hub where the northern trade routes all converge. The old man provides all the information that he requested from them. In this way, he'll finally be able to check his physical history, since he lost his mind at the age of 16 and went wild due to some unidentified mental illness, insisting that he was Tesron instead of Reifenhart. This makes it certain that the martial king Tesron has reincarnated into this time period. Tesron and the hero are exchanging bodies. The protagonist wasn't expecting it to be like that. It is said in the information that he left Delphia's Mage Tower at the age of 20, and no one has heard from him since then. According to him, it would be difficult for a merchant organization to know more than this. In his past life, Tesron became an official mage in his late 20s. It wasn't a matter of his skill. He didn't receive permission to leave the tower from his higher-ups. Our boy wonders how he managed to leave, and in order to get more information, he he decides to find a useful bounty hunter from the Taoban trade union. The hero announces that they are leaving tomorrow morning, and he is planning to tell the group their real destination. Later, Sillin and Russ are discussing how the hero is humble and hiding his true powers, while the hero himself is standing behind, wondering if it would be okay to take the young saint and Russ to Grand Forge. He finally decides to inform them about the real destination, but before telling this, he quotes his true goal. He wants everyone to understand that elves, dwarves, and orcs are not slaves, and his dream is to create a world where all these species are freed from slavery. He clarifies the fact that they all have their own thoughts and emotions, and that they are not some beasts. He wants to do more than that, and in order to fulfill his dream, he can even make the entire world his enemy. Sillin is joining him on his journey. He doesn't completely agree with his dream, as it seems to be a very unrealistic one, but he finds it strange that they all are treated as slaves. Also, it's hard to come across people as talented as these guys. He also needs to preach the love of filanence to these other species and be the first one to make history. The young saint is also ready to ambush the nobles and try to free all the slaves, considering that it's a crime. Just to swear his loyalty, Russ is also joining them. The hero requests to make sure their discussion remains confidential. He announces that they are heading towards Grand Forge, where there is a temple of a god that dwarves worship. When they reach their destination, the group has to face a lot of monsters at once. This place is just full of monsters, and that is why no one has managed to get here. There is a reason that a dwarf set up the temple here. Then come the phantom griffins to attack the group. Our boy asks Russ to cover him while he casts his illusion annihilation spell to find the original among them. The group is wondering how much longer they have to travel while fighting these monsters, to which the hero explains that it would normally take about 2 weeks, but they are taking a shortcut, so it will take 1 day. The next day, the group is taking Diamond's ruins as a shortcut, while the elf is wondering about the hero's true identity. Later, the hero requests to change their path, as his master explored this rejected route before when he was younger. His same statements are making Ciri doubtful about him. As they reach the Grand Forge, the hero slams a wall. They witness the Temple of Alpoth with their own eyes, which is pure disbelief for the group. They are amazed by the history absorbed by the place. The young saint is curious if they were the ones to break the temple, and if it is okay to do something like that, to which our boy reassures him. He did destroy a bit of the temple in his past life as well, but there wasn't an issue back then since Alpoth had already given an oracle ahead of time. Suddenly, the dwarves inside rush to attack the group as they see it like an invasion. The hero understands that there is no way these dwarves will grasp the situation since the temple has completely changed. The dwarves are going mad over these humans. Out of concern, Russ charges back at them, but the hero stops him and instead tries to make them understand that they are not enemies. He is a little embarrassed but manages to explain that he is their savior, the human man in the Oracle of Alpoth, and he has come to meet the great priest Machelin, as instructed by the Steelhammer tribe. The dwarves now present their warm welcome. The Grand Forge is a city located 30 meters under the Setterlard Mountains. The city is 2 kilometers wide and 30 to 50 meters tall. In this giant cave, the river that flows is a hot spring, and the geothermal stones in the ceilings, about 100 meters apart from each other, emit heat and light. The dwarves are now explaining the geographical construction of the temple to the group, which is making them impressed by their skills. Dwarves mention that the Grand Forge was a ruin of the Silver Age, and they just remodeled the interior. The protagonist knows that this was the city of doors during the Silver Age as well, since the door's height is really low. In other words, in the Silver Age, the dwarves had flourished to build a city like this. That could not have been possible if they were born to be slaves. The leader dwarf offers them to stay, and he brings them dinner for the night. Upon asking, he introduces the meals for them and mentions that this food is good for men. Just then, a female dwarf comes in. She informs that the hero is called to the central tower. Alpoth's great high priest, Machelin Poth Hammerline, there welcomes the hero. The sage, Tesron, falls asleep and dreams about the fight between the real Demon King Rigenhart and Martial King Tesron, who is trying to free the otherworldly species from the Demon King's curse. The sage wakes up and realizes how he has kept himself endlessly busy over the past years. He awakened Aura at the age of 20 with his scrawny body, and he used that power to threaten the elders of Delphia's mage tower to give him the rights of a formal mage. After that, he built connections with those who would be powerful in the future, and he even successfully became a member of the Sage of Silver. Everything was going according to plan, but he won't be able to defeat the Demon King with just Aura and 5-circle magic. The Demon King is much stronger because Tesron's original body was born stronger. As this king is probably searching for his subordinates and his lost magic as well, the sage also needs strong warriors who will help him bring down this Demon King. Back there, as the hero introduces himself to the priest, it makes him wonder if he has met the protagonist before. The hero mentions that it might be hard for him to understand, but they met 10 years from now on, which makes the priest flustered. Our boy explains that he has traveled across time and wandered through the continent as a great mage. He became involved with the otherworldly species while searching for ways to reach the realm of the 10th circle, and ended up fighting against the humans. He was called the Demon King of the Antras Empire and waged war with the continent before meeting his end. He lets the priest decide whether to believe him or not. If the priest really were one of the hero's close subordinates and was personally close, then he must have told our boy about this. The priest wants to test him by asking the color of his beard, to which Refin answers that he doesn't have a beard and goes around with that fake beard in 30 years too, which is true. He also knows the secret behind this beard, that it was blessed by Alpoth. In the other world of dwarves, a big beard is a symbol of masculinity. You can be bald, but if you don't have a nice beard, you are considered gross. This priest is respected because of this blessing. Mashalan now trusts the hero and wants to see him to give advice, but since he knows everything, the priest swears his loyalty to him. But the hero needs his advice more than ever, as he already failed once while trying to resolve everything, so he doesn't want to repeat the mistakes. He mentions that he is trying to provide education to the slaves, but still, it will take time for a significant change in human perspectives. Since elves and dwarves live long, but the hero will be too old by then, he's trying to recover his magic right now, and also managing to gain power that he didn't have in his past life. It won't be difficult to become the terrifying Demon King again, but he doesn't want to paint the continent with blood once again. The priest understands the reason behind his failure, and he cannot try out new things if the previous ones don't work in this world. Since the hero doesn't really hate humans, nor does he like them, the priest concludes that he mistreated humans as he respected the otherworldly species in his past life. In his previous life, he didn't include humans in the army, nor did he give them a position in politics, which makes sense why they called him the Demon King. The priest explains that the Demon King doesn't become a demon by creating mountains of corpses and drinking blood. When a powerful being is not considerate of his surroundings and listens only to the voices of those he likes, trying to move the world in the direction only he likes, then that is a Demon King. The hero was good-willed, but he was most certainly a Demon King. The biggest mistake our boy committed in his past life was that he saw it as a war between humans and otherworldly species. Humans are the best at fighting among themselves without any interference from other species, while the otherworldly species really didn't have to do anything. The priest advises him not to be greedy. Back there, the group along with the dwarves are fighting the monsters. Russ and the elf are trying their best to take down those giant monsters, but the 3 aura user dwarves effortlessly hunt them. Russ didn't expect the dwarves as aura users. It's already been over a month since they came to Grand Forge. There was a bit of cultural difference between them and the dwarves, but a month was enough time for them to adjust. The surprising part was that there are 3 aura users in this place. The snowstorm in Grand Forge only got stronger as well. There is a discussion going on about what's so good about being tall in humans. The young saint and Russ are wondering about what the hero is doing in the steel tower. The giant steel tower, located in the center of Grand Forge, is the source of the power for operating the geothermal stones. It is considered the son of Grand Forge, their lifeline, Magrim. It's only natural that otherworldly species that have been enslaved would lose their tradition. A lot of dwarves' magical knowledge was lost during their enslavement, but the doctrines of Alpoth were passed down through the form of scripture. Even the holy relic of Magrim was left behind. God's authority is influenced by the world of the user, which is the matter with these dwarves, and the most their god can currently do is awaken Magrim. The hero can do it as well, but Tesron's body spent a long time without magic, so the mana capacity is one race. He needs to change his body into a more magic-friendly one with the power of Magrim. In his past life, he succeeded in moving Magrim to his will in just a year, which is something only a god was supposed to be able to do. He was inspired by the method and even created Nuclear Bust, a 10th circle spell. The protagonist takes off his clothes since there should be zero interference between Magrim and the body. 3 veteran mothers, married for multiple decades, are simping for his body, watching him through cameras. 40 days since they arrived at Grand Forge, our boy managed to successfully cast a 5-circle summoning spell, and now he just needs to raise his mana. He is wondering about where he should head first. Sillin is also gaining muscles through training and is not ready to leave this place since he gets attached and wants to spread his faith to the dwarves. Russ has also isolated himself in training and even packed a whole week's worth of food. He only awakened his aura recently, yet he is already getting an enlightenment. Ciri is admiring 2 dwarf children playing around, which reminded her of her hometown. It's Svelith Desert, which is a very remote area west of Graham Kingdom. It's a barren land that bans human entry, where her family, the Dangheims, lived. When the hero notices her, he offers to visit her hometown, just the 2 of them, which will take at least 2 months. They use the Titan Diamond portal to get to her hometown, which only takes seconds to reach there. Ciri heard that one needs to be a higher-ranking mage in order to activate an ancient site of the Silver Ages. 6-circle magic is good enough as long as they know the placement technique. A sand lizard, who appears occasionally in this desert and is good for eating, enters the scene attacking them. They create a shade to block the sunlight first and start a fire to cook the meat using True Flame Field. Then they extract the water from the blood of the sand lizard to get some emergency water through his Aqua Drain spell. Ciri skins the lizard and offers our boy a bite to confirm if it's done cooking. While eating, they discuss how it will take them half a day to reach her hometown and that there might not be anyone still alive. Later, as expected, they find no one besides the memories in her hometown. Ciri can't recall any of the memories anymore, which is draining her emotionally. The hero is wondering if he had done anything in his past life that could have caused this abundance, as this place was doing fine back then. The The hero is starting to feel strange about this place, as the surroundings don't look like a village abandoned for over 50 years. Instead, it seems like someone has been managing it, at least until 2 weeks ago. Just then, they hear a voice calling for help. There is a troop passing by, abducting a few of the elves. Their captain is upset as he couldn't catch more of them, while his soldiers are reassuring him that they will be gaining a handful of money by selling these elves. With that, Ciri charges towards them. Meanwhile, Felina is interrupting Tesron with her silly questions while he is busy reading out something. They are childhood friends. Felina is the one person who stayed by his side, even when he was treated like an insane person when he woke up in this body. Without her help, he wouldn't have been able to awaken his aura because of the strict rules of the Mage's Tower. She is actually the friend of the Demon King. As Tesron smiles, it reminds her of the past when he went by Reifenhart. He ignores her and instead asks about the things he requested. She gives him the papers, informing that a lot more people are talking about the Martial King now, and it is cool how he has the same name as Tesron's old self. There is information about the Golden Knight losing to the new aura user, which must be the doing of another household who considers the Tennies household as their rival, according to Tesron. This news will make the new Martial King even more famous, but he has got a dependable ally to fight the demon with. Felina also mentions another candidate who fits the conditions he listed, Stefan von Alten. He is the eldest son of the Vasily Kingdom's Altian household. Tesron hugs his friend while showing his gratitude. He decides to steal everything from the Demon King as he does. Captain Bright is informed that a female elf is heading their way, which seems like a bag of gold approaching them. She slices through them effortlessly, leaving them stunned. Captain Bright casts his powerful fire spell, but unfortunately our boy manages to catch up to the elf. The protagonist bluntly warns them to stay still, or else they'll be dead. He recognizes the captain and suspects that he's working as a slave hunter here. The hero questions whether there are only those 3 elves left. At first, the captain refuses to answer, but later agrees. He has killed about 40 elves so far, which boils the blood of our boy, and in order to make them repay. As the captain charges forward to attack, the hero activates the chain lightning power, which scares them into submission and makes them hand over the elves. Our boy still doesn't want to stop. The captain wants to know what the actual reason is that's leading him to die. The protagonist had already told him before, he has to pay for the blood of the elves. He gets really scared. Sweat starts falling down his face. He keeps giving clarifications to the hero, claiming that he was unaware those elves had a master. He thought they were just wild elves and that's why he killed them. Our boy raises a question. Don't they feel anything wrong while killing them, since they act and look just like humans? Captain Bright, being a mage, should know what the difference is between a human and a beast. But according to that mage, human beings think for themselves. They have rational minds and operate on more than just instinct, and even humans who don't meet those requirements are treated as slaves. That, in his view, clarifies the difference between humans and elves. He is frustrated with the hero, as he feels that the hero is denying the system of slavery. The hero never wanted to live his life as a slave, and he believes that nobody else wants to feel that way either, and there is nothing wrong with that thinking. But the captain refuses to listen, saying that he doesn't want the hero to force his thoughts on others, as it seems very arrogant to him. Rifen chokes him while owning this so-called arrogance, rather than following the logic of societies, despite knowing how long that logic has existed. Ceres and Shylin recognize each other by recalling their past, when they used to catch Scorpios together. Ceres now also remembers the name everyone used to call her, Serendi al-Arelfiana. But Shylin starts acting strangely, as she is disappointed that Ceres has become the slave of a dirty human, and has been living with neither pride nor honor. The hero tries to explain that Cece is his teammate, not a slave. Shylin is amazed to see a human speaking their language. The protagonist warns her that if she keeps referring to Ceres as a slave, he won't forgive her, even if she is family to her. He even wants Ceres to speak for herself and make it clear that she is not a slave. The elf seems confused about whether Ceres is truly a slave or not, to which the hero questions her if she has ever felt like she was treated as one. She agrees that he has never done that and is quite confused, as he has never explicitly said before that she's not a slave. The hero clarifies to her that she's a free elf and not a slave. Ceres understands, since he has always treated everyone as equals to human beings. She agrees with everything but is still confused, as the hero is not looking at her while saying all of that, but instead looking at someone else through her. She says that if he is going to see her like that, she would prefer to be treated as a slave, which seems like a better option to her. The protagonist felt proud that he saved her from an impending fate, but he was mistaken. He's quite upset to realize that the only one he saved was the Ceres of his past life. He's simply a human who paid money for an elf slave. A man who is a total stranger bought her, showed her a lot of affection, and said that she wasn't a slave. Ceres can't accept feelings of sincerity that don't belong to her. Considering all this, the protagonist grants the elf full freedom, and even gives her the option of whether she wants to stay by his side or leave. He's going to respect whatever decision she makes, even though he wants her to stay with him, but doesn't want to restrict her. Ceres asks for some time to think. The hero requests Shylin to let Ceres meet her family and decides to wait nearby for her. But Shylin wants him to join her, as she feels that if she does not repay his kindness, her tribe's honor will be sullied. Shylin realizes that Cirrus must have met a really good person, which is why she told him her name before, which makes the elf concerned about how he knows a name that even she had forgotten. Elder Relhard is notified that they are running out of water, and even if they use the water really carefully, it will only last for one more day. He also gets to know that their scouts have concluded that humans seem to have forsaken the search, and the retrieval of their warriors' corpses is no longer possible. They've sunk into the sands of the desert. They cannot stay there anymore. And with the amount of stamina they need to return to the village, it's better for them to leave as soon as they have some water left. The elf leader orders everyone to be informed to leave as soon as the sun sets. If they return to the village now that the location is exposed, they are not going to last long there, so he prays for the gods to show them a way. Meanwhile, Shylin, Ryder, and Natina arrive. The elf warns everyone not to let them pass, as they have brought a human with them. The protagonist reassures them they are just trying to scare them. He tells them that the leader elf has melted sand into glass and made them into bullets. Basically, she has used spirit magic, which is used when melting sand. The good part is, as the world tree is gone, it's not going to be strong enough to be used in battle. He further explains to Cirrus that their tribes have assimilated with the spirit of fire, and as the same blood flows in her, she appears tanned even though she left the desert nearly 50 years ago. As he tries to explain to the elves that they are not hostile, a bulk of attacks come his way, but it doesn't work. He again addresses them and clarifies that even though he's a human, he's not their enemy. He feels that if they understand the history of the elves, it can help them recognize him as their ally. The leader of the elves begins to be convinced, noting that the hero is speaking their language and also knows the etiquette and traditions of the elves, which means that maybe he is actually not their enemy, but he still can't be fully assured. To further convince them, the hero pulls out his quadruple layer Calamity Horn aura skill. The hero realizes that elves are reasonable creatures in contrast to humans. The elves understand that our boy has good intentions, and they head to their true home with him. Later, one of the elves not only regains his lost family, but also reunites with his old family as well. They show their gratitude toward the hero. As the elves return to their village, Deryu Elde, they celebrate their new land. Meanwhile, the others are asking Ciri, the lost child, to confirm if she remembers them, as she's back after a long time. The hero still has something to do here, so he asks the leader elf that he wants her to experience the power exclusive to elves. He can also use this magic, but it's only for Simon, and it's different from the spirit magic that elves use. So according to him, only these elves can teach this magic to her. The leader elf agrees that it's their tribe's duty, and after losing their tree of life, this is the most they can do. But according to him, it's better for her to learn from the hero, which our boy acknowledges. But he feels sad that an elf cannot communicate with the spirit. As he does not wish to part with Ciri, the leader elf welcomes him to their tribe and claims him as their brother from now on. They stay in Deryu Elde for 3 days after that, also to wait for the lost elf's decision. If she learns spirit magic, she will be able to communicate with the spirits of wind and water, but first, she needs to be able to sense them. But to their surprise, she effortlessly manages to develop an affinity with the spirits already. Normally, elves would not learn this fast, but she has taken countless kinds of lessons as a slave since she was young, which gives her the ability to learn things fast like a human. After that, she decides to stay here and help the elves, but according to her, this won't change their lives. The lost elf asks the hero if she will be able to do that if she comes with him, to which our boy reassures her, and from now, his goal is to change their lives. She decides to come with him for the sake of the future, which makes the hero excited, and he is ready to change their life for the sake of this woman who has chosen him. Later, he announces that this place, which the elves use as a shelter for emergencies, is going to be their tribe's village from now on. As there is no water there, it is impossible for them to live. Just then, our boy asks Ciri to give him the Nihilin. Furthermore, he informs her that the reason she managed to develop an affinity for spirits in just 3 days is because she is the owner of this Nihilin, since she called its name and was recognized as its owner through a contract. By planting that Nihilin into the ground, he whispers some spell, and they grow a huge world tree, Elfenheim, with a waterfall below it. Both the elves are in shock and feel overwhelmed by witnessing this Elfenheim, as this is something that any elf would instinctively recognize. Nihilin is a lost branch of the Tree of Life. The hero awakens the life force of it to take root in the ground and magnifies the force of mana gathering in order to supply it the energy this plant needed. He was really nervous trying it out, as he even had to use artificial flashbacks because of how complex it was. He apologizes to Ciri for using her weapon, Nihilin, and promises to get her a better weapon next time. Later, they return to Grand Forge, and the hero notices that the young saint has gained some muscle while he was gone. Our boy's followers are all excited to see him and mention that he should have at least told them before leaving. They have made quite the progress and start showing their magic to the hero. The hero picked out 20 talented dwarves to teach them the basics and formed a new class of mage soldiers in Grand Forge. He praises all of them on their progress within 2 months and suggests they learn the theories from a book he wrote. Just then, Russ enters the scene, and the hero asks him if he learned anything. as according to him, Russ was on the verge of something. The boy notices that our boy is larger now by his soul and asks to confirm if he is really only 23 years old, as he feels like he has lived 23 years 3 times. The hero is clearly nervous. Later, the young saint asks if they will be leaving Grand Forge soon and go to the ancient ruins again, to which the hero confirms, but they will be needing money as well, and their final destination is somewhere else, which is Croven's kingdom. There is someone who will help him. While Reifenhart finishes up in Grand Forge, there was something happening on the Friesland, northeast of the Graham Kingdom, much colder and more vast than Grand Forge. There is a mage between the freezing land trying to power up the fire because they need to keep this fire up all night, but it's wasting his mana. There were more than 30 people in the beginning, but now it's only 10 alive. They did get a lot more loot from the Shalkarna ruins than all the other loads combined, plus they found a book which has all the records of the Silver Ages that they didn't know of. The mage decides to show the book to the academic society, which will cause an uproar because it hasn't been able to be decoded yet because of the difficulty of this ancient language. Suddenly Tesron arrives and commands his allies to kill the mage and other people. The mage requests him to spare their lives and take the relic that he wants, but Tesron is here to take his life, not relics. They are killed on an order from the Stage of Silver because of the book from which they tried to open the history that no one should know of. It's just a small sacrifice for the sake of humanity, according to Tesron. About the relics, they decide to take useful stuff and sell the rest. They will take back everything on the list for the Stage of Silver to store. There are many dangerous items among the relics from the Silver Ages, so they need someone fit to protect them so that they can prevent chaos. A blonde guy finds a heated necklace whose warmth can be felt over the snowstorm. Tesron, the tall guy, finds an Aleutian's voice cube, which makes him wonder if this is also something that modern human society cannot know about. According to him, it cannot be an ordinary artifact, as this demon king valued it so much. Felina is curious about the history that people shouldn't know of, and only the Stage of Silver deserves to know this. Back there, Ciri requests an old elf to tell her everything about the hero, since she feels like he knew about her from the very first time they met. He even knew her real name that she had long forgotten. The old elf informs her that he's afraid she wouldn't understand. Furthermore, he asks her if she can trust the hero before he gives her advice. Ciri has heard all about him. He has traveled across time, the first ever 10th Circle grade mage to exist in history. A man who tried to change the world even if the world labeled him the Demon King. A man who failed once but traveled back in time to try his history once again. Ciri Valencia is the Guardian, an unspoken person of all elves on the continent. A high-ranking mage who had reached 8th Circle and 7th generation spirit magic, praised as the hierophany of the merciful Aldea by the otherworldly species, and labeled the goddess of insanity by the humans. She is also an old partner of the hero. According to her, it would have been better if the hero were protecting his old love for her. The hero asked her to forgive him, upon which she decides to continue to be alongside him in his journey. She adds that she is not the Ciri he remembers, but she doesn't hate him. The hero's next destination is east of the continent, the Croven's kingdom. They grow the most grain out of any other kingdom in this continent, and they are one of the most powerful nations. The king, Gothrin, had an heir named Telion, who was the next king. But after the death of Gothrin, his heir also died of some mysterious disease. With no one to take the throne, the nobles began arguing with each other. Soon, 2 candidates were chosen, dividing the nobles into 2 sides. Yuvel Len Crovens, the second prince who will turn 18 this year. He was the son of a concubine, which was a great flaw to his bloodline legitimacy. That was why a second candidate, Karsus of Count Fernando's household, was chosen. He may not be the son of the first king, but he possessed royal blood. Crovens is currently in a civil war over the crown. Karsus was a renowned knight at the age of 28 for being a talented sportsman who was admired and trusted by his subordinates. On the other hand, Yuvel was famous for a very different reason. He was famous for being useless in every other aspect other than being the son of the dead king. It had been half a year since the death of the first king. The 2 sides' civil war was reaching its peak. At the center of the Croven's kingdom, Delina Baroni is wondering how long this struggle will go on, as he didn't even want to be king, but these people kept pushing him to be the one. Phinia, his mistress, enters the scene and asks if he really wants to avoid being king this badly. But unfortunately, he has no choice but to be king or die. If he dies, his mistress is the next. Phinia adds that they are safe for a while, as people need food to fight, which makes him wonder if they are going to die as soon as the people get food. They decide to run away if something bad happens, but since Yuval grew up spoiled, he can't do hard labor, to which she reassures him that she can feed them both. She sees herself as a slave of the prince, as no place in this world will consider them a true couple, but they love each other. Suddenly our hero shows up, startling them both, and offers his help to the rightful heir to the throne. Mistress Dwarf can hear the sound of truth, so she informs them that he is speaking the truth. The hero offers him military provisions worth 100,000 gold coins. The prince realizes that it's half the year's worth of budget for the kingdom, but it's such a tempting offer that he finds it actually suspicious. The hero further offers him 6 aura users. There are only 5 aura users in the Croven's kingdom, so it makes the prince shocked that this stranger has more than a nation's share of aura users. If the prince becomes the king, the hero wants a completely sovereign dominion land as payment, independent from the Croven's kingdom's law. where the elves, dwarves, and orcs can live in peace. At the small town located in the Delphina barony, Ciri asks the hero if the conversation went well, to which he agrees. But the problem is what will happen from now on. Since he can't repeat the mistakes from his past life, he needs to make sure that their dominion is recognized legally, even if it takes some time. Then the humans will have no choice but to acknowledge the place as legitimate. This was her first time seeing him. Upon asking, the hero informs Ciri that Karis became the king in his past life and Prince Yuvel was beheaded. The hero will make sure that it doesn't repeat, and according to him, things will be fine as long as they start seeing the otherworldly species as their allies, rather than slaves with this fight. Later, he informs everyone about the things going smoothly. Russ mentions that it's been a month since they left the Grand Forge, enduring that they have hit 10 ancient ruins, so no one would believe them. The young saint is curious about 1 lakh golden coins, on which the hero informs that it's grain, which is worth 100,000 gold coins he bought through the Tauban trade union. If it were not for the war and the famine, it would have been only 4,000 gold coins worth. But it's a different story now, and technically, he's not lying. Russ raises a question if there are aura users among the elves as well, since they have only 3 aura users, who are the hero, the dwarf, and Russ himself. The hero informs that among the elves, there are some aura users, but they aren't on good terms, so it would have been too hard to persuade them. He is also not part of the 6 aura users he offered to the prince. Instead, they have the great aura champions, Kalkin and Stalia, as aura users. There is a grassland about 15 days of travel southeast of the Larchid Mountains. It's been named the Land of Trials. An orc tribe with very old traditions resides there. They are not all slaves who have lost their wildness and live in fear or become cruel and savage, but they are a tribe who have continued on the spirit of true warriors by combining both reason and savagery. They are called the Blue Bear tribe. According to the hero, Tathid should be there as well, and he wonders how much he has grown. He further informs that they are the strongest fighters even when compared to humans, elves, and dwarves. Meanwhile, Guardian Daos calls Sage Leston to praise him for his work, which is some useless talk according to Leston. He decides to climb to a position with more influence than he has right now. He'd love to give a speech about how dangerous that Demon King is, but he'll just be treated like some lunatic even if he did. Because of the Age of Light Jade Archlight, he knows that Duke Iranid is a part of the Stage of Silver. He said things he knew about the Stage of Silver from his past life, as if they were his theories, and that is how he was able to become one of them. In the Great Silver Age, the main character of this age was not the humans, but the elves with the Tree of Life, and the dwarves that ruled the earth. They were impressive enough that there were 2 separate names for them even just 1,000 years ago, which were called the Eldrath Civilization and the Alhatran Civilization. In the ancient language, Eldrath means blessings of Eldia, and Alhatran means blessings of Al-Poth. These civilizations were named after their award. The Stage of Silver hides this from humanity. In order to erase the truth, they needed to let out a reasonable lie. They called it the Silver Age instead. According to Teslin, this was all done just to protect the ego of humanity, which is making them weaker and more foolish. At the East Fetland grassland, there is a land of the dead called Destrand. There, the hero and his allies are discussing how this place is really barren, and there is a story of throwing out weak babies and those who have grown too senile from the orc villages, which is why orcs leave this village. Ciri mentions that the dwarves were lucky enough to have been passed down a legacy and a safe place to live, to which Tilla adds that it's savage to throw out the weak, but the dwarves wouldn't be able to keep up the Grand Forge as they had if they had lost their skills. The hero has a plan, but he's not really sure if that will work. Suddenly, cutting through a dense mist, a large flock of orc warriors runs into them to attack. They are strong and not willing to listen to anything they have to say. The hero understands their weakness and casts his mass sleep spell, which makes the orcs sleep instantly. This is the reason the orcs lost against the humans despite being such good fighters, because no matter how strong the warriors are, if their magic resistance is low, they won't be able to do anything. The hero informs that these guys aren't even warriors. The Blue Bear tribe's warriors protect the tribe and hunt monsters. The orcs who are yet to become warriors scout the area, as they were doing, and that's how they gain experience and improve themselves, worthy of becoming warriors. With that, the true orc warriors enter the scene. One of the orcs declares that this land belongs to them and humans are not allowed. The hero explains that they are here out of goodwill and offers a ritual of battle to prove that he speaks the truth. Ritual of battle. It's a ritual the orc tribes carry out to form bonds with each other. This is how they earn trust from one another, since they respect those who are strong the most. The protagonist wonders if they are willing to carry out such a ritual with a human, but the orcs accept the battle. Our boy suggests the young student not to fight since he is not a warrior. Zalcathor and Ciri are standing against each other. When he introduces himself in their official language, it makes them understand that they can speak the official language as well. The elf runs to strike the first blow. They both fight effortlessly. The battle makes the elf understand that these orcs are the strongest fighters. As they both are blocking each other's strikes, the orc pulls out his spirit weapon. Our boy suggests the elf not to panic, as this is the orc's secret technique, spirit weapon, through which their sword becomes just more sturdy and sharp. It's their exclusive skill, like Tilla's Earth Resonance. Siri asks if she should just fight like he has his very own sword, but the hero has no time to explain further. The elf efficiently swings hers to strike a blow, and as soon as she realizes that her opponent's posture is broken and she has an opening to land a hit, she strikes with full force. But that wasn't enough because sometimes the orcs can control the sword, and now Siri is the one to hit the ground. Siri continues to attack the orc because she doesn't want to admit her defeat, especially if it's because of a trait specific to a species. Just then, it hits her mind that Zalcathor is using a skill exclusive to the orcs right now, so it means the elves also have a skill exclusive to them. She instantly calls out to the spirit of wind, Selena, to summon her. The hero is impressed as she already manifests a spirit. The elf is now stronger than before. She steps on Selena, cutting through the air, and within seconds, she wins the battle. Tilla is concerned if it is okay to step on a spirit like that, or if it made them mad, to which the hero explains that they are pure beings who don't remember trivial matters like this. Siri can be pretty hard on her friends once she gets close enough. The second fight of the ritual of battle begins. Tilla steps forward to fight this time, and eventually loses the battle because she didn't give her all in the fight, which is rather rude to the opponent. The leader orc declares that her intentions were good, but she should have tried harder. Russ is next to fight. As he steps forward and introduces himself, Stala, the orc champion, realizes that this boy is Karuga and decides to fight him. Karuga is someone who has been blessed by the warrior soul. The orcs call aura users who are talented or use spirit weapons Karuga. In other words, it is a way for orcs to describe the greatest warrior. Russ is wondering about how these orcs are going to react to the protagonist if they are this shocked by him. As they start fighting, Russ understands that she is definitely on a different level from the other orcs. On the other hand, the female orc is also impressed by him. She uses her spirit weapon technique on him and controls the weapon with her mind, which is getting hard for Russ to deal with. Stala throws an experienced attack imbued with aura towards him. Russ is used to worse, but he lacks experience when it comes to fighting against aura users, and he will end up getting attacked from other directions if he focuses his attention solely on Stala. But he hasn't given up yet, and effortlessly pulls out his Phantom Divide skill to strike a dense hit. Swords spin around the orc lady. She realizes that only 3 are real while the rest are illusions. She blocks quickly, but one blade slips through and cuts her stomach. The protagonist is impressed by the way Russ uses aura. According to the orc lady, the attack is good, but it will not fool her again. The young aura user admits it has already failed. She charges forward but ends up getting hit since he switched up the afterimages with its real. The hero is shocked, realizing that the boy has already learned the Void Sword. Phantom Divide is a skill that creates aura illusions, tricking the senses. It is difficult to fight against, but the illusions are only a bonus. The real power is in moving aura in an instant, striking before the enemy can react. It was once the famous skill of the Sword Saint Cyrus. Now this young aura user has mastered it in no time. The orc lady thinks the protagonist has the spirit of a true warrior, so she must defeat the young aura user quickly and move on. She throws her 12 swords towards the young aura user who surrenders out of fear. Stala cheers for her victory. Our hero asks the young aura user to show him that skill during training, but it is useless, since he never dodges attacks. It's our boy's turn now. The orc lady is falling for him, but she can't just abandon the ritual. Just then, a huge and tall figure appears behind her. It's her husband who wants to fight him. The hero is startled, wondering about when he got here since he didn't feel his presence at all. The huge orc has been watching this all for a while from behind a boulder, which is 300 meters away from there. The orc throws off his cloak and introduces himself as Kalkin, chief of the Blue Bear tribe. He will be fighting in his wife's place. Our hero agrees, thinking he has never faced such a giant except for his master. As the chief orc charges forward, the protagonist casts a sleeping spell which makes him sleep to the ground in seconds. The orc lady shouts that it is unfair and true warriors don't fight like this, but according to the hero, magic is also a weapon, and hiding it would be wrong. The chief orc wakes up confused but mentions if magic is his weapon, then it must be used. He thanks the protagonist for being honest. The crowd accepts the chief's word and the ritual continues. The 2 warriors rush forward, striking a hit. Our boy decides to win the orc's trust this time much sooner than in his past life. Meanwhile, Teethid manages to take down the Serpent King's body, and they are set for food for a while. He throws a piece of meat to his wolf, then notices a strange glow behind the cliffs but takes his leave, ignoring it. The protagonist and the orc chief rush into battle. Our boy uses a skill called Chi Bullet with his fist. The orc chief blocks it, which is expected that he adapts with a large weapon like that as well. The protagonist launches a stream of Chi Bullets, which is enough to prove that he is a true warrior. Then he casts a sleeping spell, and the orc chief collapses. The protagonist thinks even an aura user cannot resist magic. But to his shock, the sleeping orc chief suddenly attacks him. The protagonist barely dodges and wonders in disbelief if the spell failed, or if the orc can truly fight in his sleep. The young aura user watching thinks to himself that maybe aura itself controls reflexes, and decides he must practice this later. The orc chief wakes and realizes he has fallen to magic again. Our boy quickly casts a freezing spell, locking the chief's feet in ice, but to his surprise, the orc manages to break through it and charges forward. The protagonist admires his skill and decides to fight like a true warrior for now by setting the magic aside. Blow after blow breaks the battlefield apart around them, leaving the crowd stunned. They both decide to put an end to the fight by using their high-ranked skill. The hero unleashes quadruple layer Calamity Horn with his fist, whereas the Orc Chief responds with Cliff Dropper, splitting the earth. Their attacks collide, and with that the Orc Lady judging the duel declares it a draw, saying their strength feels like that of twins. The dwarf warrior, Tilla, nervously asks if the saint's healing is really that painful. The saint explains that aura lingers in the body. Aura, mana, and divine power are different, but aura is the least harsh. He offers to heal the Orc Chief too, but the chief refuses, saying he will recover naturally. To our boy's surprise, the chief declares him a true warrior and even calls him brother. That night, a feast begins in the chief's tent. The chief hands the boy a drink which he first misunderstood as tasteless, but later finds it delicious. The chief is glad that the boy enjoys it and calls for a whole barrel. His wife complains that he only wants an excuse to drink. The protagonist manages to lift the barrel and drink from it, earning cheers from the tribe who call him a champion. The orcs discuss the elf and the dwarf, saying that they are fat but strong. Confused with their language, the elf asks what they are talking about. The protagonist explains that among orcs, anyone without bulging muscles is called fat. The orc women find the young saint too thin. Suddenly, the chief notices the shepherd Tathid entering. The protagonist recognizes him at once. The green orc smiles, surprised that the hero still remembers him even though he has changed. The chief asks if they know each other. The green orc confirms, explaining that the hero once helped him and sent him here. The chief is pleased at the coincidence. He turns to the boy and asks the reason for his arrival. Smiling, our boy explains that he wishes to offer the orcs fertile land, better, for life, in exchange for their help. The orc chief asks if they will get land for fighting. The protagonist says he plans to take the Gelfane Viscounty by the Gloatin Mountains. The chief asks the green orc's opinion, since he has lived among humans. According to Tathid, most humans cannot be trusted, but this one can, as his savior would not lie. The chief admits his worry for the tribe, and the green orc suggests seeking the blacksmith's advice. They soon reach the blacksmith's tent. A broad man greets the group. He introduces himself as Gralthar, the father of weapons of the Blue Bear tribe. The chief explains that their new brother brings them a new path for the tribe's future. The protagonist adds that they need his wisdom. By morning, the talks end. On the way back, the young aura user says it went well, and the protagonist agrees. The orcs will move to safety, with 100 warriors to join later. When he sees the green orc following, he asks why. The orc says he will guide the others. The young aura user notes they now have elves, dwarves, and even an orc. The protagonist realizes his companion has already guessed the truth. Days later, on the main road of Termania in the Crovin's kingdom, a caravan moves under the night sky. The hidden warriors watch them. Their commander says that Prince Yuvel's supplies are poorly guarded. He expected at least 500 soldiers. No mages protect them. No strong knights appear. Only young recruits and even an orc. The commander guesses they are disguising civilians as soldiers. He orders his men not to press too hard, saying the weak group will scatter if frightened. Getting his horse, he raises his blade and calls for them to kneel in the name of the true King Karsus. At that moment, 3 dwarves face the army, to which the commander wonders about who would ever send dwarves into battle, calling them fools. One dwarf rushes and jumps high, landing behind the enemy. The commander doesn't believe the jump. The remaining 2 dwarves charge as the soldiers hesitate. The commander orders them to attack as well. The enemy pushes forward with 800 infantry, outnumbering them. The dwarves remind each other not to use aura, as the protagonist commanded. They meet the knights head-on. The protagonist watches beside the young saint. The enemy commander may inspire his men, but they are no match for trained dwarves. The young saint admits that he never thought dwarves could fight so fiercely. The protagonist explains that the enemy is unprepared, while they themselves planned everything. No one could have expected 3 aura users to rise from the dwarves. The commander panics. He shouts to his men that no true master would let knights die to inferior creatures. Takeda, the orc, rushes forward, slashing the commander down. As the orc reports the enemy leader's death, the hero notices that the orc still calls him master, unchanged from the time of their training, but it does not matter. Soon after, a council gathers in the Delphina barony. Prince Yuvel's grandfather thanks the protagonist for the help, but says his demand is too much. The protagonist wants the slaves to be recognized as soldiers and treated like mercenaries. The grandfather sighs that arguing with mages is useless. Another official calls the idea delusional. The grandfather admits the slaves may fight well, but they number only 100, on which the protagonist corrects him and says 126, with the Blue Bear tribe soon to arrive. He came to present them as allies. The council burst out in argument. They mock the idea of trusting elves, dwarves, and orcs. Some even suggest selling them to hire mercenaries. The hero decides to prove them wrong and takes the vow that these species will take the fortress of Sinai on their own. The grandfather scolds him, saying that the fortress is not equivalent to some bandit group and he will not win just because he has won one battle, as the Sinai fortress has the kingdom's best aura users and knights. The hero argues that they can become stronger if they receive proper treatment. Someone from the meeting criticizes him, saying he doesn't know about war since he is a mage. The prince interrupts and asks why everyone opposes this so much. A soldier says that it would be like killing slaves for no reason. The prince adds that they will be taking very few people to start with, which wouldn't require many resources, since their army is going to be unique. He further states they will take only 1 week's worth of food, the amount a 100-person army would consume, and declares that the hero will be taking down the Sinai fortress. Later, he meets his crew. The elf tells him that one of their members left with the Dark King and asks if the meeting went well. Russ points out that they will need 3 times the defense team to take down the fortress. The hero informs them they have 2 of the strongest warriors on their side and 8 aura users, excluding himself. The young saint adds that the dwarfs and orcs image is going to be changed forever. Just then, the elder elf shows up, saying that the elves will also fight, and demonstrates the fire blast spell he mastered. Everyone watches the amazing and blazing spell in awe as the elder elf explains the origins of the spell. At that moment, the prince, along with his mistress dwarf, enters the scene. Later, he reassures the hero that he trusts him and suggests he do as he wishes. A few days later, the soldiers stationed at Sinai Fortress alert their leader that the prince's army has declared war, but the leader notices that only dwarfs are at the front line. He orders them to kill the male dwarfs, claiming the prince is wasting his slaves, and to capture the female dwarfs. They size up the dwarf army and start mocking them and the prince for sending dwarfs instead of real human knights. Their leader warns his soldiers of a trap. Just as the soldiers advance, the dwarfs begin attacking. The aura user dwarfs unleash their skills, and the enemy soldiers attempt to flee, but the dwarf aura users start taking them down using blade aura. The dwarfs comment that the killing spree feels healing, as if they're avenging themselves and their kind. The enemy leader orders them to activate the defense spell quickly. Soon, a large blue aura surrounds the fortress. The hero looks at the spell and notes that the size is much bigger, eyeing the fortress. The young saint also examines the spell and asks if they are at a disadvantage, but the hero reassures her that he already has it covered. Right then, the elves begin firing arrows imbued with fire spells, first breaking the defense spell and then killing the remaining soldiers. They also destroy the fortress gates with ease. The dwarfs charge in front, along with the hero. The enemies begin to retreat, declaring that the demons have reached the Sinai Fortress. The gates of the Sinai Fortress come down in a blast as the horde of dwarves rushes in. The leader of the opposing army witnesses the situation and orders his knights to charge toward the other monsters while he handles the dwarves. With that, he draws his sword and runs toward the dwarf army. A dwarf from the other side draws his aura blade, while another dwarf warns him to be careful since the leader could be an aura user. The leader mocks them, saying the dwarf must have forgotten his place and is just pretending to be an aura user. Both charge forward and their swords clash. The leader had assumed he would overpower the dwarf, but he realizes he's not bad, despite looking much younger than him. The dwarf also comments that humans do develop and learn faster than other species. The soldiers watching the scene comment that it's odd enough for a dwarf to be an aura user, but now he's even winning against their leader. As they watch the battle, the hero is relieved that Tesfault, the dwarf, can fight Cardamite. The saint agrees and adds that he will not lose to him either, though even the best can still feel fatigue. Russ wonders if it's okay for them to just stand there, to which the hero explains that this battle is meant to teach the world the power of otherworldly species, so humans cannot interfere. But according to Russ, it wouldn't matter if their army loses the battle. A loud voice interrupts the hero as an orc runs toward them with his allies. The protagonist mentions that he is late. The orc says it took him a long time to avoid human eyes. The hero tells him to get on the battlefield quickly. A new army starts forming warriors made up of orcs following werewolves howling toward the broken gate. The orc keeps encouraging his warriors to fight until their hearts burst. The soldiers are thrown into panic. The hero is sure this will take them by surprise, as people know nothing about the ways of otherworldly species. Elves prefer thin and light weapons. Dwarves like long weapons. Trolls use weapons made from nature, and orcs believe the biggest and most beautiful weapon is best. Their weapons are excellent for destruction, especially the spirit weapons. The soldiers are haunted by their weapons. According to the hero, orc warriors are strong, but this battle seems more one-sided, and spirit weapons have many flaws. The saint doesn't like watching humans die, but these creatures are also trying to live, and this war exists to help them achieve that goal. The dwarf declares victory after killing the enemy's leader. When Karsus hears the news, he refuses to accept their loss. He's in disbelief that Sir Tesfault has fallen. He realizes they've lost the Sinai Fortress, and that it's no longer safe. He decides to contact his father and grandfather, and orders the summoning of nobles and soldiers from the capital. He worries that if Prince Yuvel holds his coronation ceremony in the capital, even the neutral nobles will take his side, so they must concentrate their forces. The day after the fall of Sinai Fortress, the prince feels as if he's dreaming. The hero tells him the number and names of the dwarves they've lost, to which the prince shows remorse, making the hero realize that the prince is better than he expected, and he feels confident in supporting him. No one from Yuvel's army will ever look down on otherworldly species again. But there are still people who call them slaves and set prices to buy them, which is disappointing. Later, the news spreads everywhere. People talk about how a great saint controls the orcs and dwarves. Just then, a tall woman approaches the gentlemen who are discussing the young saint of Philinance and asks to hear more about him. One of them informs her that it was a young boy, 14 years old at most. She is excited that she has finally found her fiancé. In the great land of Crovance, the opposition party buys 10,000 troops, while the prince's army has only 3,000 troops lined up. The MC remarks that he expects this from the opponent, as they have bought 10,000 troops. The opponent's leader, Sir Spirius, screams that the people do not recognize the true leader or the king. He shouts, demanding that if a hero is present, he should step forward. He asks if no one is going to face him. But then, a young soldier named Cyrus steps out and declares that he fights for the king. The two attack each other with their swords, charging on horseback. The fight doesn't look easy. When the other soldiers witness Cyrus using his aura, they get excited, as they also have an aura user in their army, uncertain about this knight. A soldier in the opponent's army thinks to himself that the prince's army has more aura users than the kingdom's army, and it is enough to get their morale high. According to him, Sir Spurius must win this fight. The opponent attacks the young aura user and claims him to be well skilled for a young man. Cyrus also sarcastically praises his skills. The young man realizes that he might win because he has more experience than the swordsman he is fighting. When the prince sees this, he addresses that he sends this young aura user just to see how well he fights. But at this point, he might win the title of Sword Saint in a few years. The opponent screams that he will not let some kid win, using his fire-blazing sword technique, but the young man cries out, using the Phantom Divide technique, throwing a powerful attack. The opponent falls to the ground, stunned, wondering how Cyrus can use this kind of technique at such a young age. Prince Karsus commands his army to charge and attack Prince Yuvel's army. The young man also orders the warriors to counterattack and fight till their last breath. As the two armies clash, the opponent's prince alerts everyone about the monsters on the other side and commands them to get into formation and knock them off their horses. But as the distance decreases, they realize that those things aren't horses, and the rumors are true. On the other hand, Sir Sade is unable to get through their headquarters. Prince Karsus is stressed, realizing that Sir Sade's army can't pierce through the prince's base of just 200. There comes the fire-flaming monster attacking the warriors. The Aura Man commands his warriors to retaliate with magic, but they cannot use magic because their mana is disturbed for some reason, which makes them wonder what kind of powerful mage the opponents have and why he isn't just casting a high-skilled spell. Our boy enters the scene and takes the charge, as he might be lacking in mana, but he has talent. Suddenly, an elf arrives on the battlefield, which the soldiers misunderstand as a witch. At last, Prince Karsus orders them to fall back, as the victory goes to Prince Yuvel's army. The war, which will eventually be called the Battle of Ledant by historians, ends in Prince Yuvel's victory. When they arrive in Hendrik County at the Ledant lands, people cheer for them, celebrating the great victory. Prince Yuvel realizes that these people are claiming Karsus as their king until yesterday. Later, he gets to know that the rival prince is still preparing for another battle, and asks if he would consider trying to convince Sir Hardsbergen, Grandiard, and Zeklik to join their side, but that he is trying to become a king instead. Meanwhile, somewhere in Hendrik County, a girl arrives at the gate of the palace. The guards ask what brings her there. The girl has a pretty face, but her body is insanely huge. The hero is training Sillin. He is called the Young Saint by the people of Prince Yuvel's army on the battlefield because of his performance in the last battle. The Young Saint is ready for squats, but our boy suggests resting his muscles, yet he wants to be muscular as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the elf is begging Selena not to be mad at her, giving every means of explanation. Our boy, witnessing this, adds that he is sure that Selena will be mad, but the elf is convinced that she will forget about this in 2 days because the memory of the spirits is just better than a goldfish. A guard arrives, interrupting the hero, saying that a woman is here to meet him. The guard informs him that she wants to meet the young saint, but he thinks that it has something to do with the king. Later, when they meet her in the reception room, she greets the prince, introducing herself as Christine, a paladin and Sword of Sayer. Ryfin wonders if Tezron has a sister. She informs him that she is here to meet the young saint. The king understands that the soldier must be mistaken because of how gigantic she is. He asks her what she wants to meet him for. Just then, the young saint shows up, opening the door, asking who is here to meet him. As he sees her, a loud scream echoes throughout the room. The king is curious about their relationship, to which he gets to know that they are to be married. Later, the young saint tries to run away when the king tells him to calm down, as he has ordered Christine to wait in the reception room. He asks him if they are engaged. He tells the hero that she is from an honored household in the Hallan Kingdom, and when she is young, everyone says she will grow up to be a very beautiful woman. Indeed, she does grow up to be a very beautiful woman, but the problem is that she grows way too much. That is when an oracle from Sayer comes and claims her as a daughter of God, and says she will love as the sword of God, and become mother to a great warrior, and fate will draw her together with the man of the sun. She is later appointed by Holy Order as a paladin. One day, to the Vasili Kingdom, it is where she meets Sil and Phil Marsis. It is a love-at-first-sight situation, and she declares it as soon as she returns to the Sayer of Holy Order. The people there are very normal and object to a marriage between a woman in her 20s and a 12-year-old boy, but Holy Sayer declares him to be the one. Whereas the Philinant's Holy Order gives a difficult condition to accept the oracle, as if she can earn his love, the order will permit this marriage. This is how the worst days begin. The king asks if this is the reason he wants to become that buff, to which the young saint agrees, as he thinks that if he starts looking like the other guys, she might lose interest. The king suggests that if it's because of her height, that's not all there is to love. But according to Sillin, she never listens to others and just does what she wants to do. He informs him that she has already decided the names of the future kids, Stein for a boy and Ellen for a girl. She will have them, and the father has to be a priest, a saint of the Sayer. Upon hearing the name Ellen, the king recalls the saintess Ellen, the nightmarish woman who tortures him in his past life. She is not only a good fighter but capable of blessing an army of 10,000, making ordinary soldiers run around like berserk warriors. She even allows a 3-year-old slayer threat of a knight. He gets stressed realizing that Sillin is Ellen's father. She is born through some sorcery called the Holy Grail Plan, which is banned by the Sayer Holy Order. The plan refers to the birth of a kid who will eventually take the life of his mother and father when being born. The hero warns the young saint that he will die if he gets married to that giant woman. Anyway, the young saint takes his run, as no one is sure what might happen to him if he stays. But the king tries to stop him, informing him that she will track him down anywhere. Still, Sillin isn't staying, as it's the least he can do about the situation. The atmosphere is emotional when suddenly the giant woman catches him leaving already and suggests they get married. The young saint shouts that everything is the protagonist's fault. The giant woman says they should go home, live happily together, and have children together. The young saint refuses, insisting he has told her many times he does not want that. The giant woman says there is no need to be shy. The hero, seeing that she is not listening to him at all, asks what she likes about him. She answers that their children would have the perfect height. The king admits to himself that her reason sounds convincing. She then asks if the young saint wants to bring divine punishment on their children. He objects, saying being short is not a punishment from the gods. She worries that she has grown too large while he has not grown enough, and wonders if this is fate. She insists again that they should go home, for their marriage is blessed by the goddess. But the young saint refuses. Desperate, he turns to the king for help with his eyes. The hero wants to help, but does not know how. Just then, Sillin announces that he already has someone he loves. It's our hero, and they are dating. Making everyone speechless, the young saint adds that the red thread of filaments binds them. The king recalls that they did cross paths because of the destiny's goddess-fated people, and realizes that the young saint is not lying. The warriors whisper that the two look good together and realize that's why they were talking about breaking up earlier. King Ryfan and the young saint continue speaking with their eyes. The hero insists that there are other women, but the young saint silently explains it cannot be just any human. It must be someone who could truly shock her. The young saint continues that he never wanted to reveal their love this way, but the situation forced him. The protagonist goes along with it. The giant woman declares that she understands but says the path of love is full of trials. As a paladin of Sayer, she challenges the protagonist to a duel. She insists that if the king truly loves the young saint, he must accept the fight. The protagonist protests that knights and mages should not fight, but the young saint interrupts, forcing him to prove their love. Witnessing this all, the elf comments if they really are a couple. The giant woman offers the first strike. Ryfan accepts and casts a spell, releasing Lightning Storm but holding back its power as he does not want to kill her. She summons the divine sword of the Sayer paladins and fights through the spell, which shocks everyone. He fires more spells but she brushes them aside. The young saint urges him to fight seriously, reminding him that his life is at stake. The king finally uses high-level magic, freezing her leg in ice and declaring the fight over, but he leaves her with no choice but to use the strength bestowed upon her by Sayer. She breaks free with raw strength, leaving him in panic. The young saint asks her if she is an aura user. She reveals that she had never learned aura like the others, but instead received her strength as a blessing from Sayer, great enough to rival even those who mastered aura. Our boy recognizes the breathing technique and asks her where she learned it from. She explains that in her youth, an old man taught her a breathing technique, which she now realizes was Sayer's guidance. The protagonist realizes that the old man she is speaking of is his own master. The giant woman asks if there is a problem. The hero is stressed upon what the old man did, since she grew so tall through the indestructible rocker breathing technique, and whether he intended to keep her single. Realizing that it was done with good intentions, King Ryfan insists that there is no problem. The woman rushes forward, suggesting to continue the fight. Our boy pulls out his wings of flying blades and wing cutter spell and attacks. The giant woman's breathing technique is Jim Unbreakable's exclusive breathing technique, meant to grow the body of the person using it. The protagonist thinks she's now so big, which means that she must have practiced it for at least 10 years. He thinks that if this technique worked for everyone, Jim Unbreakable would be rich, since many people desire greater height. The giant woman is stressed that our hero isn't losing but who fights for defeat. She calls him a sarcastic mage who tricks innocent people, and this is how he must have seduced the little saint. She again strikes him to show the power of love but instead loses. The hero declares victory and tells her to give up the young man, to which she agrees. She apologizes to the young saint for not saving him from this villain. The young man insists that he and the king share love in both body and soul, but the hero refuses to share anything with him. The young man asks him not to ruin it and play along. The giant woman promises through tears that she will return to save him. The hero is wondering on how he plans to deal with the consequences, but the young saint is calm, as he is sure that things will work in his favor. The next day, nothing had worked out as expected. In the palace, rumors spread about Ryfan and the Sillin. Strangely, all the rumors are positive. Companions tease them, even joking that knight princes and boys often fall for each other. The elf happily notes that different races are growing closer. Bringing them nearer is the king's dream. Later, the elf asks the boy about why he hasn't left the room. From under the blanket, he shouts that it's all Sillin's fault. The young saint objects, saying nothing will change by blaming him. The elf asks what's wrong, pointing out that rumors spread so fast because the young saint is very cute. She thought he didn't like being seen as feminine, which is why he trains every day. Our boy and the young saint jump towards the conclusion. The hero adds that he will train the young saint hard to make him into a real man. Sillin also agrees, as this is what he always wanted, but the two of them training together will only grow the rumors way more. Later, the Prince Yuvel's army of warriors gathers in front of the palace gate, shouting that the traitor Karsus, a competitor knight prince, has surrendered, and they ask them to bow to the true king and open the gates. The defenders accuse the prince of working with devils, but the protagonist answers that there's no point in talking, and they must fight. The prince commands his soldiers to fight with bravery, and the battle begins. Warriors charge forward. The dwarves ride horses even though they dislike it. The orc chief and orc lady get ready to fight, and the young aura user stands out, blocking many attacks. Suddenly a glowing sword appears in his hands. It is Sir Spirius's famous giant blade. Spirius, the old aura user, himself watches, furious that he stole his skill. A massive explosion shakes the battlefield and defenders run in fear. The orc climbs the wall and breaks it. The sight of them makes everyone whisper that this must be the true power of the aura users. The orc lady praises the group. She remembers our hero's words that they should only break the walls and not hurt soldiers. Wanting to help, she uses her skill. She throws sharp blades into the barricade, and each one explodes, tearing it apart. The old aura user, carrying the Night Prince, shouts in shock. The orc chief is surprised that his wife has such power. The dwarves admire the skill, saying she would be useful for breaking walls in the future. Night Prince admits he never expected this and says they must avoid a siege. Spirius apologizes, saying they cannot win here and must retreat. The defenders see the prince's army pulling back. The Night Prince wonders why they are retreating when they are winning. A soldier shouts, calling the Night Prince a traitor, and his life is already in the prince's hands, and the prince doesn't want needless deaths. So if the Night Prince cares about his people, he should surrender. The Night Prince realizes they are making him look like the villain. The hero wonders who made this clever, as the Night Prince won't be fighting after hearing this. The prince calls him wise and says the war is already won. According to his grandfather, they should return to the estate, since the enemy will soon surrender. At the palace, the Night Prince's father asks him what they should do. An advisor says that the opponent's army has the power of an aura user, and suggests preparing for the next battle. But the Night Prince says that if they give up the castle, the prince will be crowned king, and they will lose everything. Another man suggests asking other nations for help, but the Night Prince refuses. He says that if outsiders get involved, their kingdom will fall even if they win. The nobles grow angry and say that the Night Prince is risking everything. But according to Karsus, they only care about themselves. Even his father and grandfather are ready to give in. The advisor suggests sending assassins to kill the prince, but they have already tried many times and failed. The Night Prince's father then asks Sir Spirius if he can do it. He refuses to target the prince, saying he has the blood of the majesty, but he agrees to go after our boy instead. The prince's army camps near the estate. That evening, a celebration was held at the mansion. When the prince asks why they toast nobles who did not fight, the hero explains that it keeps the balance. By including them, they avoid jealousy and hate. The nobles call him wise. The prince admires his political sense even though he is a mage. His grandfather also praises that he is young but skillful with people. The young saint introduces a viscount to the orc chief, who speaks through the hero's communication necklace. The viscount praises the orc's bravery. The orc lady says true orcs honor warriors and despise cowards. The orc chief is angry at his words, but his wife tells him to ignore him. He remembers the hero's warning not to expect kindness from humans. According to our boy, people do not need to fully understand one another, only accept each other. With time, they will learn to treat everyone as equals. He also vows not to repeat the mistake of his past life, when he carried everything alone, but instead to rely on others. The celebration continues. The saint, the elves, and even the young aura user take part. Though nervous, the young aura user is not treated with negativity. The hero steps outside, thinking the real problems will begin once the prince becomes king. He wonders where the elf is. Suddenly, he sees a cloaked figure. The person hides his presence so well that he could be a ghost or a skilled aura user. The man apologizes, saying he is doing this for the future of the kingdom. The man in the cloak turns out to be the old aura user. He suddenly charges at the protagonist, who shouts his name in shock. The protagonist quickly blocks the strike, though the blade comes dangerously close. The old aura user remarks that the boy reacts quickly and assumes he must be using iron skin magic. The protagonist crosses his arms to shield himself, but the old aura user doubts that such simple magic could be this strong. Without pause, the protagonist casts destructive fire spells, flooding the area with blazing energy. The ground shakes and the walls glow from the force. The old aura user admits his opponent is stronger than expected, and declares that he will fight with his full strength. The protagonist realizes too late that he has always been the target. With no choice but to fight, he curses his soul-swapped brain. The old aura user charges again, blade shining with lethal intent. The protagonist meets him with close combat techniques. The old aura user is surprised and demands to know if he is a combat mage. The protagonist wonders if he can fool him without exposing his aura. He shouts that 6 aura users are inside the mansion and will come once they sense this battle. The old aura user laughs and answers that the boy will be dead before they arrive. He vows to end the fight in a single strike. The protagonist clenches his fists, worried how long he can last without using his hidden power. The old aura user slashes again, tearing the hero's sleeve. He studies his opponent's body and realizes it looks far too powerful for a normal mage. He wonders if magic alone could explain it, then dismisses the thought. The protagonist leaps forward, driving his elbow into the old aura user with fierce force, while the old aura user counters with his glowing sword. The blade shines with golden light, leaving the old aura user confused, unsure if this is aura or something else. At last, the protagonist reveals his true strength. He declares that no one can defeat an aura user with ordinary skills. A golden glow surrounds him, filling the air with power. The old aura user stares in disbelief and asks if the protagonist is Gerard's successor. He cannot accept that the heir of the martial king is a mage. The protagonist replies calmly that life is full of surprises. The old aura user raises his flaming sword and shouts that he no longer feels guilty about killing a mage. He summons a gigantic blade, cracking the ceiling as aura bursts into the sky above the city. The protagonist clenches his fist and meets the strike head-on. The impact shakes the entire castle, and an explosion spreads outward. The old aura user screams in disbelief as the protagonist's true strength shines through. The protagonist answers sharply that the old man brought this upon himself. Calling on Spiral Guard, the protagonist unleashes a storm of magic that sweeps across the rooftops. He rushes forward, delivering a crushing kick. The old aura user coughs and stumbles, fear filling his eyes. The protagonist gathers more power and smashes him into the wall. Broken and weak, the old aura user mutters that the assassination has failed. He admits he does not want to die, since he is the last surviving aura user of Karsus. The protagonist strikes the final blow, ending him. The hero steps forward, golden aura flowing from his body. The warriors nearby freeze, their eyes wide in shock. One by one, they cry out that the golden glow belongs to Gerard. At last, they recognize the truth. The protagonist is Riefenhart, the martial king. The dwarf asks if anyone knew the savior was an aura user. Others say he only wanted to hide his identity, but the dwarf thinks he was just hiding his muscles. The prince shouts in shock, asking if this man is really the martial king. He declares that the Jim Unbreakable's successor is not just an aura user, and there is no place for weaklings. The protagonist stays silent but knows this is true, as the Jim Unbreakable would never let a weak man survive. The warriors praise the martial king, just as the protagonist expected. He had tried to stay hidden, but now he is unsure what to do. News spreads that the old aura user is dead, and the people at the capital say the martial king killed him, which is not a shameful death, unlike Tesfalt, who was killed by a dwarf and was not as great as people thought. The army of the prince gathers near the castle. The young saint notes that the strength of other species is often seen, yet humans still look down on them. Our boy says this is a refusal to admit the truth, which is different. The walls were not rebuilt after the last battle, so the prince's army entered the city easily. The Night Prince's army locks itself inside the castle. The prince admits he never thought he would see the gates again. He is confused because the enemy has not surrendered after 3 days, which is unlike the Night Prince. The protagonist guesses the followers obeyed the Night Prince before, but now refuse to listen. The grandfather says this means they must attack, but our hero declares he will face them himself. The young saint warns it may not be wise to go directly, but the protagonist thinks hiding is pointless now. He steps toward the doors, and soldiers shout that the martial king is entering battle. The defenders fire arrows, launch rocks, rain fire arrows, and pour boiling water, but the protagonist is unaffected. The defenders panic and cry that a monster stands before them. The warriors call him indestructible. The protagonist thinks this is like his past life, but the reactions are different now. He recalls a few days ago, hearing people whisper and praise the martial king for being a mage. He admits he does not fully understand, since, as the demon king, they said his slaves gain power through darkness. The elf explains that people see warriors and magicians differently. Anyone can fight with a sword, but few can use magic, which is why the demon king is feared. The protagonist asks if attacking with his body seems more real than magic. The elf agrees, saying muscles are power everyone can understand, while mana belongs only to the chosen. The protagonist decides he will be admired, not feared. The defenders raise their swords and shout that if they die with honor. Blood flows, and they declare loyalty to the Night Prince. The protagonist steps forward, shouting that the winner is already clear and ordering them to stop their useless resistance. Inside the hall, the Night Prince stands with his blade. The prince enters and says the battle is over. The Night Prince explains that his father and grandfather were evacuated, for he could not allow his family line to be erased. They will live in Chitan, with less power but survival for the family. The prince asks why the Night Prince did not leave with them. The Night Prince asks him why instead. The prince realizes that if the Night Prince had fled, the war would have continued. He understands that the Night Prince chose to die rather than become a servant. He asks himself if the Night Prince truly values his people more than himself, making him a worthy enemy. The Night Prince smiles and asks who will kill him. The prince replies that though he is his cousin and a traitor, he is still of royal blood, so only he can take his life. He asks the protagonist to act when necessary. At that moment, the prince jumps, and his sword meets the rival's sword as the clash begins. Karsus, the Night Prince, mocks Prince Yuvel, saying he heard about Yuvel skipping his night lessons and fooling around with a female dwarf. He wonders if Yuvel had been hiding his true skills all along, but the prince denies it, claiming he just never had a chance to show his strength. Even his grandfather is surprised by his true power. The prince always thought everyone was going easy on him because he was royalty, but now he realizes that he is actually strong. He mentions that he had been playing with Phineas since he was a child, so he did deadlifts and squats every day just to keep up with her. Lower body training was a necessity. Phineas for once isn't blushing. The Night Prince confidently claims he will defeat Prince Yuvel and launches a strike. However, Yuvel's combat techniques were all taught by a dwarf, making them traditional dwarf warrior techniques, which don't suit a human well due to their higher center of balance. As the prince asks our hero for help, the opposing prince objects, saying it's a sacred duel and should not be interrupted. But since the gym's unbreakable technique has never cared for honor, the hero slams Karsus down with a powerful fist, ending the duel, presenting the head of the traitor. Prince Yuvel commands that the traitor be hanged and places the crown upon his own head. Thus marks the birth of the new king of the Crovence kingdom. News of the civil war's end spreads quickly. People are shocked, as most had expected the prince to lose. Another hero also rises to fame, Martial King Reifenhart. Having defeated Graham's Golden Knight, he arrives in the Crovence kingdom leading an army of otherworldly species, securing victory in the war. People are left in disbelief after witnessing the abilities of these strange new allies. Meanwhile, in the Graham kingdom, news of Karsus's defeat reaches Tesron. He is burning with rage, as Karsus was more dependable and wise than anyone he knew. Tesron begins to wonder if the hero intends to eliminate all his enemies before making a move. Two men enter, informing him that Russ is not dead, and has, in fact, defeated Sir Spurius while siding with the hero. Tesron understands that Stephen is framing Russ as the traitor, even though Stephen was the one who stabbed him. Still, Tesron believes he can rely on Russ as long as the hero remains their mutual enemy. Together, they decide to slay the hero. Back in the capital, Croton, the people object to the reward granted by the new king to our hero, just a count title and the Gelfane Viscounty, saying it's not worthy of his deeds. But they eventually stop protesting after realizing the king had to cut into rewards meant for others due to limited land. The king then announces that Sir Reifenhart will be rewarded with the title of Count, Land, and autonomous rights. He names the new county Antares, and so a new nation within the Crovance kingdom is formed. In Antares County, there is a castle. The rival prince wakes up, wondering what happened to him since he was supposed to be dead. Just then, a cute little dwarf steps in, introducing herself. The Night Prince asks her if the hero spared him, noting that Prince Yuvel wouldn't have allowed that. She explains that his head is hanging in the central square of Croton for the public to see. She heard they took the head of a similar-looking corpse and just changed the hair and eye color. Upon asking, the girl further informs him that they were standing by the secret alleyway behind the sacred hall to switch out the Night Prince for the head. The hero destroyed the pathway afterward so that there wouldn't be any traces left. The prince wonders how she knows about the secret pathway that only royals should be aware of, but the dwarf explains that her kind is far superior to humans when it comes to architecture. As the prince grows curious about why the hero spared him, the dwarf girl clarifies that, according to the protagonist, he was too smart and valuable to be killed. She then takes her leave, suggesting he should rest. West of the Gloaton Mountains, what used to be called the Gelfane Viscounty is now Antares County, though it's far too small to be called a nation. In the castle, Russ congratulates the hero on becoming the king of a new nation, to which our boy replies that this place is too small to be considered a nation at all. The boy then asks why he didn't demand more land, but the hero explains that doing so would have meant forfeiting autonomous rights, which are more important to him. Our hero suggests they can slowly expand by taking land from others through territorial war, leaving Russ stressed. Later, they enter the conference room filled with dwarves who had been slaves under the previous Viscount. Our boy announces their freedom and permits them to leave at any time, but also welcomes them to stay if they wish. However, the mines are in his possession, so he grants them rental rights to mine. He leaves the management of the mines to the dwarfs, allowing them to create weapons and armor to pay taxes and rental fees. They can also purchase the mining rights outright if they have enough money, with a 360-month installment option. In return, he requests a monopoly over all equipment they produce. All the dwarfs express their gratitude toward him. Our hero realizes that it's a pitiful piece of land compared to his past life, but that one wasn't great either. Later, he explains the division of the land among everyone, starting with the Blue Bear tribe. Though it's not technically Antares County's territory, it's also not part of the Crovence kingdom. Officially, the Gloaton Mountains don't belong to any nation, so wherever the Blue Bear tribe roams becomes Antares County's land by default. However, there are already residents in those mountains. The dwarfs express concern that they may all band together and attack. Our hero reassures them and tells the dwarfs to just return if they ever feel threatened. If the mountain dwellers come into their territory, he will count it as an invasion and promises to protect them, no matter how many humans try to attack. As for the elves, he advises them to expand so elves from all over the continent can gather there. He also ensures they plant their world tree. The land doesn't mean much to the dwarfs, since they plan to build underground. Still, the location of their new territory is far from the Grand Forge, and it would have been better if they had gotten land near the Settlard Mountains. This is precisely why our hero chose the Gloaton Mountains, because of the dungeon hidden within them. There is a portal that leads to the Diamond Terminal, but they will have to explore the dungeons to activate the portal and clear the area. A dwarf takes charge of cleaning it up. The area between the elves and orcs' territory is saved for those they have yet to meet. It has been a month since the War of Succession in the Crovence Kingdom. At Antares County, in the castle, a boy, Russ, and an orc named Tathis are in the middle of a battle. The orc throws his sword toward Russ's shoulder and ends up barehanded. Russ advises him that it would be better if he had one more sword. According to the orc, a weapon is a warrior's lifelong friend, and he can't call it a friend if he wields another. When the boy mentions the twin blades of Zalcathor, the orc explains that he just happened to have 2 swords and didn't really intend to take another one. Later, the orc asks the boy to show him that aura thing again, and guesses that he needs more time to receive the warrior spirit's blessing, at least until he's older than 10. This makes the boy realize the orc is only 9 years old, but they are the same age if converted into human years. The orc suggests they resume training. The young saint is also working out, and the little dwarf is carrying out her mission. The Night Prince has disguised himself as a different person using the hero's magic. Tilla advises him to get used to this phase in order to hide his identity, otherwise it will be bad for everyone, including the hero. Later, the little dwarf girl remarks that she is the second least busy person in the castle. Of course, the first is the protagonist, who is still sleeping despite the sun being high in the sky. An elf wakes up the hero, mentioning that he's going to gain weight if he keeps sleeping like this. She offers him breakfast, which she made herself since all the servants were busy with their own tasks. Later, he informs her that he has to find the world tree fragments in order to plant one in the alpine forest. The closest one right now should be the blue heaven staff, Gerunting. Our hero explains that it's a relic containing the world tree's essence, but the elf prefers Nihilin more, so he promises to make her something similar next time. It shouldn't be hard if his mana can hold up, as he is a 10th circle mage. He asks her to bring everyone because they will be leaving today for the Mados Highlands, where the Celt Dungeon and Gerunting are located. It will take them about a week if they go through the Diamond Portal. 3 days later, in Zarud, Tesseron learns that the hero left 3 days ago and will be gone for about a month. Stephen insults the hero for no reason, prompting a scolding since he's talking about the renowned martial king who stopped the civil war in the Crovence Kingdom. His subordinates are nothing like the slaves they once were. They contributed to the kingdom's peace while maintaining the knight's code. The rumors about him are favorable, which isn't good for them. Just then, Christine, a paladin, enters the scene with an offer. She can tell them where the hero is headed, and in return, she asks to join them because she needs to kill the hero. There's no reason to reject her offer, so they agree. 8 days after the hero departed from Antares County, south of the Settlard Mountains near the Celt Dungeon, Russ and the orc chief rush in to strike a monster, but end up getting hit instead. According to the young saint, they are fighting very well on their own since they already know the monster's attack patterns. The hero asks the elf to put the item in her hand into the limitless bag. Just as the elf loots the item, the system starts warning them, and the hero manages to lead everyone into phase 2. Russ hears that the hero learned this technique from his master, who was an expert in dungeons, but the information seems far too precise. The hero then manages to cut off the monster's ability to heal itself using its environment, activating his Line Force Destroyer skill. He commands Russ and Tathis to finish the monster off. The monster dies in the most disappointing way possible, even acting like a victim, despite being the one who had been harassing weaker beings in another dimension. Finally, the elf finds the Blue Heaven Staff, Gerunting, their new world tree. Smiling, Cirrus asks if it is time for them to leave. Opening the unbreakable map that his master threw at him when he was leaving the gym, the MC denies it, as they have to stop by somewhere. The elf wonders aloud if this map will tell where the gym's unbreakable treasure is. Upon hearing this, our boy recalls Gerard handing the map to him, calling it a small gift near the Settlard Mountain. He suggested our boy stop by the place that is marked when he is nearby. However, Gerard didn't tell him much, so Riffenhart doesn't know where the treasure is. Parth Mountain is near the Mados Highlands. It is located southwest of Santera Village, and the land around it is fairly easy to travel. After arriving at the location, they all look around, and it almost looks like a training ground for knights. Even Russ, aka Cyrus, thinks that this place doesn't seem like a spot to hide a gift, and it has such a strange aura despite it not being a dungeon. Riefenhart assures them that it must be nothing, and they should get going to search for the hidden gift. Pressing forward, they head forward. Nervousness slashes across all of their faces, and it confuses our guy. Concerned, he asks them all the reason behind them looking all flushed because it is just a place where a master hid a gift for his student. The moment these words leave his mouth, they all are pulled to the ground as they step on a hole. All of them scream in horror, but that is when Tythad summons his giant sword and stands on it to balance. At the same time, the MC gets frustrated at Scylla for using her spells, as she is messing up his casting. At this point, everyone is puzzled because their aura, divine power, and mana are colliding against each other, and no one is able to cast any spell to steady themselves. In the end, Riffenhart, Cirrus, and Russ clung to the orc's sword while Scylla grabbed his strong arm. Just like that, they all land smoothly. Upon looking up, everyone notices that the hole they fell into disappears. At this point, the protagonist thinks that maybe it is some kind of space distortion. Looking around, the elf points forward to the wall. On the walls, Gerard has congratulated his student on his departure and hoped that the gift would be likable. This confuses them all, as this just seems like empty storage. However, they still move forward and find another message on the wall, which tells them to go forth. Puzzled, they all keep going and find themselves in a wide arena. Without warning, a strong strike sends dust into the air. In the darkness, glowing eyes appear, first a few, then more. Both Ceres and Reifenhart stand there dumbfounded because this gift seems pretty foolish. Just then, the spirits of the seniors of the unbreakable gym emerge from the darkness. Gritting his teeth, our boy wonders what kind of a gift it is. The ghosts rush forward, raising their fists. Russ looks at the spirits and summons his magical powers to defend himself. However, bright flames swirl around the spirit, and they strike forward, pulling an ultimate move of QI Bullet. The elf and Cirrus dodge the attacks, but the spirits are not backing off, coming to attack again and again. Curious, Russ questions our boy about the amount of discipline his gym, Unbreakable, beat to death, and when they all get to know that the amount is more than 100, they all get stunned because this means that there are 100 evil spirits like this. Not having any choice, Sillin closes his eyes and requests the Filanins to shine the holy light on them to erase the ones who are evil. In an instant, bright pink light envelops the arena, and all the spirits vanish within seconds. Witnessing this, the orc praises Sillin, but is also concerned as Sillin looks hurt after his healing spell. In an instant, Tythad senses a presence approaching them again, though this time Russ can feel a physical presence. At this point, after all this chaos, Reifenhart is literally expecting a zombie to come out. Right then, a group walks into the arena from another tunnel, discussing that there are no relics here but only spirits. Everyone's eyes widen with shock while the opposing group is thrilled. Eustace's grin grows wider when he sees Russ, while Stefan is thrilled that they finally found the MC. Meanwhile, Christine smirks, commenting that she came to rescue Sillin, which completely startles him since he never expected her to show up with this group. Among them is also an innocent-looking girl, Felina. The protagonist recognizes her right away, and he is even more stunned because in his past life, she was his best friend, and they had grown up together in the Mage Tower. Though, his attention shifts to his opponent, and even Tesron's gaze darkens after looking at Reifenhart. Both of them, filled with anger, step forward until they're standing face to face, each demanding to know who the other really is. The moment both the guys are standing face to face, Reifenhart gets mad because he used to be very tall, but now his body looks like a short king. He accuses Tesron of not taking good care of his original body. On the contrary, Tesron is also mad. He complains that our guy's original body was weak and fragile. At the same time, the MC gets frustrated, calling Body Thief's brain stupid and slow to learn. Both the guys argue, looking evidently frustrated as their bodies are exchanged. But this argument seems playful to the others, so they wonder if both the guys are friends. To make things intense, Tesron dramatically deepens his voice, reminding our guy that they don't have a bond to do chit-chat, promising to kill him right here as he doesn't want the continent to suffer once again. Curious, Sillin interrupts, wanting to know if they both know each other. Busy arguing, the MC only reveals that they are enemies, promising to spill the tea later on. However, at this time, Tesron states how he never expected to meet him here, and also finds it touching as he can feel the master's love. Reifenhart can't help but feel how dumb this guy is to find this trap touching, realizing he is a true successor of Jim Unbreakable. Without hesitating, our boy admits that he is more than happy not to be like him. This is when Tesron's anger doubles and he decides to end all this nightmare here. Taking an attacking stance, the guys are ready to strike. The MC decides to not care about damaging the body he's in, while Tesron assumes he'll hold back since it's his own body. The moment both of them rush, a huge explosion occurs. Stefan tries to intervene but is stopped by Teethad. On the other hand, Eustace in his golden armor body targets Russ, declaring to wash away the shame of the family. As he walks up to Eustace, Russ mocks him, saying he's the real shame, and tauntingly asks what happened to the brother who once valued the knight's honor code. Hearing this, the Golden Knight is enraged, so without warning, he raises his sword, charging forward to attack his half-brother, while Russ is already with his sword to attack back. Right then, Christine's eyes are fixed on Sillin. She promises to save Sillin from the evil, but she looks more like an evil right now, so Sillin gets behind Cirrus, who summons Sylph, requesting it to save her sword. Simultaneously, Felina plans to help Stefan, who is fighting Tythad. Knowing that orcs are weak against magic, she starts to recite a spell, but the moment it is cast, it gets nullified by Sillin, who summons a divine sword. Seeing the divine powers, Felina gets impressed. At the same time, Sillin keeps praying to Filanins to grant them something so that this woman couldn't harm Tythad with her magic. Alternatively, the protagonist is striking with rapid-fire chi bullet spells, but this Tesron guy is just dodging them, not having the audacity to attack back, and when Reifenhart taunts him about it, he blames it on our guy's weak body. Because of these provocations, the body thief's ego gets hurt, and he casts double spells of Ruin Song and Radiance Blast. Our boy dodges the attack but mocks him as well for casting only double spells, as Reifenhart can cast 4 of them together. Tesron could see the MC's defensive move being delayed. However, each accused the other of taking their body, which confuses Sillin and Cirrus since they have no idea about whatever they are arguing about. Just then, they both unleash advanced spells, and deep down, each is truly impressed by the other. Tesron is amazed that by his brain Reifenhart is casting such spells, and Reifenhart can't help but notice how Tesron has trained his his body and made it so much stronger. Though he is frustrated by the thought of having a stupid brain with an indomitable body, knowing he needs to hurry since he has a stupid brain, without being cautious, he attempts to punch his opponent. But in doing so, he makes the mistake of giving his opponent an opening to strike back. Abruptly, Tesron stabs him in his chest. The protagonist is taken aback after realizing that it is Aura. Smirking, Tesron reveals that since this weak body of the MC couldn't let him use Spiral Guard, he is utilizing just its effectiveness when it comes to stabbing. This leaves Reifenhart confused, since he knows his body can't use Aura. The body thief then explains that while that's true, it doesn't mean the protagonist is using magic because of his opponent's mind. Lifting his sword, Tesron declares that Reifenhart's opponent is none other than the Martial King himself. Grinning, Tesron demands to know if the MC thought he couldn't do what he was capable of. Smiling slightly, the protagonist acknowledges that this skin thief was the strongest in the continent alongside Cyrus, so he didn't expect this. As both the brothers fought in the air, Tesron admits being bitter about one of those two strongest people on the hero's side, since he never thought Eustace would stab Cyrus and kick him out of the house. He recalls being Russ's only friend, but in this life he has quite a few more. Clarifying that Russ is shy, Reifenhart reminds the body thief that they are not on friendly terms to have chit-chat. Ignoring that, Tesron mentions Felina looking at him as if to question if they are friends from their hometown, but it wasn't exactly true, yet not entirely wrong either, since they are from the same future. However, his eyes darken when he declares that they are definitely not friends. The moment these words leave his mouth, Tesron releases streams of fiery magic, vowing to take down Reifenhart then and there, as he trained himself for this the entire time. Covered in flames, our boy questions the body thief if he really thinks magic is enough to defeat him. Throwing his sword from his grip, Tesron admits that he is not good when it comes to magic, but Aura is not everything in combat, and he will prove just that. On the flip side, Eustace's magic spell splits the ground from a powerful explosion. Russ taunts him for stabbing his own brother when Eustace comments on how this swordsman knows nothing about honor. Both the guys charge forward to attack, but they keep deflecting each other's attack, declaring that neither of them intended to acknowledge the other as a brother. Alternatively, Ceres summons Selena, making it hard for Christine to stand her ground. Raising her sword while struggling, she doesn't understand how this slave is so skilled. She confirms if Eris is after Scylla too, which confuses the elf. The woman blushes that her little Scylla is so popular. However, Ceres is in no mood to see this simp behavior of her opponent, so she summons Ignacis, while Christine requests Earsayer to protect her servant. Simultaneously, Felina looks at the fight suspiciously, planning to do something in order to win, but behind her, Scylla tells her that she won't be able to do anything. Though her eyes widen with shock and her face turns crimson red when she spots Tesron pinning Reifenhart on the ground. This makes her wonder what these guys are up to. In contrast, Tesron twists our boy's hand and mocks that he was certain the MC knew nothing about ground wrestling. After all, Jim Unbreakable never taught skills like this. This ground wrestling is just making out, and the guy is uncomfortable and recalls Gerard explaining to him that it is better to just get another hit in instead of rolling around grabbing at the opponent's joints. Yet Reifenhart is rolled onto his stomach, and Tesron is grabbing his leg from behind. At this point, he is puzzled, not being sure how to attack in this position. But then, he remembers Gerard telling him to do anything to crush the enemy if they get close. Just then, our boy activates Spiral Guard, flames igniting round him, but his opponent knew this was coming. In an instant, the whole is enveloped with bright light, and this is when our guy realizes that there has been an aura clash. This confuses Reifenhart, as he never learned all this. Sitting on his leg, the body thief remarks on how the protagonist's aura skills are just like that of a child's, and his spiral guard can be countered just by deflecting his chi paths. At this point, the MC is panicking, not understanding what to do, but that is when he gets an idea and starts reciting verses of a spell that reduces the friction force of objects. Due to this spell, MC's opponent is thrown backwards on the ground and is left startled, since he never thought that was something that cold be used on human bodies. Standing up, Reifenhart takes a sigh of relief as, with this spell work, just like how it was with Scylla, this body doesn't get recognized as a human body. But before he could attack again, or get in an attacking stance, he was again in the grip of Tesron, who pulled out a jujitsu move. Again, the MC tries to cast a spell, but Tesron nullifies his spell by casting one of his own. Frustrated, the protagonist reminds his opponent of the master's teaching, as it is just disgusting that he rolls on the ground like some insect. Smirking, Body Thief states that he is not Unbreakable's disciple, and this kind of humiliation is okay as long as the continent is peaceful. On the ground, Reifenhart looks at the enemy dumbfounded, not finding it convincing enough when his arm is in between Tesron's legs. Still, the Body Thief doesn't take it as an insult, calling it an advanced technique. All the girls have stopped fighting, their cheeks growing warmer by seeing this intimate fight. At this point, to distract him, Reifenhart suggests his enemy take a look at Felina, who looks as red as a tomato. This makes Tesron embarrassed and distracted. Taking this as an opportunity, our boy gets out of his opponent's grip. However, their foolish fight continues, and our guy just regrets not having a fight that includes magic from a distance. He knows that no one will help him at this point because Cyrus is busy fighting Eustace. On the other hand, when he looks at Teethad and Stefan, he gets shocked because Teethad is struggling. losing to someone like Stefan. Standing with his sword, Stefan mocks the orc, demanding if he realizes his situation and truly thinks he can fight him. With that, he orders Tithad to put down his weapon and kneel. Even when struggling, Tithad clarifies to not give up, because warriors of the Blue Bear tribe never lose. Having said that, Stefan scoffs, seeing the audacity of an orc to think of himself as a knight. Roaring, Stefan's knight armor shines with bolting streams of energy, and he suggests Tithad beg him to spare his life, but instead, he is provoking his enemy. Knowing that an attack is on the way, Tithad summons Dakar, his comrade. In an instant, Stefan lunges forward, charging his sword at the orc. The magic streams that come out of it make the orc scream in pain. Still, seeing him standing, Stefan mockingly praises him for having stalled this much time. Tithad notices his opponent's arrogant eyes. This is how humans looked at orcs. Tithad literally fought every day, becoming a fighter swinging his weapon. He ended the lives of the enemies with his old rusty sword. He sometimes killed his own kind and sometimes used this weapon against criminals. Basically, he put his entire soul in that sword. Remembering everything, something snaps inside him, and he declares that his pride is not as a fighter, but as a warrior of the Blue Bear tribe. He recalls the past, how he made Reifenhart his mentor, vowed to repay him, and declared himself Crota's son, the heir to Lat's axe. In an instant, he realizes that he is the descendant of the great warriors. Sudden energy rushes into his body, and a blue stream of energy envelops him and his weapon. Witnessing this, Stefan's jaw drops, as this is none other than Blade's aura. Stefan finds it unreal, refusing to believe that this is aura since it is not possible for an inferior to manifest such great powers. Ignoring all his dirty comments, Tithad rushes forward with Dakar to strike at his opponent. Even when Stefan charges magic at the orc, it doesn't harm him at all. At this moment, he is just shocked by this aura. Raising Dakar into the air, Tithad remarks on how shameful it is that, witnessing such power, his enemy is still in denial. After these words leave his mouth, the orc attempts to slash at him. Horror washes over Stefan's face, but while struggling, he manages to block the attack with his sword. Sweat trickles down Stefan's face, but he keeps trying to deflect the attacks. However, how long can a person stay defensive against someone whose powers are finally awakened? Thus, in a single final blow, Stefan is on the ground lifeless. At the sight of this, Cyrus smiles because Tithad always complained about it, but finally awakened. Eustace is shocked too to see an orc using aura, though Russ tells him to look properly, as this is not some mere orc, but one strong enough to kill everyone. Finding it nonsense, Eustace attacks Russ without any warning, but even as Russ attempts to attack back, it is impossible to inflict any damage because of Eustace's armor. Even when he tries to attack the body, it doesn't seem to break, despite having attacked him with gigantic blades so many times. Giving the guy room to attack, Cyrus smartly attacks multiple times once again, but Eustace just smirks because his Eldrad won't break with attacks like these. However, Russ's plan was different all along. His plan was to get closer to his opponent and stab him because that would be the only thing to defeat him. Abruptly, stabbing him, Cyrus flicks his finger, causing tons of explosions to occur on his opponent's body, and all Eustace could do was scream in unbearable pain as his armored body began to dissolve. Taking it all in, Russ grins widely, realizing he would love to learn so much more from Stala's techniques. Eustace's armored uniform shatters into pieces. Stefan has already been knocked out, and Cirrus is giving a tough time to Christine. Felina worriedly screams for Eustace and even Tesron. While fighting Reifenhart, Tesron notices that Stefan have been defeated. However, the body thief loses his grip on the MC when Cyrus lunges forward to attack him. To give him support, Tithad helps the protagonist stand, who looks evidently hurt, but Scylan's healing techniques will help him. Looking at our boy, Tesron is just disappointed, as he could have defeated him if he had more time. But Reifenhart's partners are pretty good, and things definitely changed from the past. Just then, he decides to give up, claiming to win next time, when the MC warns him to back off. Scoffing, our boy declares to not let him go like this, but Tesron smirks because he will give the protagonist no choice but to. Unexpectedly, the body thief summons the gym's unbreakable spirits, the ones Reifenhart and his group fought moments ago. All the spirits approach their enemy while Tesron, holding Eustace, begins to leave with his group, vowing to take the MC's head next time. One of the spirits charged at our boy, but he stopped it with his hand, holding it back. At this moment, he is frustrated as hell because these are just coming at him and not harming the body thief. He wonders if this is because he is the rightful successor or because of Scylan's divine power. While heading back, Felina apologizes to Tesron since she wasn't of any help. Dynamics have changed. Felina is on their side, though she was once Reifenhart's best friend, while Cyrus, Tesron's only friend, now fights against him. Instantly, they all stop when they spot a stone. It has the secret to surpass the quintuple layer of the Calamity Horn. At first, Tesron thought that the Demon King knew about it too since he went by here. This is why Body Thief was afraid of him, but it seems that he was still at the quadruple layer. Smartly, he breaks the stone, because this way they both will be incomplete mages and martial artists. With this, he has no reach to the quintuple layer. The fact that he lost that fight, the moment the stone shattered into pieces, our boy lost the reason for coming here. Back in the arena, the spirits are going wild, but once again Sillin requests Philinance to help them. A bright pink light appears, and all the spirits vanish in seconds. Exhausted, Sillin sits on the ground, due to the fact that he never used his divine powers like this. Curious, he asks why those spirits were strong as hell. Thus, our guy explains that those were beaten to death. So the stronger someone's resentment is as a spirit, the more powerful they are. At that very moment, the Demon King could feel the sensation of the warped space disappearing. However, his focus shifts to Cyrus, who demands to know who that guy Tesla was. Therefore, our boy lies that they were friends, but ended up as enemies because of having different opinions about otherworldly species, as he thinks freeing them would cause damage to the world. Now that they decide to follow them, Tothis points out 2 tracks here, and the fact that they went to the stone chambers and then went back up the stairs means they should follow this track. Following that, they all enter the track, and heading forward, they spot that something is broken, the same headstone. Ravenheart assumes that the opponent put his anger out on this. The fact that they have departed makes Cirrus think that it was useless for them to come here, but the MC smiles, reminding them all that it was not at all a waste because they got another aura user, Tethad. In the protagonist's last life, the orc awakened the aura while fighting Cameron of the Hallan Kingdom, so he thought that his awakening would take at least 10 years, but things definitely changed. Moreover, they found Geruding and a new aura user, so this trip was worth it. Just like that, they all decide to head back and rest. In another environment, in the forest, some young trolls are running with a senior troll, Utrang, who motivates them to keep running, because Utrang knows that these young trolls might die of exhaustion, and if they get chased, they will be used as ingredients to make potions. On the flip side, Captain Landon and his team are tracking the troll's traces. Landon commands his men to keep searching, knowing that the blood of a troll is great for healing potions. 1 potion bottle is worth 10 silver coins. Utrang hides with the young trolls behind a tree, feeling guilty as he went to the waterfall even after Guru Matero had warned him. Even though he thought it'd be fine, as human villages are far away. Not having any choice, Utrang commands the poor baby trolls to keep hiding and gets out of the hidden spot himself. When plovers' nests are in danger, they show themselves to the predators to protect their eggs. This is exactly what Utrang did. Showing himself, he casts his troll sorcery, which scares all the knights, but Landon orders his men to take him down with arrows. Even when the arrows hit him, Utrang regenerates, so they decide to throw down a net to stop him and then burn him. However, before they could do anything, Utrang starts his gigantification, leaving everyone scared to death. This is how trolls are. The most mild of the intelligent species, but the most scary and ruthless once cornered. In Param, a small country village situated on the outskirts of the woods, people are eager to know if the magical circle outside will help them capture the trolls. Mrs. Tess, an older woman, begs the knights to not kill the troll. Even when a young woman reminds Tess that trolls are monsters, she keeps sobbing and explaining that trolls are guardians of the forest who protect the woods. The villagers apologize to Knight for this behavior of Tess. However, now all the knights are ready, and they have even cast a triple layer just in case. Some of the men are confused as well, as they don't understand the need for setting up a trap in the village. However, the man in charge cannot really predict where the trolls might appear, so if they are near the village, they could ambush the village before the knights are able to lure them towards the trap. He just hopes that Captain Landon is doing good because the money that was spent to create this giant magic circle is a lot, so they better capture some trolls. In an instant, Utrang rushes out of the forest, looking livid and attempting to attack the humans. Therefore, the knights cast multiple fireball spells on his body and trap him by summoning the Cage of Arcane Force. Poor Utrang screams in pain and agony, but still these cruel humans don't stop and push the troll into the magic circle, even striking an arrow at his back. Utrang collapses on the ground, whimpering in pain, and eventually faints. Afterwards, these cruel men tie him up and shove him into the carriage's trunk. While everyone is glad that they can live peacefully, Tessa reminds them all that they have done something that they will regret. She warns them all that the forest's rage will befall them, but everyone ignores her cries. At Zeton Hill, in the Geterin Mountains of the Hallan Kingdom's southern region, knights surround the carriage, taking Utrang with them. They are all more than excited because they will be rewarded with so much gold once they make it to Kaltazan. They are thrilled to hand this troll over to the Alchemist Guild, Sonata's Tears, because that is how their hard work will repay. While walking, one of the guys, Dren, thought he heard something, but because they were near the campsite, they decided to ignore it and continue moving. But ignorance didn't help them because Handon just got killed. At this very moment everyone panics, but the elderly guy commands them all to calm down, as this is just a monster ambush. Everyone gathers around the carriage, but swiftly they have 4 people in split moments. Rousseau plans to cast the detection life object, sending a magical array into the air, but his spell unexpectedly gets cut off, and blood comes out of his mouth. Everyone panics at this moment, and they recall Tessa warning them about the forest being angered. Terror sweeps over everyone's faces when a voice echoes in the surroundings. It tells them all that they never harmed the humans, but still they destroy them out of greed. Being delusional, the captain stands with their swords, being sure that they are protected by the Sayer, but sweat trickles down their faces when they spot the ivory tusk killing people in front of them. Landon recognizes that it is the same demon that massacred the famous monster hunting squad and over 20 branches of the Alchemist Guild. Before he could figure out what to do, the ivory tusk leaned in closer to his ear, mocking him that his greed surpassed his fear. In the next instant, it tears his body apart. The only sounds that could be heard were his screams, until they were silenced by death. 7 days after meeting Tesron, Riefenhardt and his group got back to Antares County. Afterwards, many things happened in the county. With that, the Blue Bear tribe settled down in the Gloatin Mountains. There were chances of conflict with people who were already in the Gloatin Mountains, but if that were to happen, Antares County's flag would protect them. In addition to that, planting the gerunting in the Elfin Forest went well as well. After that, some elves of the Danheim tribe started looking after the New World Tree. In the Grand Forge, there was no need to hunt monsters since they created a food resource from the Taoban Trade Union. Due to this, most of Grand Forge's warriors stayed in Antares County and started building a village near the mines with dwarves who used to be slaves. The construction requires more time, but there is no worry, as dwarves are experts in these works. 20 days after their return, in the Antares County castle, looking outside the window, Riefenhardt is relieved that things are going smoothly, but is unsure about how to treat humans. Today, some experienced mercenaries led by Gardwin have come to swear their loyalty to the MC. Everyone is assured to work for him, informing their abilities to our boy. Riefenhardt knows that there are some skilled mercenaries in this group, but at the same time, some frogs in a well are a part of it too. It kind of surprises him that no one came to serve him in the past life because of him being a demon king. However, he now expresses his gratitude for their arrival, assuring them that he will choose them if they can prove their skills. A smirk appears on his face as he decides to give them a good thrashing and then pick out the useful ones. One by one, the knight and soldier get in the front to prove themselves by sparring with Cyrus. In total, there are 20 knights and almost 100 soldiers, excluding otherworldly species. While the MC looks at a knight sparring with Cyrus, he realizes that they all together are not even worth 10 dwarf warriors, but they should still embrace humans and not the ones who discriminate against otherworldly species. The moment one of the knights gives disdainful looks to Teethad for evaluating him, the others understand that this guy is finished, because discriminating against orcs or other species is just unacceptable. Angrily, Teethad reveals his blade aura for everyone to see, leaving them, and even the arrogant knight, completely shocked. However, that knight is soon thrown out. Ignoring that, our boy asks Azrael if there were any good guys today, though Azrael is sure that Tathid and Russ must have evaluated correctly, so he doesn't have to worry. With that, Azrael reminds our guy that skills alone don't make the qualities of a knight. Teasing him, Riefenhardt questions if this is the case with orcs too. This makes the captain of the Antares knight embarrassed, and he admits that Teethad has the dignity of a knight and skills to match. Hearing this, the protagonist wishes that everyone could think like that. Though all the knights of the county were mercenaries before, so he can teach them manners, he is kind of worried that if they keep recruiting mercenaries, there will be no knights in actuality. According to Riefenhardt, there is not much difference between mercenaries and knights, but still knights are much more disciplined and better. So before walking off, he instructs Alzire to choose knights from now on. Back at his office, the MC asks Flora if there is a lot of work today. His eyes widened with shock to see so many documents he had to go through. At this point, our guy will be sitting here for hours, even when there are lots of dungeons to raid, and the 4 symbols relic he needs to find. While pouring him tea, Flora, out of curiosity, asks who used to take care of the papers in his past life. Looking at the documents, he explains that he didn't have to leave the palace then, and had Mashelin's help too. But now he can't do that because there will be opposition from the humans if he gives an otherworldly species to take on his duties. At that moment, Riefenhardt admits that he wants someone reliable right now who is good with administration and is capable of protecting the castle so that he can go out. When Flora suggests Azrael, our guy admits that the captain is really good, but not good enough to leave the entire county under his care. Though, a smirk appears on his face, because he has someone in his mind, someone who is so skilled that even the protagonist can't kill him. In the corridors of a castle, a tall guy is walking with Tilla, and all the knights in the castle are unaware about who this guy is. Even when they ask Azrael, he doesn't know. As they walk, Tilla questions this guy Karsus, who is looking at the training ground, if he wants to practice swordsmanship, as he is the knight of the knights, but he refuses, his mind filled with the thought that Karsus is already dead. He's just a nameless man now. Seeing him zoning out, Tilla calls him, and he shares how he thinks that Yuvel was a very phenomenal candidate for king. This confuses Tilla, and she doesn't understand what changed his mind. Thus, this guy reveals that the woman standing in front of him possesses beauty, wisdom, and wit that otherworldly species have, so this is why he is thinking like this. Her cheeks turn red, finding it cheesy, but then he extends his hand. Taking his hand, Tilla admits that he himself is wise and witted. With that, she teases him, saying she's not so sure about the beautiful part. Calling her cruel, he reminds Tilla that her people can hear the sound of truth, so perhaps she can tell if it's true that he has fallen in love with her. Upon hearing this, Tilla's face reddened, but the moment the guy assures her that it is fine if she doesn't agree, as he is not a dwarf, she immediately fumbles, which makes him realize that she is okay with him loving her, though she suggests her boy grow a beard as it will suit him. While holding hands, they continue their walk, Karsus admitting that he had no right to judge Yuvel. Karsus meets our boy, who is happy to meet him. Among all the prisoners of war in the world, Karsus feels his life is the most fortunate. Hearing this, Riefenhardt asks if Karsus has thought about giving up being a prisoner of war. Karsus wonders if the MC wants him to stop depending on him. admitting he feels guilty for being the only one lounging in the castle. Smiling, the protagonist is quite happy that Karsus understands what he means right away. He also asks for help, and Karsus reveals he already knows about the MC's dream from Tilla. Hesitating, he admits that at first he thought Riffenhart was out of his mind. This makes our guy chuckle because he gets these comments a lot. Even Cirrus thinks the same, but later on he realized that he is just narrow-minded. These otherworldly species are not human, but are definitely people. Even Karsus thinks that it is not about elves or dwarves because a civilization can never have a happy ending if it is treated like beasts. He is not that aware, but if this is the change of eras, he would love to be a part of it. Lowering his gaze in honor, he requested Riefenhart to command him about what to do. He doesn't care if it is a servant or an administrative official. A slight smile appears on the hero's face since he understands that this guy would have come to him, asking for a job even if he didn't ask for him. Instantly, Riefenhart extends his hand, the seal upon it, and requests him to act as a proxy for him. Karsus is shocked that the protagonist would entrust something like this to a past enemy. Taking the seal, he challenges him, asking what if he changes his mind. However, our boy informs this guy that he can only give orders to the human in Antares with this seal. Additionally, he asks what plans he has to betray him if he gets a chance. After thinking for a few seconds, Karsus chuckles because he has nothing much in mind. Though Karsus realizes that he is not serving a foolish lord, since the only humans in this place are the Night Order and over 1,000 starved and displaced people. Just to tease him, Karsus asks what if he trained those humans to become his soldiers. But the moment Riefenhart states that Tilla will cry, a shy smile appears on Karsus' face, and he promises to do his best. Afterward, the main lead asks if he should call him Sass instead of Karsus, saying he should have a new name to match his new face. Yet this name sounds so foolish, so Karsus tells him to call him Karl only. Before Riefenhart could leave, Karl playfully suggested our guy make him prime minister because it sounds cooler than being called Count's proxy. After Karl was made the prime minister, things started to be done instantly. He is more skilled than our boy even anticipated. The first thing he did was to figure out what to do with the female elves and what jobs should be assigned to them. Because of his smart decision, the work efficiency rose by 30%. In addition to that, he rebuilt the military. While our guy put 5 to 6 soldiers under each knight without thinking much, Karl separated the knights from the soldiers and chose 2 experienced knights to command the soldiers to train. This way the military got stronger. After that, the prime minister looked into displaced people. Surprisingly, he was good with judging characters too, so he skilled people to work in bureaucracy and laymen to work for the farms. While training, the protagonist is very happy to choose Karsus and advises Tilla to hold on to that guy tight. On the other hand, Cirrus has finally managed to correctly perform the fire magic, which makes her quite proud. Just then, an elf comes to inform the Count that the people he had been meeting with have come. Meanwhile, Ceres and Tilla have their girls talk about the boys. At this moment, Tilla is head over heels for Karl because he is such a gentleman, while Cirrus has literally father-zoned Riffenhart. Though Tilla advises the elf to never say it to his face but also agrees that the MC definitely feels strangely like an old man, and maybe it is because of his giant body. Jekyll, the bounty hunter, with his colleague, is delighted to meet the Martial King. He got to know that the hero was looking for them through the Taubon trade union. Without beating around the bush, Riefenhart reveals that he has a job for them. In front of them is a weird sketch of Tesron. Thus, this job is related to finding this body thief, who is an aura user but is keeping his profile low, unlike Christine and Eustace. Our guy gives the team 100 golden coins, assuring to give them more if they succeed. Pressing forward, our hero gets the information for this month from the Great Trade Union. Upon reading it, he realizes this is just useless information. However, in an instant his eyes widen with shock when he reads that monster hunters south of the Hallan Kingdom were ambushed by the legendary monster, Ivory Tusk. Standing up, the MC shouts to gather everyone immediately. Deep down, he is aware that Ivory Tusk is the old nickname for Athilka. At the coastal city of the Hallan Kingdom's southern region in the Santana's Tears, the Alchemist Guild is experimenting on the trolls, keeping them alive and torturing them for healing potions and other stuff. The upper authority wants 500 more bottles, so they are working double at this point. Their cruelty is at its peak because they lock the trolls away in storage and drain their blood. The workers of the Alchemist Guild are not understanding why the female trolls miscarry every time they get pregnant, even though they breed fine in the wild. However, rumors have gotten to them as well about the Ivory Tusk killing Landon's group. They just hope it doesn't get here. All else will be a great disaster because everywhere the Ivory Tusk has appeared, there have been deaths. The fact that the branch is worried too is why today they have invited important guests. Basically, branch manager Deepol has brought aura users who might stand against this creature. Little do they know, Athilka is hovering nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. On the other hand, Santara's southern branch manager, Dipol, is delighted to meet Helene Kingdom's aura user, Kafir, Sharn Household's 7th Circle Mage Marooned, and Sayer's priest Blay. They all assure Dipol to not worry because he chose perfect people to deal with this situation. At the gate of the palace, the security guards are randomly talking about stuff. But that is when the environment gets foggy suddenly. Instantly, the voice of the Ivory Tusk could be heard. but the poor guards couldn't understand this language. With his magic, he makes them sleep only because they are the innocent ones, having no idea what is going on in that shitty palace. In the nearby palace, Riffenhart smirks since from the moment he got here, it was all boring. But looking at the fog, he understands that things are going to spice up. In contrast, chaos erupts in the Alchemist Guild's building. The knights are panicking but still try to hold their ground, as the one who kills it will get 1,000 golden coins. The commotion can be heard by the guests too, but Deepal lies that a troll escaped. The guests decide to help if the troll is being this wild, but nervously Deepal refuses, pretending to not burden the aura users in order to catch a mere troll. Still, the aura users decide to repay him for the food he served them all. Alternatively, the warriors of the Alchemist Guild can't do shit to protect themselves. In a single blow, many of them were knocked out, while the others stood scared, calling Athilka cruel. The Ivory Tusk can't help but praise them for their audacity since their literal pay comes from the blood of the trolls. At this point, he tells them all to be prepared to pay with their blood too. Using some kind of sorcery, the bodies of the warriors are moving on their own, throwing weapons on the ground. With a few flicks of his finger, he kills all the knights. After a time, Blay, Marund, and Kafir get out of their hiding hole, spotting the Ivory Tusk and realizing why Dipol was giving them such great treatment. Even they feel a little cheated, but they decide to have a word with that fatty later on. Meanwhile, Athilka looks at them, stating these 3 guys are powerful. All 3 guys find it fascinating that a troll can speak. The Aura Lord holding his sword suggests finishing this quickly, so that they can go to give that fatty a piece of their minds. A moment later, Kafir swings his weapon, but Ivory Tusk ends up dodging his blade, which kind of hurts his ego, so now he has aimed to cut him in half. Leaping higher into the air, Athilka tackles this aura user. While Maroons is startled, Blay's pupils widened with confusion too because this creature is literally having a proper fight with this guy, blocking the blade aura with just 2 wooden rods. Athilka remarks how with Mother's grace nothing can ever hurt him. Athilka in a magical aura finds his body growing, allowing him to kick forests full of juniper trees. In a blink of Kafir's eye, the Ivory Tusk swings his weapon, approaching his opponent. Cleverly, to maintain some distance between them, Athilka causes an explosion, sending rubble everywhere. Using his sorcery, Athilka summons green stems emerging from the ground, and the shoot grabs the body of the Lord of Aura. Taking this as an opportunity, the Ivory Tusk rushes forward, but even when Kafir tries to dodge the attack with his sword, Athilka strikes him in the side. Witnessing this, both Blay and Marund rush toward him, while Marund began reciting a verse that unleashed a flame strike spell. Even when a magical array appears beneath the creature, he escapes it. Groaning in pain, Kafir admits that this is not an ordinary monster. In contrast, Blay suggests to not be chivalrous, step outside and deal with him there. Alternatively, Marund is aware that fire and lightning magic works great against the Ivory Tusk. However, when the lightning magic strikes at the Ivory Tusk, he blocks all of his magic. Conversely, Blay used his divine power to try to make Kafir endure the pain and stand once more. Meanwhile, Kafir screams in pain, threatening his companion to take it easy. The way he whimpered in pain confused Blay. The divine power was hurting him, likely clashing with his aura, but that made no sense. Aura users weren't fighting each other, so why was this even happening? Suddenly Marund, opening his mouth, uses the disarming magic of the 4th circle. Unexpectedly, Athilka's body bends and twists, but then he stretches his leg. These grotesque movements really make no sense. At this point, the Ivory Tusk looks like a demon in a troll's body, just like the rumors say. Soaring into the air, Athilka is unsure if he should run away because he is not used to fighting 3 tough guys at once. From behind, abruptly, many rainbow beams of power appear. The men turn back, and when the smoke settles, it is none other than our boy, hiding himself in a cloak with his team. Teethad is perplexed about this fog, so Reifenhard informs him about the stealth fog the troll uses. Sweat trickles down Athilka's face, and he is uncertain if these are his new enemies. With a grin, our boy greets Athilka in the troll's language, calling him wise son of nature. Stunned, the Ivory Tusk demands to know how the MC knows him and his language. The protagonist assures him that he will help him and his kind, as he knows about the truth of his species. At that moment, the aura users interrupt, questioning our guy, asking who he is, and demanding that he reveal his motive and identity. Without hesitating, Reifenhart tells them to free the trolls. Upon hearing this, Kafir is enraged, reminding them all that the troll is a monster who has killed tons of people. When they seem too stubborn to him, our MC commands Tathid and Cirrus to capture these guys instead of killing them. A moment later, a powerful explosion is heard. Smoke appears inside the room and stones fly in different directions. A magical aura surrounds everyone. In an instant, Kafir tries to defend the attack with his sword, which was charged at him by Tathid. Kafir can't believe that an orc can have an aura this powerful. A second later, Kafir strikes his sword, while Blay clenches his jaw with nervousness. Suddenly, Ceres appears behind him and leaps higher into the air to attack. But this guy is smart enough to summon a barrier in order to protect himself. Using her spirit powers, a fiery monster, Salamander, appears above the elf as she summons it, demanding it to listen to her order. In an instant, the magical creature charges towards Blay. Witnessing all this, Athilka is in utter disbelief since he never imagined an orc having an aura and an elf using spirit powers. Riffenhart casts powerful magic, while Marun's mouth opens slightly, recalling civil war rumors involving otherworldly species, but seeing him use magic is truly shocking. At this point, Marund is surprised that someone who uses aura also has enough time to learn magic. The battle-hardened mage, Marund, raises his hand, realizing that given our guy's size and build, he seems like a martial king, so he demands to know if the protagonist is the famous rumored guy. But the MC lets him be in curiosity and unleashes the Force Cannon spell. Before the spell could reach, Marun created a protective barrier in front of himself and managed to use the photon ray. The two spells collide with each other and cause a massive explosion since both the casted magics are equally strong. Many explosions were happening because of the after effects. On the flip side, the king of martial arts folds his fingers, being sure that his opponent is torn apart by doubts at this moment. With that, our boy chants a magical verse. Its impact makes it hard for Marun to use his magic. Panic slashes across the battle-hardened mage. It makes him feel hopeless, as he studied magic for more than 50 years, yet he feels like he is going to lose, which is very heart-shattering for him. Not being able to accept the defeat, Marun decided to not give up. Thus, the battle-hardened mage starts to recite the spell. But, seconds later, the protagonist releases several magical beams, and the unexpected attack quickly strikes at Marund. It is very evident how the pupils of the guy turn empty quickly. On the flip side, Kafir charges at Tathid, and it seems like two powerful forces hit each other. The man and the troll are not backing out no matter what happens. The troll throws his sword at Kafir. The Lord of Aura jumps and dodges the attack of the sword coming his way. Grinning, he called it a foolish move, as Tathis technically gave up his weapon in the middle of an intense fight. However, little did he know that from behind, a number of magic discs were charging at him. Without any warning, these magic discs cause a powerful explosion, and Kafir ends up knocked out in the rubble while the sword returns to Tithad. The corner of our boy's lips lifted with pride since Tithad managed to control the force of the aura while using a spirit weapon. At this moment, Cirrus, who is grabbing unconscious Blay, wonders aloud if all these people should be left alive because even if Riffenhart didn't use aura, they all will figure out his identity. Though our guy clarifies that if he wanted to hide his identity, he would have worn a mask, and as long as his most important secret is not revealed, everything is fine. With that, our guy suggested Athilka leave for now, as the others might get here any time. A huge fire has caught the entire building. The warriors try to stay calm in order to evacuate everyone. People were crying for help and screaming in panic. Many carriages are driving along the mountain. In one of the carriages, Scyllin's pink aura surrounds the orcs, while Cyrus is scared, looking at the poor orcs who are used as slaves. Though these orcs are talking in their own language, which cannot be understood by anyone. After escaping the place, everyone is sitting near the bonfire. Athilka is shocked as hell to witness the martial king use magic, though Riddenheart smirks, saying that it all can't change the fact that he is the martial king. However, the troll still can't believe it is him even after seeing that aura. Therefore, he confirms the rumors and questions how our guy knows Athilka or his language. Making up a story, using information he knew in the past life, the MC lies that there was a troll he used to know, who was a survivor of the Bavard tribe. Curious, our boy demands to know if Athilka ever heard about this troll, being very well aware that there is no way he can fact-check this. Humming, Athilka confirms that he has heard of him, but still is very confused about how Riddenheart is so aware of them. Slowly, the protagonist told him everything about whatever he wanted, and it was definitely a very tempting story for Athilka. This troll has been fighting and killing humans to let his kind have the rights and justice, but nothing changed. Smiling, the MC offers this troll to join them in this journey. Narrowing his face, Athilka wants to know why the protagonist is doing all this when he is himself a human. Upon hearing this, Riefenhart asks the troll if he's been to southern Taycan, where people once practiced cannibalism without guilt. A sage ended it, despite locals claiming it was cultural. Everyone hears this quietly, but deep down they all understood what our hero was trying to say. In the city of alchemists, in the south of the Gotham Kingdom, is a place called Arkenbrook, where Santana's Tears have their headquarters. In there, Orenmide, the Santana's Tears Guild leader, demands to know who the culprit is. Hearing the question, DePaul tries to speak up nervously, but Orendime interrupts, revealing that he decided to overlook the ivory tusk matter since that cursed monster is a troublemaker. But it is very different if humans are included. The cunning guy who looks innocent confesses that they have some suspects, but they have no obvious evidence, and it involves Martial King Reifenhart. They have heard from Marund that our boy used magic without our aura. After investigating, they learned the MC was gone during the fire, but not long enough to have made the trip. It takes a month one way, and he was gone less than 2 weeks. The guild leader thinks that maybe a decoy was used, but they are aware that the hero is too noticeable for that. Every member of the guild has a different opinion, though no matter what the scenario is, Reifenhart can't be treated poorly, as he is the martial king and also a ruler of a county. However, they also have heard about our guy saving trolls. Hearing all this, the guildmaster gets the idea that it might be the MC, considering his past actions. At the Antares County Castle in the office, Riddenheart is sitting on the chair, smiling as he knows that the alchemist jerks must be overthinking right now. He decides to have an alibi as long as these jerks don't get to know about the portals. Everything is going as planned at this point, and to have a force growing while avoiding humans attacking them is great too. Looking out from the window, he recalls his companions, being happy that all the preparations are done. Thus, it is now time for the most important part of the plan. In another environment, a multitude of Minecrafts have appeared, and the poor dwarves have been working crazily. The guy in charge commands all the dwarves to work fast and calls them all lazy. The dwarves have no choice but to obey him, as their families are being held hostage. The guy in charge demands to know if they have found any adamantium or orichalcum, as the Viscount Kelburn is very livid. Panic slashes across the guys' faces when they notice their companion screaming at some unknowns. Before they can understand what's happening, a group of dwarves with Grand Forge warrior Eusthea arrives, causing commotion. Sloidle slams a man down, declaring to spare him, not out of mercy, but because to him, they're just cogs in a wheel. The guy in charge looks scared as hell, and he gets more horrified when he witnesses one of the dwarves casting a rune-oppressing spell, since this is a spell that suppresses other spells. All the guys who were being ruthless and harsh to dwarves moments ago are now terrified to witness the rescuer dwarves using magic. Simultaneously, Eusthea tells them all that they are the warriors of Grand Forge, who will save the Stellhammer tribe. The captive dwarves are surprised when the warriors tell them to line up, undo the spell imbued onto their necks. One by one, they all get freed. A dwarf, Ruthik, tells Sloidle that their families are held hostage too, but Sloidle assures them that they all are going to be free as well since the army has been sent to the village to save the families. Just then, Tilla swings her axe, killing the enemy, and calls out for her grandfather Hethos, and rushes towards him to hug him. She explains that Riefenhart sent them to save everyone. In order to get out of here, she decides to contact Father Gelfide. Later on, at the Kelburn Viscounty Stellhammer, the dwarves are preparing to leave behind everything. Tilla reunites with her father, Ruthike, and the others are also overwhelmed after reuniting with their families. Now Gelfide wonders what to do next, but Sloidle tells him it's all under control. His eyes widen with astonishment as he sees a fleet of ships approaching, and he's even more surprised to learn it wasn't the work of the Grand Forge, but of humans. At the front of the ship, a figure stood tall. It was Carl, assuring them all that they all mean no harm and are just here to rescue them all. The dwarves are completely confused, but their jaws drop when Tilla spots Carl on one of the ships and runs to hug him. They act all lovey-dovey, while Ruthika turns crimson red with shock and embarrassment as Carl cheerfully greets him, calling him his father-in-law. At Yahello, the largest city of the western kingdom of Helene, in the Santana's Tears Yahello branch, explosions thundered near the walls of the building, and people in cloaks threw the firebombs, claiming Ivory Tusk is over there. The fire grows stronger and stronger, but something that scares them all more than the fire is a troll that jumps through the fire. With eyes full of rage, the troll chants a spell, and with one powerful strike, this creature kills several people. The people panic, but still decide to throw the firebombs at it. Dodging the explosions, the Ivory Tusk jumps onto the walls, looks in the sky, and realizes that it is almost time. After this moment, the Ivory Tusk soared into the air, and all the people could do was see its dark silhouette against the bright moon. Witnessing this, the citizens got quite happy, assuming that they defeated the Ivory Tusk since it was running away. Even the Santana's Tears Western Region branch manager Ramdran smirks with pride and declares that even Ivory Tusk can't get its hands on his trolls, but all his confidence and pride are shattered into pieces when one of his men comes up to him and informs him that the trolls have escaped. In the city of Kentry, in the northern kingdom of Rasteel, there is a huge coliseum. Loud screams and shouts can be heard from inside. The crowd is enjoying what they are seeing. A huge monster is standing in the arena while an equally strong ogre is fighting this monster, but in a single blow, the lion-like monster knocks out the ogre. Meanwhile, at the gladiator facility, Wildbane, an old man, Mr. August, is sitting on a sofa, facing Scylla. Behind her stands a tall and strong orc, Teethad. Seeing him, August is more than surprised, as he is bigger than all the other orc gladiators by at least one head. He has seen many orcs, but not like this one. As the fat oldie drifts into thought, Scylla interrupts to ask if something is wrong and how much she could get for the orc. With a cunning chuckle, this guy informs Scylla that most orcs are worth about 5 golden coins, but because this one is different and seems in good condition, 7 golden coins would be it. Deep down, this old cunning fatty knows that even the usual ones are worth 10 golden coins. In an instant, she agrees, and August gets on cloud 9 since this girl has no knowledge about the market, and this fatty is getting such a high-value orc. He bought a slave for less than the price he would have paid years ago, since slaves are rare nowadays. The girl explains how this orc was very obedient, so August should be nice to him, and all will be good, while the poor orc assures his former master, Scylla, that he will work hard, so she should not sell him. Though now this orc is sold and the deal is sealed. Little did this old foddy know that his deal will backfire at him later on. In the dungeon, all the orcs begin to laugh to see the newcomer. One of the handcuffed senior orcs steps forward, finding it unfortunate that another prisoner has joined them. Politely, he asks the newbie his name. His eyes suddenly widened when the orc revealed that he is Crota's son and the heir to the sword of Kalkin, Tathid. Later on, all the orcs are spending their leisure time talking about how August was so nonchalant when one of the orcs, Barrick, died. They just wish that maybe they could live a life like the orcs of Antares County are living, but one of the senior orcs tells them all to shut up and sleep because they are just being delusional. But then everyone looks at Tathis when he asks what they would do if they all had the chance to live like Antares' orc. This question confuses them all, but before they could understand anything, using aura, Artathid breaks the chain that was trapping him. Everyone panics when they realize he is a warrior and demand to know who this orc is. Summoning Dakar, the orc reveals that he is from Antares and has come to open a new direction for them all. Screaming with all the courage, Tathid explains that this soul weapon is only possessed by true warriors. He challenges them, demanding to know if they are warriors, and if even a single drop of warrior blood runs in them, then they must raise their weapons high and fight with pride. While the Ivory Tusk is heading for the Geterin Mountain, Sillin and Tethad are in the kingdom. In Wildbane's building, everything is covered in blood, and all the orcs have freed themselves. The soldiers are trying to control them, but after being free after ages, they are out of control, claiming to kill everyone in their own language. They try to find humans in order to kill them, but that is when the aspiring warrior stops them. He demands to know if they want freedom or revenge. With that, he commands them all to avoid any unnecessary kill and be merciful, because if they kill one of them humans, they will have resentment, which will end up being not good for the orcs. So instead of being brutal, they should avoid killing for the sake of their own freedom. Though when August comes in and calls them ungrateful pieces of shit, Tithad tells them all that too much mercy cheapens its value, so they all should not spare this cunning guy. All this time, one of the mages is trying to cast a spell of psychological magic because it will negatively impact the orcs and they will die. But his magic doesn't work when Sillin backfires and strikes back at the spell. This was very close, so Sillin takes a sigh of relief and tosses an evil-dispelling charm and communication necklace to Tethad. At this point, the orcs are concerned about who this human is, but they all get relieved after getting to know from the aspiring warrior that this girl is Antares County's saint, which makes Sillin embarrassed because rumors have been spread that she is the Martial King's lover. In the kingdom of Vasily, the Burkett Barony, an event is being held in the palace. Everyone is enjoying the event, and the maids being elves is really a treat to their eyes. In an instant, the small sparks of the candles on the table transform into huge flames of fire, and everyone panics. The window glass shatters, and Cirrus gets inside, summoning a salamander, which charges towards the guests. She looks at the slave elves and assures them that they all will be saved. In addition to that, she gets down, casting an immense amount of fire spells. Also tells them to do as she says, promising them about having a conversation once they all escape. Having done slavery all these years, they immediately agree, having no concept of freedom. However, they start to run while the guests plan to chase her as she kills Baron, the one who arranged this event. Outside the palace, the soldiers witness a man in a cloak, being unsure if it is a mage or martial mage, though they decide to attack from all sides to not give him a chance to cast any spell. However, it is none other than our boy, who has the ability to see all living beings in the region. Sensing everyone's movements, our hero unleashes that ultimate move of the Arcane Strike's final decision, making it impossible for any soldier to move, attempt to strike, or fight back. Meanwhile, in another environment, a meeting is being held among the Guardians of Humanity, who are the Sages of the Silver, about the elimination of the Martial King Riddenheart. The center of all schools of magic on the continent, the academic societies of magic include Holy Bashtalion's Sun Tower, Helene Kingdom's Mysterious Society, and here in Graham Kingdom, Marigranda Tower. Basically here, all the new magical theories and announcements of newly found relics from the Silver Age are discussed. The Ninth Circle Archmage, Artris, explains that they have found many artifacts inside the dungeon of Fieta. Before the Ninth Circle Archmage can continue, Tesron interrupts, surprised to see Artris since he thought Margaranda was doing fine. Duke Iranad gets confused and quickly questions Tesron if Margaranda was ever not fine. Nervously, Tesron lies that he meant nothing. The Margranda Tower lost its spark after their affiliate mage tower, Delphia, produced the worst mage in history, the Emperor of the Dark Empire. Though Tesron personally believes that Margran's mages feel falsely wrong since that man would have become the mage he is now, no matter which academic society he was a part of. At 27, he left Delphia's mage tower as a 6th circle mage, far below his true talent. The mages had stopped teaching him after the 4th circle out of fear. Once he entered the outside world, Ridvenhart grew extremely powerful, breaking records every year. By age 30, he became a 9th circle archmage. At this point, Tesron wonders what he himself is doing wrong, as he is taking so long to learn things. Even after having our guy's brain, he is still only at the 6th circle. However, his attention shifts to Artris, who shows them all a necklace, which is an artifact that maintains the user's body temperature at a perfect level and can even change the user's body permanently, though it is not known how it works. Tessalon realizes this is the banned necklace that he used on the frozen lands. Seeing Duke Iranad being okay about Artris revealing all the information shocks Tesron, but the Duke doesn't mind, as this is the 9th circle mage, and him dying suddenly is suspicious, and might lead to the revelation of the existence of the Sage of the Silver. Since the 9th mage doesn't know the depth of this, Irana decides to not kill him and take the other heater necklace. After this, the Duke hands the artifact to Tesseron. Witnessing this, Tesseron realizes that this is the artifact called the Window to the Truth that analyzes emotions through bodily reactions. Therefore, the Duke tells him to memorize the one being reflected here, as one of them might have the other heated necklace. As they leave, Tesseron looks at Duke, stating that the approach of the Silver Sages is ineffective, but the Duke knows that tricking everyone for a short time is easier, and because they are so cautious, their existence is still a secret in the world. He is very well aware that humanity will not be able to advance properly if they get to know that there is a group looking after them. Thus, the Silver Sages will protect humanity, though not as their leader. Still, Tesseron is confused about the heated necklace being banned, but the Duke explains that the magic that directly changes the human body is not permitted, since it is a slippery slope to immortality. At this point, Tesseron is curious and puzzled, wanting to know how these Sage of Silver networks work. At first he thought that they had agents, but these guys have knowledge about the ones they have zero contacts with. Simultaneously, they couldn't stop Artris from presenting the heated necklace. It is kind of frustrating for this guy, as he managed to enter this organization but still is unaware about a lot of things. On the other hand, there is a grand meeting of the Sage of Silver going on right now about the elimination of the Martial King. The Guardian of Silver, Stullen, calls Reifenhart the rat who is destroying this world, while Archlight smirks as Stullen calls the aura user a rat. On the contrary, Daus thinks that they have to be very careful because our MC is the 9th Circle Archmage and a famous aura user, so his death should not look unnatural. He plans to assassinate the ones around him first to be safe. Having said that, Archlight finds it funny since his concern is to maintain our secret, but he ended up letting Sage Leston join. That being said, Daus clarifies that Leston was always aware of this stuff, so there was never any danger in revealing the secrets to him. However, the other members warn Archlight to behave and agree with Dao that the protagonist possesses impure ideals. They all believe that our boy has his own clear ideals and knows what he wants for the world. With that, they believe Reifenhart's ideals are too mature for his age, so there must be a mentor guiding him, and they need to find that person. Since he has an influence on the continent, they decide to not sit back and watch. The moment everyone agrees, they begin pressing glowing purple orbs in front of them, which is a way of giving their approval. With this agreement, they have set Martial King Reifenhart as their target for elimination, along with all things and people related to him. The Holy Empire of Bashtalon is a powerful state with more than 1,000 years of history. It faces the Graim, Hallian kingdoms, the Rastil Principality, and even the Taken Kingdom. The place where it lies is not that much better than the neighboring nations, but when it comes to the military and people, they are the best. Because of this, they are often called the land blessed by Sayer. By the Vatican, they are chosen as the guardians of humanity and have the power to call themselves an empire. Due to this fact, the headquarters of the Sayer Holy Order and the Pantheon are found in the Holy Bashtalon Empire. At Sayer's temple, in the territory of Jode County, in the eastern region of the empire, Mr. Lewin confesses that he is in love with an elf who works for his family and is here to confess his sin. The priest assures him that his sin of loving an elf will be forgiven as long as he repents. But this is where the priest was wrong. Lewin was not confessing the sin of loving an elf because loving someone is not a sin. In reality, he is confessing the sin of leaving this place in order to love her out loud instead of keeping this as a secret. The priest warns Lewin to change his confession, or else the Sayer won't forgive him. With that, he also reminds the guy that no matter where they go, an elf will remain a slave. However, the guy clarifies that he only intends to confess his sin over making his parents worry, and they are going to go to Antares County so that she will get equal rights and opportunities. Just then, our boy leaves the temple and approaches a nearby tree, where both Berethi and Lewin decide to meet. The lover boy calls out for his beloved, but horror washes over his face when he looks around and witnesses Berethi hanging on the tree. She left a letter for him on the grass, in which she asks for forgiveness, and tells Lewin to meet a good woman instead, as she didn't have the guts to commit such a sin. In the end, she apologizes for seducing him. All of it seemed unreal to Lewin, and all he could do was scream in pain and agony. The Juran River that forms the boundary between the Hallan Kingdom and the Takan Kingdom. There a woman, Trudy, has completed the Orc of the Orchard, hoping that this book will change their mind. She is the priestess of Sayer, but she cannot see the orcs spending their lives as livestock. Thus she hopes for a positive change. Just then, a man enters Trudy's house, and the moment his gaze darts at the pile of papers, his face darkens. Darkness consumed the guy, and he set the house and Trudy on fire. Those flames not only killed the woman, but also destroyed the positive change she might have brought into this world. At the palace of the Sage of the Silver, the laboratory was filled with magical balls, and many small screens displayed the recent events that happened to Trudy and Lewin. Smirking, Archlight shows his fake guilt towards the people who were sacrificed without knowing anything, for the sake of humanity. One of the strongest artifacts that Sage of the Silver possesses is Sayer's eyes. This acts as eyes and ears for people who use divine power in the name of Sayer, and connects to those who are in prayer. This is the thing that gave Sage of Silver the ability to control the world from the shadows. This is how they get to know everything from the priests and followers of the Sayers. Still, they have nothing on the martial king, which makes Archlight wonder if no one around him believes in Sayer. His thoughts are interrupted when Saraline enters the laboratory. She is just stopping by. She informs Archlight that she has sent his brother so Riffenhart won't stand a chance against someone armed with an ancient spell since, according to her, he is just an aura user. With that, Saraline leaves, acting all nonchalant. In an instant, Archlight's gaze shifts to the screen, where he sees his target using magic and blocking all the attacks by creating a powerful magical array. Sweat trickles down the Guardian's face as he keeps looking on the screen with horrified expressions. In the Gloatin Mountains Chloe dungeon lies a Silver Age relic, the Chloe Daemon portal. All the free orcs with Tithad and Sillin enter the portal. This place being a secret shocks all the orcs, while Sillin worries if revealing this portal was a good idea, as not many people are aware of it. However, Tithad has a point that there was no way they all could have escaped safely without a portal. Chloe's dungeon used to be filled with dangerous creatures, but over time, there is not a single trace of them left behind. Because of the dwarves, this place is still safe, and its safety is important, as this is the crucial midway point to the outside world from Antares County. Chloe guards a fortress built around the portal. Inside, there are many tents pitched, and voices can be heard. These voices are of the orcs who are covered in sweat, training for the spirit weapon. Captain Talcata pushes them to do better as he summons his spirit weapon, and reminds all the orcs that they are no different than him, so they should not stop and work harder, acknowledging that handling the weapons would feel awkward to them, but this is their only true friend, so they should not stop. Witnessing this, Zalcathor comes from behind, finding this intense training pretty tough even for his own tribe. However, these orcs have the zeal to be free, so they are not stopping. Just then, Tithad and Sillin with the newcomers come to the training center. Zalcathor and Talcata welcome all the new orcs. Alternatively, Sillin learns the MC isn't in the castle. Talcata reveals Riffenhart is on the battlefield, though war hasn't truly begun. In contrast, the mercenaries have been ordered by Baron Chitars to destroy every living thing. The Locust mercenaries operating between Crovence and Vasily are famous for always fulfilling their mission, and that is what they are doing right now. They are killing children, harassing women, and having no mercy on anyone. Even when people ask for mercy, they all laugh, stating that the word mercy is not in their dictionary. Just when one of the mercenaries spots a woman, he calls himself lucky, but his cunning smirk disappears within seconds when our girl Cirrus swings her sword and kills that jerk. With that, she orders the woman to run with her child quickly. The mercenaries spot Cirrus and wonder who she is. Studying her appearance, they realize that she might be the swordsman of the new moon. They understand that she is the elf witch that is supposed to massacre all the knights during the Crovence Kingdom's civil war. The bloodshot eyes of hers remind them that she is the same Ceres they all should fear. Before they could figure out what to do, our hero approached the battlefield and unleashed the straight cannon spell, setting the nearby mercenaries on fire. On the other hand, Ceres is casting magic on her sword, but still some arrogant jerks call her a bitch who can't do shit. However, the moment she summons Selena from her blade, they all start running, but their path is blocked by Taratus. With that, the swordsman of the new moon uses sorcery, striking bolts of light at these creeps. Scared, they all decide to retreat. Before they could retreat, they ran into Riffenhart. Not able to accept their defeat, a mercenary decides to stab our boy, claiming that they are all human, so he will definitely bleed. But the moment his sword reaches out to Guy's body, it doesn't harm him at all. Standing firm, the hero reminds this jerk that his body is like that of steel. In addition to that, Riefenhart uses the Zero Impact spell, causing chaos. The mercenary is kneeling down on the ground and begs for mercy, but this is when our boy reminds him that mercy is not in their dictionary. That being said, he slits the guy's throat. Witnessing this, all the others tried to explain that they were just following orders from Baron Chetars. Our boy is already aware of it, but following orders doesn't justify these actions, so Riefenhart kills them all in an instant. At this point, the MC thinks that Baron Cheddar has gone crazy for hiring these pieces of shit, even after knowing what kind of people these are. This war is between two households, Baron Galen and Baron Chitars. By hiring tons of mercenaries, Baron Cheddars invaded Galen barony, and within a week he swept through half of Galen's lands. Because of this war, only the ones who are poor are killed. Antares County, being closest to the two noble baronies, made a decision. Finally, Azrael, with all the knights of Antares County, has arrived, but Riefenhart sadly reveals that they came very late because from this moment onwards, Antares will join this foolish war. Just like that, another war has begun. Baron Chitars is the most powerful noble of the southern territory of the Crovence Kingdom. Because of the fertile soil on his land and the trade city Jarud, he is pretty rich. Additionally, he is a rival of Baron Galen. Baron Chetar's family came from a long line of ancestors, so he did not like Baron Galen's household for being from the latest money. He always stated how some uncultured people got the same title as them by the use of money. The problem got serious after the War of Succession. Prince Yuvel always was supported by Galen's household. Thus, Baron Chetars very cleverly announced to be neutral, believing in Grandiard, but ended up joining Prince Yuvel later on. This caused a fight between Galen and Chetar's successors, Berlant and Jack. They both started an argument during a meeting in Croton, where many nobles were present. The argument led to a duel, and because Jack let his guard down, he was killed by Berlant's sword. At that point, Yuvel tried to resolve this issue, but the king didn't have as much power as before. He couldn't believe that Galen's son killed his own son. Thus, he decided to eradicate his bloodline from these lands. Following that, Baron Cheetars hired many mercenaries, invading Galen barony, which resulted in this war. After realizing things have gotten worse, Baron Galen asked for help from his friend, but they were all scared of Grandiard, an aura user who supports Baron Cheetars. Even after trying to negotiate, keeping his pride aside, he was rejected. The situation made Galen depressed, and he considered committing suicide. But that is when a rope of salvation came down to him from a place he never expected. It was a golden rope, which was thick and strong. However, now back in the present, Reifenhardt is making things harder for these jerk mercenaries, using rapid-fire chi bullet spells. The Knights of Barony Cheddar are struggling, and even the Knight Captain Garande is unsure about their next step, being very well aware that fighting our boy is impossible. To make these knights and mercenaries desperate, Garand announces to reward them all with gold coins if they manage to get even a scratch on the MC. Hearing this, Riffenhardt reminds them all to not ever complain about their own lives if they negotiate someone else's life with money. Ignoring this, the knights get desperate to harm our boy, but this all seems foolish to him, so Ridenhart pulls his ultimate move of Avalanche Kick, erupting a tremendous flow of flames from him. On the other hand, Azrael commands his knights to eliminate the enemy too from the front. The Knights of Galen are charging forward from the side with all their passion because their families are destroyed. Noticing all of this, Garandi announces to fall back. These mercenaries had no option but to fall back because they were being attacked from every side. Later on, Cirrus and Reifenhardt meet each other as things are handled. Ceres can't help but suggest our boy wear clothes, but he is unfazed, because clothes will end up in flames once the fight starts. At this point, he assumes that maybe this elf likes skinny guys. Ignoring that, he asks if he lived up to his title back there. Sarcastically, the Sword of the New Moon comments on how he looked like the heir to the unbreakable Jim. This makes our boy scoff because it seemed more like an insult. Near the camps, they both meet Baron Galen, who expresses his gratitude towards the MC who helped him and his people in tough times. But this was what anyone as an ally would have done. The alliance with this man began 2 weeks ago with a letter in which 3 conditions were written. For the alliance, Galen must give half his land of the east to Antares, recognize otherworldly species, and stop their slavery. The division of the territory was understood by Galen, but to give up slaves, outlaw slavery, and recognize those slaves as citizens was something very shocking. At first, Galen was puzzled, but in the end, he accepted the condition because of a lack of choices. The main target was to increase awareness of the otherworldly species and to expand territory, but having a reason to join the war was important. Unlike in his past life, Reifenhardt is keeping all these things in his mind. Now at the Nita's Canyon, our boy announces and gives people a chance to run if they value their lives. The men are horrified, but their captain threatens them with a severe punishment if they try to run. He claims that Hundar guards are past this canyon, so they should not lose hope because this martial king is a human after all. The moment our guy summons fire and reminds them all that they might not see tomorrow if they don't run, panic washes over everyone, and they realize that this is not something that can be done by a human. Knowing that these are not some soldiers or mercenaries, but some farmers who are forced to fight, our boy decides to show some mercy. Infusing his aura in steel-like rods, our guy begins to swing his weapon just to hurt them. This cunning guy Garande planned this all along just to buy his people some time. After signaling his people who are on the cliff, he declares with confidence that no matter how strong our boy is, he can never survive a ballista. With that, he commands his mercenaries to fire. The moment the attacks were being charged at the MC, he smirked and deflected them with his fists, channeling the straight cannon spell into a single strike. The captain's eyes widen and jaw drops with shock, while farmers are just speechless at this moment, looking evidently terrified by our boy's inhumane strength. While Reifenhardt terrifies everyone with his abilities, Cirrus is also making everyone horrified by summoning Salamander and Selena. Witnessing her powers, our boy grins with pride, being aware that even Danheim's elder can summon the spirit of fire and wind, but this girl can summon 5 spirits with her 7 elements, excluding only darkness and light. The real-world tree that existed in the ancient past was Elfenheim. It would choose an elf as its guardian every generation and give them its very own power. Those chosen elves would eventually become the leader of all the elves and will be guarding the world tree. Also will be leading the elves. Reifenhardt planted the same world tree in the Sveleth Desert, where the Danheim tribe started living this year. In this summer, the world tree Gerunting became the symbol of the elven woods of the Gloten Mountains. When our guy revived the Gerentin and connected it to Nihilin, he forcibly sealed Sirius's name into its core, and now all of this is helpful. At the Chittar's Barony Fortress, Hundar guard, Baron Chittar, is livid after getting to know that Galen's men and the others have gotten through the Nidus Canyon. This is an alarming situation for this guy, as the army was killed and they have cornered the Hundar guard. Chittar grits his teeth since even Grandiard has turned his back on him. Not having any option left, he decides to approach the only person he can trust now. The moment he walks to meet this guy, Chetar witnesses this ginger-haired guy harassing his daughter. At first, he was after the maids of Chetar's house, but now he is doing all this with his daughter. At this moment, Chetar has no choice but to ignore this, so he just reveals that the Martial King is headed this way. Sarcastically, Gingerhead assures Chetar that he understands. With that, he reminds the old guy that he needs to reward him with something more brilliant than gold if he wants a man with a golden aura dead. Right now, the people of Galen and Anitres are outside the palace, preparing to attack this place. They have a different kind of passion in themselves right now, and they are fully motivated to erase the Chetar's households from the map after what they have done to the innocents. Azrael with his men charges forward, but the dirty minions pour boiling oil from the roof. Meanwhile, Cirrus summons the spirit Nymphia to tackle the situation. The ginger guy has come into the battlefield, and he grins when he hears them calling Ceres the swordsman of the new moon because, to him, she is just some elf bitch. Without any warning, the 7th Circle Mage strikes the Circle Light Element spell, called Luminous Punishment. Startled, Cirrus dodged the attack but was shocked to see the advanced magic of the 7th Circle. She wonders if Baron Cheetar has some skilled people by his side. Creating a magic circle in the air and standing in front of it, the Gingerhead announces that his contract was to kill the Martial King only, but after seeing this elf, he will count her as a bonus. Stretching his hand, this blood flame releases a stream of light photons. To protect herself, she makes Taratus rise, using her spirit magic, but this attack was so dangerous that it could have killed her. At this point, Cirrus is nervous, as she never expected to encounter someone this advanced. Right now the 7th Circle Mage is chanting some verses, and all our boy could do is panic and see them from afar. He never thought that this war would be dangerous for them. Now he asks a soldier to send him near to the building by the catapult. However, the man refuses because this catapult cannot take anything more than 100 kgs. Removing his armored uniform, he convinces the man to just send him there, assuring him he will make himself a little lighter. Continuing to chant, the enemy sends a wind bomb and weight distortion towards Ceres. Finding himself behind her, he extends his hand with magic. Turning around, the elf finds a stream of light rays in front of her. Still, Ceres manages to summon a huge stream of rays and dodges the attack. With that, she sends Salamander Ignacis the opponent's way, while the Gingerhead sends strikes of the wind of the northern land as blades towards the elf. However, panic slashes across Cirrus's face when she notices that Salamander and Ignacis could not break through the opponent's spell. She grips her sword tightly, knowing very well that she will not be able to break through it either with her sword using Sylph. At this moment, she has to imbue her sword with fire, but she doesn't have any strength to summon more spirits. Not having any choice, Cirrus leaps higher into the air and stabs the salamander to imbue her sword with fire. She could only apologize to the spirit at this point. Meanwhile, the enemy is stunned as hell after seeing Cirrus stabbing her very own spirit since he thought elves were friends with spirits. Now realization hits him that it is going to be a harder fight than he even imagined. Imbuing her sword with fire, the elf rushes towards the enemy. With swift swings of her sword, she destroys the walls around her, causing an immense explosion of flame to occur. On the flip side, a silhouette is approaching the battlefield and the 7th Circle Mage extends his hand, creating many magical seals around, causing a powerful gust of swing sweeping past the poor elf. This wind was so powerful that when it touched her hand, blood gushed out of it, and in an instant the same sharp wind cut her leg. Focused, the opponent keeps attacking, but his eyes darts at the side, noticing something. He panics and stops attacking, which was an opportunity for Ceres. Roaring, the elf flies towards the enemy with both the sword extending and swinging in all the directions, but before she could strike at the opponent, he disappears from his position as she lands on the ground. Looking around, she finds the Gingerhead in the air, gritting his teeth. Frustratingly, he admits that he never thought of using his blink boots on some elf. The panic in his body language made Cirrus realize that it was a very close call, and there was no way he could have dodged this attack, so he escaped this way. Curious, she asks if this is an artifact to teleport. Ignoring the question, the cunning guy extends his hand, feeling bad to use this on an elf, but at this point, he finds it useless to hold back. At first, the elf couldn't understand, but then she studies carefully and realizes that it is the magic aura that this guy is about to unleash. Smiling, the enemy strikes the magical aura at the elf, but each time she dodges it, and it causes destruction in the area. Just then, the Gingerhead challenges Ceres to block the upcoming attack. Giving the warning, he swings his weapon, conjuring the Sword of Severance spell using magical aura. The salamander absorbs the sword, and the weapon begins to slowly burn through the spirit's body. The sword is now imbued in fire and manages to dodge the attack, but the impact was so much stronger that the sword shattered into pieces, and Ceres kneels on the ground, all exhausted with pain and agony. This ginger creep laughs maniacally as he sees the elf kneeling down like this. Approaching her, he raises his hand to strike one final blow in order to kill her. Accepting her fate, Ceres does nothing but her eyes widen with shock when a bright beam of magic flies into the building at great speed, stopping the enemy to attack. It is our boy who has landed in the building by the catapult. He holds our girl and tells her to stay still and the aura will stop bleeding. Even in such a serious situation, Ceres blushes after seeing him naked. Smirking, Riefenhardt assures her to stay, as he will handle the rest. Our guy turns towards the Gingerhead, demanding to know who he is. The MC doesn't understand who this person is. Since he is pretty skilled, the hero should see him in the past life. Gingerhead comments on how he has heard all the martial kings are stupid, but Reifenhart making an entry in a catapult is the most foolish thing he has ever seen. The protagonist could see how innocent this guy looks from outside, but is actually cold and cunning. By now the hero is puzzled because the Gingerhead looks very familiar. Right then, his face twists with panic when he realizes that it is none other than Jade Archlight. Jade Archlight is the second son of the Archlight House, a family that has put forward great mages for generations in the Holy Bashtalan Empire. This guy is also one of the long-standing rivals of the MC as well in the past life, who harassed Antares for a very long period of time with many mages that were from all over the continent. He is said to be the Mage of Light who received the blessing of Mana, also the strongest mage of the continent. Our guy's past life's rival reached the 7th circle in his 20s, making all the other mages insecure. Though he was not that famous to the non-mages, as he never left the Sun Tower, among mages, he was more than famous. However, because of Reifenhart's appearance, he was forgotten in his 30s. But him being here out of nowhere makes no sense because there is no reason for him to go around and fight others for money since he comes from a rich family and is the rising star of the Sun Tower. While smirking, Jade admits he has nothing personal, but a contract is a contract, and he has to fulfill his duty. Puzzled, the protagonist wonders if his opponent wants quick money for traveling or something, but either way, he tries killing Ceres. Even in the past life, Jade killed Ceres. Here, again, he is trying to do the same. In an instant, extending his hand, the Mage of Light unleashes the fire cannon spell, sending arrow-like fire at our guy one by one. Though it was funny that he had the audacity to use something like this against an aura user, so our guy easily dodges it, reminding Jade that he is an aura user. Ignoring that and grinning, the second son of Archlight charges forward with the ultimate move of Sword of Severance, a gauntlet artifact that generates razor-sharp light blades capable of slicing through nearly anything. Gritting his teeth, Riffenhart takes an attacking stance, producing the Spiral Guard, but to his surprise the rival breaks through it with a sharp light blade, slashing through his shoulder. Because the MC was fast with his movements, the attack didn't give him an injury anywhere else, but this spell was so strong that it cut the side of the building in half. Smirking like an evil, Jade's hand glows with the glove. It's as strong as the strongest technique of Eldrin, the one that Usus had, an artifact from the Silver Age. At this point, our guy is fascinated, as this took no time to activate. He wonders if this casual glove is a better artifact than even Eldrin, although the main lead doesn't recall this guy possessing such a valuable artifact. Angrily, Riefenhart casts rapid-fire chi bullets, but before they could reach the Mage of Light, he surrounds himself with the protection barrier. When the MC notices it, he comes with the explosion, but what he witnesses leaves him stunned. When the intense explosion erupted where Jade had been standing, our guy waited, certain the spell had worked. But as the smoke cleared, he saw Jade hovering in the air using blink boots, which helped him teleport, leaving him startled. In the past life, a mysterious assassin once appeared. That person was not skilled, but Cirrus and Tathid were not able to defeat the assassin. It all happened because the assassin was wearing an artifact no one had ever even heard about. The blink boot is also one of the artifacts that has the power to teleport someone a short distance. Now the protagonist realizes why Cirrus lost. Laughing, Jade mockingly remarks that a warrior is no match for a mage as long as he keeps his distance. With that, he summons the Frozen Blade Storm to strike at our guy. But at that moment, Riefenhart uses his golden aura to counterattack. Witnessing this once again, the second of Archlight releases the Sword of Severance attack, being sure that it will work on the Martial King, even if it didn't work on the elf because of her spirits. At this moment, the MC has no other option but to use the Dispel Area magic move, even when he doesn't want to. The time it is being unleashed, strong purplish energy streams interfere in the surroundings, shattering the light and the frozen blades. Sweat trickles down Jade's face when he realizes that the something that interferes with his spells is magic. Moreover, Riefenhart didn't want to use it, as he is supposed to be the Martial King. But it is fine as long as he doesn't use the flamboyant things. Without giving any warning, our guy was inches away from his enemy. Thus, the Mage of Light reacts just in time, teleporting backwards and forming a summoning web, but the main lead easily cancels the attack. Not deciding to give up, Jade places his hand on the ground, unleashing a vicious liquid spell, but once again, it is cancelled. Jade's face twists with panic, and he doesn't understand if he is losing his mind or the world is going crazy, because how on earth are all of his spells being cancelled by a Martial King? Panicked, the Mage of Light sends several light blades towards Riefenhart, but seeing this, he only smirks, as this kind of attack is great, but it is still light type, which means he can easily reflect it. So the protagonist activates the reflected mirror technique. With this, the attacks rebounded off an invisible barrier and flew back, tearing through the battlefield. Bracing himself, Jade deflects his own technique, being shocked as hell as his opponent is using more advanced magic than him. An immense clash erupts when the magic of both guys collides. An explosion tears through the battlefield, and all that the mercenaries could do is scream in fear until a searing blast engulfs them from behind. Blood drips from Riefenhart's wounds as he pushes forward through the chaos. He tries to lunge for his enemy, but that damn artifact didn't let him. If it was his past life, he could have dealt with it just by using an amp shockwave. But this time he clenched his fist, not caring, his hand igniting with magical energy. In an instant, he uses the dispersal blow, launching it into the air. Gritting his teeth, Jade is taken aback as he spots his opponent punching the magic, making him wonder what kind of skill it is. Jade barely had time to think, and our boy is already above him. Before he could reach Jade, the 7th Circle Archmage used the teleportation once again. From above, the main lead smirks, letting his enemy hop around. At this point, the Mage of Light teleports to the top of a nearby tower, but before he could even catch his breath, shock slashes across his face. Riefenhardt has already targeted this location since Jade's ability is of no use if the MC just destroys the entirety of the radius this Mage of Light can blink to, and this is what he does. With a scary avalanche kick, he destroys the entire area. A massive explosion rips through the landscape. While the mercenaries cry out in pain, Cirrus shields her face as rubble flies. Jade, caught in the shockwaves, screamed in pain as flames lashed his body. Even his artifact flew off. Out of the thick smoke, the protagonist stepped forward, remarking that while Cirrus used to complain about its many weaknesses, it was actually quite troublesome to fight against. Anyone unfamiliar with the Blink Boot would have already been defeated. On the other hand, Jade has collapsed against a pile of stone, breathing heavily. He brags about how he always won battles against aura users by creating distance and using magic, so he was not expecting such a tactic. Looking at him, Riefenhardt deep down knows that it was the tactic the Mage of Light used against Cirrus. The Blink Boots are an artifact Cirrus used after the Assassin's invasion. Every moment Cirrus used them, Jade used a wide range of magic to resist her movements, so he just copied it. While he thinks about all this, Jade is suddenly behind him, positioned to strike. But then, horror covers his face as his legs slice off and fly through the air. Stepping forward, the Martial King calls him annoying, while Jade whimpers on the ground. Riefenhardt picks up the boot, admitting that he was going to let this enemy die, but now he feels icky. Also thinking if the assassin in his past life had connections to the Archlight household, and if these Blink Boots were originally Jade's. That assassin was loaded with equipment, many of which were so rare that even with all his dungeon experience, he had never seen them before. Even the main lead was able to create a new 10th Circle magic by studying the assassin's equipment too. However, right now this guy Jade is a clue for so many answers, so he decides not to kill him. Clenching his teeth, the second son of Archlight plans to run, since he managed to steal 3 of the Feathers of Return from his brother, which are artifacts that teleport someone to pre-designated coordinates. He pulls it out, blue lights enveloping the surroundings. Though Riefenhardt is not ready to let go of his clue, so he tries to charge forward, but before he could, his enemy disappeared, and only his limitless bag is left behind. Using his power of the senses, he tries to see the whole region to figure out where Jade is, but he is nowhere to be found and has really escaped. This makes the MC realize that it is not a large-scale facility like the Diamond Portal, but an artifact that is portable and allows for long-distance travel. Many thoughts come across the protagonist's mind, but then he notices an emblem left by his enemy on the ground, the same one that he found on the assassin. He has no idea what connection they have, but one thing is sure, he has to look into the Archlight household. Afterwards, howls of Baron Chittar's being dead and victory echo in the air. The MC stands tall, being happy that the war is over. Just then, his gaze darts at the limitless bag of Jade. Upon opening it, our boy's eyes shine with happiness because he has left more than tens of thousands of gold coins in here. Riefenhardt wonders if the Mage of Light was hired by Chettar, and guesses that he might have gotten this money just to kill him. Though now this will make up for their country's lack of funding, and Carl will be more than happy. While humming, he moves ahead, being delighted that they have saved so many otherworldly species until now, along with hundreds of humans that are under them now as well. Because all refugees escape the drought, they need more funding, so this has resolved those issues. The protagonist grins with the thought that he will be able to take over the Chettar's barony and trade the city of Jared with this war. This way, more money will come. While walking, he runs into Cirrus, who is concerned about the enemy. After confirming that Cirrus is okay, Riefenhardt informs her that Jade ran away. The elf looks evidently upset because she could have won if her opponent wasn't wearing those strange shoes. Riefenhardt extends the Blink Boots and gives those to her. Happily, she accepts them, knowing that these are very powerful. Looking at the two of them, the knights found them crazy, as according to them, the Martial King gifted the elf amputated legs, and she happily accepted them. Ignoring them, Cirrus wore the boots, shocked that they fit her. Smiling, the main lead reveals that they adapt to the size of the owner, but don't work if the size difference is too big, like his. Still, they had soldiers of Chettar's to take care of, so all of them were gathered to take over the Hunder Guard. The Galen and Antares soldiers and knights are ordered to not let their guard down until it is actually over. This war broke out because of Chettar's heir Jack, who died during a duel. Baron Galen was cornered by the mercenaries that Chettar's used against him by using his wealth, but that is when the Martial King appears in front of him as a ray of hope. Galen held onto the golden rope of hope and was able to escape the situation. Since the Chettar's family was the outer branch of Marquis Vontarin's family, they had an estate larger than most counts. In contrast, Antares County was a county only by name. Its size was similar to a vice-county, but because of the contract, Antares was allowed to take half of the Chettar's barony, tripling the size of the county. All the Chettar's Varoni could have been Antares, but Carl was against that, suggesting that too much expansion in such a short time might buy the bitterness of nearby nobles. While the Martial King sits on the throne, informing them that they took over the trade city Jarund, so it will bring them many funds. A whole year has passed, and now is the season of spring. At Fetland, the southeast region of the continent, once barren, is now showing its green colors. This giant grassland was not good for farming, so there was no nation. Instead, this place served as a place for nomads because of the appearance of monsters very often. Fetland was full of nomads who raised horses and sheep. Many tribes tried, but no one could unite them into an army because monsters appeared often, and the land was blocked by the Larchid and Gloatin mountains. Since there was no danger of being invaded, and no reason to attack others, the nomads never felt the need to unite. Because of this, Fetland never had big wars, only small fights between tribes. Yet, at this point, Fetland is facing a war for the first time in centuries. A huge army gathered with the Wolf Mountain behind them, while against them is an army consisting of tribes from all over Fetland. These people wonder if they could defeat the monster against them. Greyhawk's chief, Hadartham, is quite excited, as it is his first time fighting with so many people of his own kind. Chief Kalkin of the Blue Bear tribe agrees, remembering that the martial king kept his promise. Chief Kinjir of the Brown Boar tribe adds that it feels magical not having to worry about human armies beyond the mountains, though Kalkin explains it's simply diplomacy, the human way of compromise. Just then, Azrael announces to the people of Fetland their surrender, assuring them that he will treat them with kindness. But the people of Fetland are not agreeing to submit to anyone, declaring to fight for freedom. On the flip side, Klaken orders everyone to charge as well, as now it is the time to make up for those days of humiliation. The wolves charge forward, and the orcs release an immense amount of aura while holding their swords, leaving the people of Fetland in horror. Though these people assume that even if these orcs are strong, they will be nothing in front of the mages. Thus, the mages of Fetland start reciting the verses of spells, but these spells are nullified by the divine powers of the dwarves. The chief of the Fetland army is shocked as hell since the dwarves are literally protecting the orcs, while the orcs with full passion charge forward, killing whoever tries to come in their way. The Blue Bear tribe that settled in Antares began expanding their forces east into the Gloatin Mountains and called on other orc tribes to join, leading the Brown Boar, Greyhawk, White Wolf, and Black Coyote tribes to take part in the war. Still, the humans of Fetland reacted immediately. Since it was not very unreal that the orcs of Destrand came up to Fetland, they contacted nearby nations for help, calling the orcs slaves. Those nations refused, pointing out that the orcs carried their own flags and were not slaves. It was true. A single flag was enough to make it clear that this was Antares County's territorial war. The mages of Fetland are shocked as hell after witnessing people being killed, as they thought that these orcs would be handled easily. Even Cyrus has come in front, motivating all his people. The chief of Fetland has panicked because there are not only 3 aura users, but also Russ. The army of Fetland struggled since they never had any war. The mages of the 4th and 5th circles kept running away, but thousands of orcs and hundreds of knights were there to back them up. In conclusion, it was not very hard to break through the army of only 10,000 men. From afar, an elf standing at the cliff observes all of this, noticing the army created under Martial King. Later on that night, the orcs, including Azrael and Cyrus, celebrate the victory. Everyone is busy drinking and joking around. While Russ refuses to drink, Azrael has a good alcohol tolerance. Thus, Kinjir jokingly calls him a bit weak but praises him for having that tolerance. Instantly, he is interrupted by Russ, who advises Kinjir to not act like a human, as humans are a bit stuck up, so they might take it as an insult. Just then, everyone instantly turns their head back when they sense some kind of energy. At this moment, Russ wonders aloud if there are any aura users nearby, since it feels like they are calling for all of them here. Curious, Russ, Kalkin, Hadartum, and Kinjir decide to go there. After reaching a certain point, they call out for the presence that they have been sensing. After some seconds, the same elf who was observing them from the cliff comes out of the cave, confirming if they are the orcs of Antares County. She comments on how surprising it is to see orcs speaking fluently in a common language. Cyrus and the 3 orcs look at the warrior elf in surprise since they know there are not many warriors among them, as elves are scared of everything. Without any warning, the elf unsheathes their sword and attempts to attack Kalkin, but this orc is an aura user, so without any issue, he dodges the attack. When Russ tries to save his companion, the elf warns him to not interfere, as this is a fight between them. Dumbfounded, Cyrus stands back, while Kinjir and Hadartham also step back, calling it a duel. When Cyrus, confused, asks if they are certain, Hadartham assumes it's just a passing elf warrior, though the Sword Saint reminds them that aura users are not so common that they will run into them out of nowhere. On the contrary, Kalkin, with his giant sword, is busy striking at her, but this elf is not weak because she strikes back, and both of them dodge each other's attack. Sweat trickled down Cyrus's face to witness such great swordsmanship by this elf, since she deflected an aura greatsword serial attack. Every time she dodges the attacks as if she knows where the next attack is going to be. Kalkin is hella impressed but is not in the mood to lose the fight. Throwing his great sword magnum, she again dodged all the blades coming her way, though the attacks unleashed by the sword were very hard to avoid if she put up a shield to defend herself. When she is busy deflecting these attacks, Kalkin uses his move, Bare Fist Scale Cracking, to launch a powerful attack at her. The elf narrowly dodges the attack as the mountain behind her shatters. While the 3 on the side are impressed, Suddenly, the air around them freezes, and Russ notices the elf infusing her aura with ice elemental magic, using it to freeze her opponent's leg. Kalkin laughs, as he has never enjoyed a fight this much. However, now the elf declares to stop, but it is so much fun that Kalkin is upset that the fight has to stop. However, all of this she did was to prove herself to the orcs, and once Kalkin approves that she is a great warrior, she reveals that she had to fight him in order to gain his trust, as this is what he heard about orcs. At first, she was doubtful, but his excitement proves that it is true. Quietly, Cyrus observes her movement, knowing that elves are rational, but her being this direct is too shocking. However, the elf informs them all that she is Inia, head of the Stylia clan. Calling out her clan members, she explains that they all came all the way from the frozen lands of the north to meet the resurrection of the World Tree. Thus, she requests the warriors of Antares to guide them to him. In the rough northern mountains between Fetland's coast and the Gloten Range lies the Cilia clan's homeland, away from the eyes of humanity. While Archmage Reifenhart mastered the 9th circle by age 30, the youngest ever, and reached the pinnacle of magic at 35, in the last 100 years, only one other than him, Drea, reached the same level of magic, who died a few days ago as he got old. This guy Drea reached the 9th circle at the age of 70, so our boy's achievements were surprising. After his achievements, many countries tried scouring for him, but he turned them down, choosing to be a dungeon explorer since he believed in the existence of a higher realm to reach that circle and traveled the world. 3 years passed since he left the eyes of the public, and when he came to stay at the Cillian clan to learn spirit magic theories, he was treated with hospitality. The elves were a die-hard fan, always worried about his well-being. Most of them were totally simple for him, always blushing when they looked at him. At that time, Ceres was jealous as hell, but when he told her that he has only her, it made her blush. At that time, Tithad was training. At that time, they both were interrupted by Inia. The MC asked if she was done training with Tithad. Frowning, she informed him about fulfilling her promise. However, the moment they are talking, people gather around, as our boy is so popular there. Though, Inia acts all cold, not understanding the hype her people have created about this guy. Ignoring his bragging about wisdom, Inia asks him about fulfilling the promise to resurrect the World Tree. Smiling, the protagonist extends his hand, showing her a generos, which is an ancient relic with the essence of the World Tree. It will be working as a seed to germinate hope. Back in the present life, Reifenhart from the top of the roof admires that the village is reconstructing now. In the middle of the Gloten Mountains lies the Elfin Forest, where the elves are building a new town around the World Tree, Gerunting. Walking with Cirrus in the newly built town, they discuss the elves being very well settled here. Hardly more than 2 to 3 elves recognize him. Because of this, Cirrus taunts him for being infamous. Right then, Cirrus's attention shifts to an elf, Shylin, who greets both of them warmly. She advises her scared kids to greet Reifenhart, as he saved them, but the moment our guy gives a smile, the kids start crying. Confused, the MC moves back as he did nothing. Dramatically, sniffling, he admits he can only rely on Cirrus, who tells him he only looks scary but hasn't actually done anything. At that moment, Cyrus comes riding a horse to inform our guy about the report on Kalkin. The main lead assumes that it is about them winning, but then Russ hands him a scroll, explaining that Kalkin met a group of elves, who call themselves a part of the Stylia clan. Mistakenly, Reifenhart asks if it's from Inia, shocking Russ and Cirrus that he already knows her. Our guy turns to the elf, whispers to her that he knew Inia in the past life, and suggests returning to the county. The next day, Carl, Sillin, and Reifenhart are working out. When both Carl and Sillin are ordered by our boy to do 2 more sets, Carl can't help but think that he needs to be strong, as dwarves are very strong, making him realize why Yuval had strong legs. At this point, the MC notices that Karsus is working out wrong, so he shows him how to do it. A manager on the door is handling Inia, advising her to wait in the conference room. She had come up to meet our guy but came early, though it is understandable that a girl living in the middle of nowhere has no etiquette. After sending Sillin and Carl away, he sets down the weights and bows, greeting the elf with proper elven etiquette. He is apologetic, as he is not in appropriate attire to greet a guest, as he had no news of her coming here. A little surprised about his knowledge when it comes to elven etiquette, she greets him back, not having a problem with him being shirtless, since he is dressed like a warrior. Inia is the only elf, being an aura user, whose martial prowess surpasses all the other elves. In the past life, she was the strongest before Cirrus learned magic and surpassed her. However, the martial king welcomes her, informing her about arranging a forest for her clan. After thanking him, she reveals that they came here after feeling the resurrection of the World Tree here. While he doesn't feel comfortable, he doesn't lie, admitting that there is a World Tree. Additionally, Inia is shocked that without magical powers he was able to pull this off, as he seems like a strong warrior, not a mage. Unleashing both aura and mage, he reveals that he has both abilities, leaving Inia impressed and shocked. Out of nowhere, she unintentionally touches his chest in admiration. The faint blush on her cheeks leaves the main lead wondering what's going on with this elf. Abruptly, she comes up with a question that flabbergasted. Very shyly, she asks him if he is married. According to Inya, the men of the Stylia clan were skinny. She thought they never did enough training and also did not understand the female elves boosting their ego up. In reality, she just couldn't come to like their looks as an aura user who only cared about martial arts. Due to this, she found orcs better than her own kind, but obviously she never found orcs attractive. Additionally, she could never stand stupid men because, according to her, a real man should have both brains and marital prowess. After 145 years, she found someone who got the body and the brains, who was wise enough to resurrect the world tree. However, right now, Riffenhardt is confused, wondering if her personality changed because of some butterfly effect of the regression. Still, he informs her that he isn't married, adding that he has someone in mind though. Hearing that he is not married, Inya gets excited and thanks him for accepting their clan, assuring him that they will show their loyalty to him no matter what happens. Smiling, the main lead also assures them that they will consider the Stylia clan an eternal ally. With that, she leaves, humming and skipping, while telling him she'll visit often. Scratching his head, our boy is evidently puzzled, while Inya is deep down squealing, recalling his amazing body. However, her expression turns serious when she runs into Sillin. Politely, Sillin greets the elf who finds the poor guy, disgustingly feminine like a child. But the moment she gets to know he is Sillin, she leaves without exchanging any words, as this poor boy is the rumored lover of the protagonist. Many other worldly species kept migrating to Antares County. Meanwhile, Athilka traveled around the continent to save his kind and recommended them to Antares County. Of course, it was hard to convince them, and it even made me consider how humans had treated trolls until now. Yet, Athilka was famous, and his words carried weight since he had been saving trolls for years. Thus, hundreds of trolls moved to the Gloatin Mountains. In Trollade, the village of trolls, Cirrus is impressed that this place has glass on each building. Even the hero can't help her mention the advanced technology they use when it comes to working with dirt. In addition to that, they are able to change the makeup of the soil using sorcery, making it easy to make glass. All the other worldly species are good with certain things, like dwarves are good with stone and steel, elves are good with threads, and orcs are great with leather and tanning. As for trolls, they are experts with soil. In troll culture, which prioritizes nature, they craft homes and utensils from soil with such skill that the items are seen as art by other species. Humans even mistook a troll toilet jar for a dining treasure. The MC is aware that people find them an advanced species, but they are just frogs in a well. The trolls spot the county, calling him pretty skilled with women, as right now Inya is grabbing our boy's arm, asking him about Opus Cementarium, while poor Cirrus looks at them all jealous. He explains to her how cement is made by changing the makeup of the soil. The three taboos of magic are time, space, and substance change, the last of which helped Reifenhardt reach the 10th circle. The spell that he made by investigating the troll's sorcery Magrim was nuclear bust. Thus, it is amazing that the trolls are able to change elements so quickly. However, his thoughts are interrupted when Inya praises him for being wise and being extra sweet and keeps leaning on him, which is a little too much for our boy too, as in this life she is a little much brighter. Witnessing all this, Cirrus tries to control and remind herself that she is not dating him. She recalls that when both Inya and she met, this aura user elf recognized her as someone whom Reifenhardt cares for like his own daughter. Later on, the Martial King is incited by the trolls as the ritual of birth is about to begin. At this moment, the MC advises Cirrus and Inya to take care to act pious, as being allowed to attend the ritual of birth means that they are acknowledged as friends. Everyone slowly made their way to the ritual ground outside the village. The shaman on top of the pyramid calls out to the female trolls and the gods. In the meantime, Athilka makes his way to the top as the pregnant trolls watch him. Once on top, the ivory tusk lay on top of the stone table. Without any warning, the shaman steps forward with a blade, reciting something, and stabs Athilka in the chest. As blood splatters everywhere, Cirrus and Inya's eyes widened with shock, and it took a moment for Cirrus to realize that the trolls killed Athilka. When Cirrus tries to move forward, Riddenheart stops her, informing them he is not dead. This is the troll's ritual of birth. Because trolls have very powerful regenerating powers, when it comes to conception and birth, they have difficulties. Once they are of age, a troll's regeneration powers form. Thus, it is very hard for a fetus to be able to withstand the mother's regeneration powers. In the past, troll sorcery required a father's sacrifice to protect unborn children. But if a powerful sorcerer's heart sacrifices, it creates a blessing that keeps the fetuses safe without needing the father's life. Also in the past, they gave birth to at least 7 children, but now only 1 or 2. When Cirrus gets to know this, she hesitantly tells our guy that it is bad that a sorcerer dies every time. However, Reifenhardt suggests she keep quiet and watch. In an instant, they could see Athilka's regeneration happening, which leaves the elf shocked. Smiling, the MC admits that it is only possible for the actual gurus. To kill a guru as powerful as Athilka, either eliminating his regeneration power or rendering him unable to regenerate is required. After regeneration, Athilka announces the completion of the ritual and the celebration of the new future. The gurus are said to resurrect from ashes too, but Athilka hasn't reached that level yet. Witnessing all this, the protagonist recalls Tesron killing Athilka in his past life using Spiral Guard. His thoughts are interrupted when Inia confesses that it was scary. Just then, Athilka opens his arms, delighted to meet the martial king, admitting that for the outsiders, it must be barbaric to watch. Riefenhart can't but relate because he felt it in his past life. On the other hand, Cirrus is enraged at Athilka for not telling her, which shocks the Ivory Tusk, as he thought the main lead must have told them. But our guy is just an evil person who wanted them to suffer the way he has. Alternatively, Inia greets Athilka, giving him a gift, which is a cloth called Snow Elven Silk. She expects them to get along as they are now neighbors. While the troll warmly accepts the gift, Cirrus gets a bit insecure. Later on, they end the night by hearing a troll's song. The next morning, Inia brings so much food for our boy, who eats all of it like a hungry buffalo. Being oversmart, the aura user elf states that a man can stay happy for much longer with a woman who cooks well, but oversmartness shatters when the MC tells her to thank Miss Thalia. Obviously, he recognizes the cooking of the people in his castle. In an instant, Cirrus enters the dining room with food too, shocked to see the martial king already eating. However, he invites her to bring the food and eat together. But the moment Inia gives her a challenging smirk, she slams the door and leaves, claiming she isn't hungry. Being a mage, Riefenhart thought the door was slammed hard because of the wind, leaving Inia stunned too. Pressing forward, Inia's adjutant, Serfel, teases Inia that she likes him, but she asks how to make him like her. Serfel advises against using others' cooking skills, assuring her he will recognize her as a great warrior. Since Serfel heard that the main lead is weak in the arena even after being a great fighter, so he is trying to improve, he gives her an idea. Right now, at the arena, Cyrus is training with our boy, who has now gotten much better than before, able to block the attacks with his swift movements. However, he doesn't care if he has gotten better because all he cares about is if he can beat Tesron now. Russ explains to him that he has no idea about that because things might turn upside down if he fights someone with proper skills. At this point, our boy thinks of hiring someone professional, but that is when they are interrupted by none other than Inia, who volunteers herself to teach him. Inia is in her training clothes, and it makes the MC uncomfortable as hell since their bare skins are going to touch, so he gives an excuse about the size difference. Though, Inia insists that she is okay with it, and even Russ tells him to try it out because she is actually really skilled since she didn't lose against Kalkin. Taking positions, both of them are ready to fight as they activate their auras. In the past life, they both were subordinates, but since the protagonist was a mage, he never found out how skilled this aura-using elf is, but now he is a martial artist. Curious, the hero lunges to grab her, but panic spreads across his face as Inia grins. The moment Riefenhart was about to grab his opponent, Inia jumps into the air and throws a kick towards his head. Blocking the attack with his arm didn't really do much because Inia took advantage of it and wrapped her legs around his arm. Using her body weight, she pulls him down. Gritting his teeth, Riefenhart recognizes that it is a Karzian Jiu-Jitsu move. He tries stopping her, but it was too late since Inia has locked his arms, making it hard for him to move or even get up. Inia admits that she learned this technique when she traveled in disguise around the continent, looking for the strongest fighter. Acknowledging she is hella skilled, our boy asks Inia to teach him to escape the hold. Following her instruction, he gets out of the trap, admitting that it is a great thing he met her, which makes her blush. They decide to continue the fight, making Russ happy, as he can learn a lot by seeing these two fight. As their training continues, the simp inside Inia makes her touch his body, but she calls it evaluating his physical potential. The Settlard Northern trade route connects the Grain Kingdom and Chitan Principality. The Mall Merchant Guild controls it, trading everyday goods and luxury items. But the most important products were otherworldly species slaves. Because the distance between the two nations and the high value of products was a lot, they hired mercenaries with carriages to travel the trade route. The mercenaries are going pretty slow, but the carriage driver tells them to hurry, as there are bandits in this area. Though the mercenaries are sure that even the Frisian bandits can't do much since there are so many of them and there is not much left until Strassand. The Frisian bandits are a group of bandits of otherworldly species that have appeared in the Setterlard Mountains for more than 3 months now. However, one of the mercenaries guesses that these bandits are pretty skilled, but some of them don't believe it, as those Frisian bandits used to be slaves. The kind mercenary can relate to those since he thinks those Frisian bandits are just desperate since no monster acts like them, as beasts are not so desperate to protect their own kind in general. His subordinate tells him to shut up because if the merchants hear this, they might not like it. On the other hand, in the carriage, the captured slaves are screaming, calling all these people monsters. The merchants scoff, wanting the slaves to be grateful that they are at least being fed. In an instant, an arrow pierced the merchant's chainmail, driving deep into his shoulder. The mercenaries are shocked, as this was aimed so accurately as if these people received some kind of training, finding it unreal that a slave could be this skillful. The man leading the group looks around, finding elves on the tree. They are the ones using bows and arrows. Without any warning, all the otherworldly species come out, declaring to free their kind that is being oppressed because they are Frisians, and they will do anything to end this slavery. Even after facing an ambush, these greedy humans tell each other to capture the elves, but the orcs are in no mood to sit down and watch, so they waste no time to kill the ones who come their way. While their identities remain hidden behind masks, an orc tries to speak to a dwarf but stops before revealing his real name. On the other hand, the knights from Chitan announce they will capture female elves no matter what. They warn the otherworldly species to surrender, or else they all will be killed. However, the moment Caradmite, the dwarf, shows them his aura, they all run for their lives. Now, one of the orcs informs all the slaves that they are free, so they should head to the land of freedom. At first, they all look confused, making the orc assume that they don't understand the meaning of freedom, as he was the same. But the moment realization hits the slaves, they start cheering and crying with happy tears. This makes the orc understand that they always knew what freedom was, but only desired it for a long time. On the flip side, in the laboratory of the Sage of Silver, Jade is in a capsule, recovering, while Saralyn stands in front of the capsule, stating how she never expected Reifenhart to be so adept with magic too. Even against powerful aura users, mages, or saints, a Sage of Silver has no problem, as all sages have magical artifacts that make them strong. Assassins can use these artifacts to defeat enemies, but opponents using both aura and magic are a different challenge. 2 or more assassins won't be enough to kill someone like our boy. Saralyn has this urge to send more assassins, but it will be a huge risk, noticing all these strong aura users surrounding the Martial King. This makes her come to the conclusion of hiring a different organization. Grinning, she decides to look for Sage Leston. In another environment, Teslam is training, unleashing strong moves of Spiral Guard while Felina cheers for him, being sure that at this rate he will beat the Martial King. While using Karzian Jujitsu, he found Reifenhart's weakness, but he didn't manage to defeat him and ended up teaching him about his own weakness instead. Thus, he has no option but to improve himself now. Activating the Calamity Horn skill, he tries to reach the double layer but groans when he can't even reach the 3rd layer with this weak body. Hesitantly, Felina suggests calming down, assuring him he has time. Tesseron's whole body trembles with anger, because this is the main issue, they have no time. He is aware that with time his opponent will regain magic fully, and if he reaches the 10th circle again, then the Sage of Silver will be unable to defeat him. Before he could train more, Guardian Saralyn approached them and informed Tesseron that she was requesting her cooperation in the name of the Sage of Silver. Back at the Antares castle, Riffenhart was put into another chokehold by Inia. He tries to escape it but ends up being unsuccessful. The aura user elf took this opportunity to ogle and touch all of his muscles. From the side, Ceres angrily watches the two of them wrestle, though she changes her expressions when Tilla approaches her from behind. Even when the elf doesn't share anything, Tilla understands that it is because of Inia, as she admits that the hero is handsome. When Ceres tries to deny it, Tilla explains that he was the perfect man in the eyes of the elves, and even the orcs like him because of his muscular body. The maids of the castle were also impressed by him, and even Cylon tries to be like him. Having said that, this conversation forces Ceres to think if he is actually that handsome. While walking, they end up sitting on a bench, and Tilla warns the elf to go and get her man, as she will lose him when she least expects it, as Inia is very forward. Seeing that her lecture worked, Tilla stands up and leaves for a date with Carl. She was impressed at how much Carl had improved and how much muscle he has gotten, which makes him look like a literal gorilla, but it is fine by her. Looking at him, it seems as if he is always on the battlefield, and it was all possible because of the Gorilla Chancellor, the Orc Army, and the Martial King obviously. With that, Tilla leaves, reminding the elf not to lose, awakening Ceres's competitive spirit. That evening, Riefenhart was meditating in his room, his mana greatly improving, but he has a long way to go until the 8th circle. Still, it is a relief that he has his power from his past life back. The moment he is done with meditating, Inia approaches him once again. Touching his back, she offers him a massage, as she has learned some techniques to take care of the body. Not having much of a choice, the MC lies down on the bed unwillingly, not understanding why this girl is doing all of this. Climbing onto his back, she explains that she is just expressing her gratitude since he accepted her people and even resurrected the world tree. At this time, the protagonist thinks about how this elf was a man-hater in the past life. Moreover, she takes out the special massage oil from the Filanant's holy order, while our boy's face is coated with sweat because of nervousness. A few days ago, Inia confronted Scylan, vowing to not give up even if he is Riefenhart's lover. Upon hearing it, poor Scylan freaks out, declaring it a misunderstanding. He assures them he will cheer their love on as a saint of Filanant's, since he is a subject of Filanant's. At that point, Scylan wishes that the Martial King would get married, or else these rumors will be the death of him. Just like that, Inuya was able to learn seduction techniques from Scylan. At first, the massage feels like her patting him, but using her abilities, she puts more force, making him relaxed. Just then, the door to his bedroom slams open, and Ceres walks in, claiming to help Inia. The two elves glare at each other, while Ceres wonders what's wrong with the Ice Queen, and Inia goes back to ogling our boy's muscular back. At this moment, the MC assumes that the elves have become friends maybe. Abruptly, Inia mockingly asks Ceres if she knows the massage techniques. Smiling, Ceres agrees that she recalls Tilla telling her to not lose. Very quietly, Scylan looks at all of this, not caring who ends up with the Martial King, as he just wants the damn rumors gone. Angrily, Inia looks at her opponent, not understanding where Ceres got the audacity to take this experience from her, since she even brought the massage oil. The temperature of the room drops as both the elves continue glaring at each other, silently daring the other to make a move on the MC while Riefenhart lies unaware, confused by the sudden chill. Sage Leston and his team come to meet with the Silver Queen. She asks Leston to aid her in killing the Demon King. Silver inquires about his team's abilities. Sage informs her shamefully that even if they were to be given good artifacts, they still lack the necessary skills to fill the power gap between them and the Demon King, since his team consists on Eustace and Stefan, who are borrowing powers from magical artifacts. Christine is far too unskilled compared to others despite being a skilled paladin. Their only best bet is Felena, the young mage who has reached the 6th circle of magic. Anyone who will see her will find her a genius. However, even she is rendered useless if faced against the 4 heavenly kings of Antares and the sword Saint Cyrus. He tells her that despite having powerful artifacts, they still lost to the Demon King. They require time to train, but this is a luxury that they cannot afford. He thinks back to his past life where he remembers how the Sage of Silver was unable to do anything when faced with the power of Reifenhardt's 10th circle magic. The magic that the Sage of Silver feared was not the nuclear bust, nor meteor fall, nor the realm of hell which would spawn thousands of demons from other worlds. It was his amp shockwave, which rendered all magical artifacts useless. He is planning to research the artifacts and reach the 10th circle of magic again. Leston plans to stop him before that, or else they will lose to him just like they did in his past life. In the present, Silver Queen tells Leston that if they are lacking strong artifacts, then she can give them better ones. After a while, Leston's team and Silver Queen head inside a laboratory where his team gets appropriate artifacts. She, however, asks Leston to follow him since he will be needing some extra artifacts. He tells her that he is an aura user, and he is way past the point of needing artifacts. She tells him that she is aware of this fact that they cannot get stronger past human limits. It was the same issue in the Silver Age. That is why people of that time looked for another way to overcome this limitation, and chose to use golems. Golems were surely able to transcend human limitation, but that came at the cost of their mobility as it was dull and simple. That is why aura users chose to ride the golems to make up for their weakness. Even then, golems were still slow because of their heavy frame. However, this weakness was also erased in the coming days, but that also came at the cost. Humans found out that no normal person can use the golems, and only aura users can control these golems to their full potential. Leston looks at a wonderful golem that is called a mandrel suit. Silver Queen tells him about its stats and functions. Meanwhile, the Demon King practices his magic and imbues it into his fists. Aura is fast to use compared to magic, and magic is more versatile but slower than aura. The Demon King practices his magic so he can make up for that slow casting speed. On one hand, he activates Fire Fist, while on other, he activates Lightning Fist, creating a combination of 2 advanced magic attacks without having to cast spells. It was a pain for him to dispel a single spell one by one when he was fighting Jade, so he had to find a way to overcome this barrier by imbuing the dispel onto his fists. Since magic has slow casting speed but it is versatile and aura is fast and pure force, he combines them both to compensate for one another. This is something that the Demon King never thought in his past life, and it was something that will surely add value to his current life. He thinks about Tesron that he also was able to compensate for his weaknesses. However, he is unaware how he might have actually done it. The Demon King thinks that next time if they come across one another, it will be a battle to the death. Meanwhile, Russ and Big Green come across each other. Russ asks Big Green to take a bath this instant because he reeks. Big Green refuses and challenges Russ. However, Russ stays on his ground while holding a soap, determined to give him a bath anyway. After a small confrontation, the team finally holds Big Green in place and gives him a bath since he didn't take bath for a whole year. Reifenhardt watches this from a distance and enjoys the view. Afterwards, the Demon Lord goes to Michelin, who is busy grooming his fake dwarf beard. Reifenhardt tells him that there is something that he wants to discuss with him. They talk about attacking Chatan. Chatan is the continent's best commercial nation, and it is the center of all trades. Due to this reason, a large scale of slave trade happens in their capital, Zeppelin. They will be able to double the population of their county if they were to free the otherworldly species in Zeppelin. Reifenhardt says that since they have settled down now, it is time for them to attack Zeppelin. He tells them how he was able to establish his empire there in his past life. The dwarf suggests that they need to investigate the defenses of Zeppelin. The Demon King says that he is somewhat aware of the defenses. He tells them that there are 2 large-scale elf auction sites with fostering facilities and 4 elf auction sites in charge of the distribution, 12 large-scale orc sites and 7 dwarf auction sites. Zeppelin will most definitely be a tough opponent. There are almost 200,000 people inside the city, and 100,000 of them are either mercenaries or in the army. Just their population alone is like a steel fortress. Not to mention 10,000 elite soldiers, and more than 1,000 of them are mage swordsmen. Their defenses are strong, and their army is no joke either. Michelin asks Reifenhardt how he was able to take them down in his past life if they are so strong. He explains that he used a meteor on them which eliminated most of their leaders, and he got rid of remaining survivors by using different malicious methods, leaving only 10,000 survivors out of 200,000 people. However, he cannot choose the same path because this time his mana is not as great as it was in his past life, and even if he was able to do it, he chooses not to because it will make everyone hate him. The dwarf tells him that he is asking the wrong person for advice if he really needs a plan which doesn't end the entire city. He suggests the Demon Lord ask any human as no one can understand humans better than other humans. Riefenhardt heads over to his trusted human Carl, who is studying in a room while lifting weights. He tells the entire plan to Carl and explains the entire details to him. Afterwards, Carl asks the Demon Lord if he doesn't wish to conquer but steal the beings who are living in Zeppelin as slaves while protecting their identity that they are from Antares County. He tells the Demon Lord that the only way to successfully infiltrate Zeppelin and save all the slaves without conquering the city is through guerrilla tactics. Carl tells him that they have 2 human aura users, 7 orc aura users, 3 dwarf aura users, and 1 elf aura user. Not to mention Surathilka, who has transcended powers that of an aura user. These numbers are more than the Holy Basktalan Empire, who is the strongest nation in the continent. These are the best conditions to initiate guerrilla warfare. Riefenhardt says that there are more than 10,000 elite soldiers standing in their way, and they are no joke. However, Carl confronts him that there is no need to fight all of them as they only have to fight those who they come across. This tactic is literally built so that those 10,000s are no longer 10,000s. Meanwhile, Leston gets used to his new Admandril suit and shows great affinity. Silver Queen is left in awe how fast he was able to control it. The reason behind that is because to Leston, this body is the same as he had in his past life. He continues to practice and try out new moves until he reaches his limit, as he throws one last powerful punch into the sky and breaks the barrier. He is determined and very confident to fight with Riefenhardt soon. Our heroes arrive at Zeppelin from Northern Gates. They bribe their way into the city since the Northern Gates region is considered the slums of Zeppelin where the poor reside. Meanwhile, the business center is by Western Gate. That's where all the wealthy people reside, and security there is a lot tighter than here too, and they won't take bribes either. They find out that this country is a prime example of injustice, where the rich are protected and the poor are left to rot and die, and they plan to remove its rotten roots. They remember their plan, which they discussed with Carl. He tells them that they need to change the mindset of the slaves, because most of them have gotten habitual of slavery, and in order to free them. He tells them that the dwarves are going to be more responsive since they have still maintained a lot of their own culture, so they believe that they need to regain freedom at some point. Orcs and elves, on the other hand, are a real problem. Since most of them worked on farms, they have gotten used to the slavery system. They are more likely to be satisfied with it, and it will be tough to change their minds. Carl hands them over a children's picture book, which contains a lot of stories which were normally centered around humans, but he made changes in them and made them more inclined towards other species. He tells them that no humans will notice anything strange with them, but other species will surely feel something from them. Meanwhile, at Elfenheim, the most prosperous slavery auction house of the continent, Inya burns another dish. Her owner had thought that she would fetch a good price since she has some nice curves and all. However, the mistakes she makes outweigh her perky curves. The worker suggests taking her to the punishment chamber, but the owner tells him that she will lose her value if she got scars on her body, so better just starve her, and she might get it together. She heads down and meets up with other elf slaves. She talks with Sirius, who compliments her act of constantly failing, but grows suspicious if she is really acting to be useless, or if she really can't do anything. Inya thinks that her cover is going to blow up, but everything works out fine. She quickly changes the subject and points towards the moon, suggesting that it is time. She tells other elves that they are going to break out today as their comrades are going to attack tonight and finally free them. On the other hand, our heroes have made through most of the city and have reached closer to the castle, where security is a lot tighter than it was in most of the city. They find out that the castle is guarded by a lot of soldiers. They think about rushing in and putting an end to them. However, Riefenhardt tells them to wait, as the soldiers carry a magical signal along with themselves which goes off if any of them falls. He uses his ability to nullify that signal and magic barriers around there. Russ and Demon Lord rush towards the group and beat them to pulp. They continue this strategy again and again until they finally reach the castle walls. Russ tells Riefenhardt that there are only going to be the strongest soldiers inside the castle, and they cannot win against them without using their auras. However, Riefenhardt has other plans. He takes out a few totem dolls and throws them in the sky. Suddenly, inside the castle, red flames light up. The totem dolls that the Demon Lord threw were actually great demons. The Great Demon Sephiathan, Great Demon Zetharel, and the Great Demon Find. They start to cause chaos inside the castle. The soldiers are caught by surprise and cannot believe how these ferocious beasts get inside without any archmage. Redhead asks the Demon Lord where he acquired those demons. He tells her that they have looted lots of dungeons, and he is not putting them to good use here since he cannot control them, and they are too dangerous to be sold out, so this situation is only best suited to use them. Just then, Clath, Chatan's only knight, arrives there and takes command and orders other battalions to get in formation. Riefenhardt is surprised by his power and acknowledges his strength and determination to be stronger without using the artifacts, which is quite common in Zeppelin. Most of the Chatan's knights prioritize profit over honor and magical gear over training to improve. However, Clath is an exception. He is the one who valued honor and became an aura user through training, not with the help of magic. He is the living proof that genuine people like him exist even in rotten countries like this. He was only rejected from Zeppelin Knights because he refused to use magical equipment. Clath attacks the first great demon and cuts its head off. Sephiathan uses his flames to rise in the sky and create a trail of large flames behind him. This is the signal our heroes were waiting for. This is also the signal for the orcs to get out of their slavery and be free. The orcs break out of the cages and come across a nice guard. the red orc punches and knocks him out instead of killing him since he was a nice guard. Then, the red orc motivates the scaredy orcs to rise and fight for freedom. They break their chains and prepare to regain their freedom. In a flashback, Carl tells the team that he wants to start an uprising of slaves against the humans because they have been treated harshly by their owners. However, he tells them that it is most likely that only 10% will rise against the system and fight because they have been brainwashed for their entire lives. Back in the present, the newly freed orcs, led by the red orc, head towards the town soldiers and kill them with their newly acquired weapons. Meanwhile, inside Elfenheim, people are running away from the well-known witch, the Ice Witch. She starts to freeze everyone inside the castle with her northern sea breath, a skill that combines the power of the spirits of darkness and water with silver aura to spread freezing aura like a fog. Forming this state of mana is a very difficult feat, and even Russ had a hard time trying to imitate it. Inya thinks that freezing these humans doesn't kill them, but they are just overreacting. However, Cirrus tells her that humans are far more fragile than elves, and they are going to die soon after she froze them. She is surprised by this statement, as she had no idea that it would kill them. She desperately wants to go back and unfreeze them since Riffenhart told him to avoid killing anyone as much as possible. Ceres tells her to calm down as she will be setting this whole castle on fire soon after, so they will naturally defrost. This statement puts Inya at ease. However, another elf slave tells Ceres that if she is going to set this castle on fire, then there is no way anyone will survive. Ceres hints her to remain silent. Afterwards, both of them lead the elf slaves but come across security guards of the castle. Their commander commands them to kneel, and all slaves kneel before him because of their trauma, except Inya and Ceres. Ice Witch is pissed off at the guards who dared to command her to kneel. She uses her ice powers, and suddenly the commander realizes that she has gotten bigger. However, his soldiers tell him to look at his legs, and to his surprise, they both are frozen solid by Inya and break off. She proceeds to cripple other soldiers as well, either freezing off their arms or legs, and making them run away. Darna, another elf, comes there and guides them out of the castle. After coming out of the castle, Cirrus sets the whole castle on fire. Darna was specially trained to help with the owner's work. She received training directly from Riefenhart. She realized that she can do whatever any human can do as well. She started to question what difference there is between her and humans. This question starts to rise among other species too, who were slaves to humans. This was the start of the rebellion that has led everything to this uprising. The dwarves also prepare to battle as Arnie guides them towards an armory. All of the dwarves and orcs move through the city while carrying torches, setting the path for an uprising. Riefenhart watches all this from the top of a building and thinks to himself that this is something he didn't get to witness in his past life. Those who had just passively waited for their salvation are running to save themselves, to reach for freedom with their own hands. History is changing, and those who are foolish will have to feel this change. The secret meetings that the slaves were holding were no longer complaints, but turning into a plan for revolution. The city lights up with the torches of those who are on the street to gain their long-awaited freedom. After marching for some distance, the slaves' army started to get tired. They were losing their breath. One of the elves suggested that they should rest for a while before moving ahead. Just then, the castle soldiers arrive there to stop the slaves in their tracks. Their commander comes in front and tells the slaves that their plans have failed and they have nowhere to go. The orc uses his aura power and prepares to battle. However, seeing that there are many slaves that cannot fight and the soldiers turning on their armor, showcasing that they are in truth soldiers of Zeppelin, he stands down. The commander of the Zeppelin soldier tells the slaves that their comrades are about to arrive there soon. Just then, Riefenhart comes and tells the commander that their reinforcement is not going to come there anytime soon. It turns out that Carl bribed the higher-ups of the army, and they sold out their country for money. He used merchants who already used to bribe the soldiers to further spoil them with riches so that they stay out of this battle. He wrote a letter to each individual soldier separately telling them that they are only one person, and it wouldn't make much of a difference if they are missing for some time. He sent that letter to 10,000 soldiers, and the result was that there was no backup coming for Zeppelin soldiers. Riefenhart tells his team that they only need to take down these soldiers in front of them, since there is no reinforcement coming for them. Suddenly, a strong presence makes its presence known. The sword of tennis known as Graham's Golden Knight arrives there. Riefenhart says that his presence means that Tesron is here as well. Eustace tells the Demon Lord that Tesron is looking for him by the female elf in the western part of Zeppelin. He is referring to Cirrus. Riefenhart thinks that Cirrus is at her pinnacle when it comes to spirit arts, and Inia is the strongest elf aura user. He shouldn't feel worried about them. However, Eustace seems far too confident, which is not a good sign for them. The Demon Lord commands Russ and Malloyd to fight with Eustace while he goes to Cirrus to aid her. Eustace says that it seems that he will have to leave Riefenhart to Sir Tesron as now he has more important business to take care of. He raises his sword and challenges Russ to a battle. Russ doesn't hold back either. He lifts his sword and says that it is time to end things here for good, since he is sick of seeing Isis's face. Russ and Malloyd prepare to battle Eustace as Riefenhart heads towards Cirrus. However, he is stopped in his tracks by a mysterious entity which emits red demonic aura all around it. Our hero is left to wonder if anyone this powerful was in Zeppelin before. Meanwhile, Clath orders his battalions to fight off smaller demons that were summoned by great demons and protect the Golden Place. He tells them that the great demon fiend was slayed and sent to the other world. Clath is left now facing the two great demons, Sephiatan and Zephadian. He thinks to himself that things would be a lot easier if those Zeppelin knights were present. He orders other Chatan knights to get into groups of 3 each with a royal guard. Sephiatan and Clath engage in combat and exchange blows. However, Clath's attacks are not that effective against the great demon Sephiatan. He thinks that Sephiatan's body is too sturdy and he needs something stronger to do any damage to him. However, even if he were to manage and kill Sephiatan, Zephadian still poses a threat. Just then, Felina and Taslan arrive there and tell Clath to go ahead in the inner palace to take down demons there. Taslan wears his newly acquired Admandrel suit and prepares to battle the great demon Zetharel, as it is the perfect practice target for him. Inside the castle, Sage of Silver and King of Chatan have a brief conversation, and Silver tells the king that it was impossible to take down the Demon King's companions, since they are usually scattered all over the place. But this time, they all have gathered here. This surely is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take them all down at once. Back to Riefenhart, who has encountered a mysterious enemy. This mysterious enemy is super excited to meet Riefenhart as he wanted to battle him for a long time. Riefenhart, however, doesn't recognize him. This mysterious man starts to get pissed, and says that he will surely remember him after he gets defeated by him. Riefenhart notices the berserker armor this mysterious man is wearing and says that it seems like he is Stefan. Riefenhart thinks to himself that Stefan was with Tesseron last year too, so it confirms that he is working with him. Just then, Stefan launches himself towards the Demon Lord to attack him while shouting his name. Our hero prepares for battle while thinking what makes Stefan so confident when he lost against Tathid, back when he had just awakened his aura. He launches a straight cannon attack towards Stefan, but he uses his blade to deflect the attack. Riefenhart looks at his blade and is surprised that he is wielding an aura blade. Stefan looks at him and tells him that this is his aura, and now he too is an aura user. Our hero thinks that Stefan wasn't supposed to be an aura user, but that blade is definitely an aura blade. Both of them engage in combat, attacking one another, but it seems none have any upper hand. After fighting for a while, the Demon King finally lands a blow that deals massive damage to Stefan. He starts to vomit out blood from his mouth and his armor starts to crack from the center. However, his armor starts to glow purple and his face turns psychotic, as if the armor is numbing his pain receptors and making him fight continuously. He smiles menacingly and says that he can endure it. The ground under him breaks as he starts to power up. Riefenhart wonders if that armor is special grade 1 like Eldrad, but it's not being reinforced with magic. It seems that it's using a different method. Plus, no one can manifest aura using magic. Stefan raises his blade once again and attacks Riefenhart. Both of them land on the ground where the public is running away from rubbles. Stefan gets annoyed by the constant shouting and screams of the people of the city and launches an attack towards them. Riefenhart protects the people by using his ability and questions Stefan's knighthood. However, it seems that Stefan has lost it as he denies anyone else being there except those two and starts to power up. The Demon King gets more serious and prepares to attack him more seriously. Stefan also steps up his game and turns on his berserker mode. His face now covered by a helmet and his body emitting purple aura all around. Both continue to fight, but both stand tall even after receiving heavy blows by each other. Ridenhart uses his ability that he practiced. He uses Lightning Punch against Stefan to try and paralyze him. However, it seems ineffective, which makes him use his Fire Punch next. After attacking one another, one by one, multiple times, but seeing that no one is backing down, the Demon King understands that the armor is protecting him, and when he sees an opportunity, he concentrates his rotation power into his fists, and he attacks Stefan with 0 impact. A precise attack that penetrates his armor and attacks his real body. It looks like the battle is over as Stefan's armor is broken, and he stands there bleeding from his mouth and eye. However, this turns out to be far from the truth. Stefan comes in front of Riefenhart with lightning-fast speed as if he was ready for round 2. The bright pink stream of energy causes such a disaster that all the buildings behind are now turned into rubble. Still, Stefan laughs wearily that our boy managed to dodge such an attack, then mocks him, saying he should be ashamed since he thought Jim Unbreakable didn't dodge attacks. Though, Riefenhart doesn't care about these comments because he has not been manipulated by them. However, his attention shifts to the opponent, and he notices darkness draining and a forced abyssal awakening. For a long period, the MC wondered what tricks his enemy was using, but it was more than shocking to realize that Stefan was literally burning away his life force and using it as an aura. Basically, using life force and switching it to aura is dark magic. When the Knight of Firmness called his armor Berserker, the protagonist grew suspicious. He should have realized then, but such armor is inefficient, as its life force runs out before producing enough aura. This can be used only if someone is stronger than the normal person, but no matter how strong someone is, the peak of being strong is being an aura user. Thus, there is no point in using such a thing. Gritting his teeth, Riefenhart can't help but think how much brainwashing this guy has gotten, because he would have literally become an aura user, but he was manipulated to be dependent on this method instead. Nervously, the protagonist questions his opponent if he realizes the armor is draining his life. Yet, Stefan doesn't care, due to the fact that it doesn't matter to him. Upon hearing it, the main lead is enraged, explaining to the enemy that he could have become an aura user if he trained for just 10 more years. That being said, Stefan angrily confesses that he prefers to restore his honor like a true knight and die in victory than continue his life like a worm in dirt. The moment Reifenhardt hears this statement, his golden aura activates since he is livid, and he tries to remind his opponent that someone can never be a true knight if he takes help of magical armor to regain his honor. This reminds Stefan of his childhood, when he was loved by everyone and all the people had expectations of him. But then Reifenhardt joined the knights. From the very start, Stefan found it humiliating that the hero is just a country bumpkin with nothing. But then, later on, they encountered a creature, and the second son of the Altian family witnessed the aura used by our boy, which is literally something he himself was manifesting. At that point, all his confidence shattered, and to get back his honor, he chose to do this. Recalling all that, Stefan only smiles, being aware that the person in front of him, who is a martial king with an aura, can never relate to him. Clenching his teeth, the MC calls him an idiot for wasting his life. Certain Stefan wouldn't mind even if he took the life he treated so carelessly. Ignoring it, the Knight of Firmness lunges forward, raising his sword. On the other hand, using his golden aura, the protagonist weaponizes it. Both energy streams from both auras clash, causing great destruction. The way Stefan wields his dark magic armor, forcing his enemy to struggle, thrills him. He smirks, growing more certain of victory the weaker Reifenhardt appears. He just wishes that he could hear the MC's screams. Even when the main lead uses the high-speed, aura-enhanced punch that generates shockwaves, which must have really messed up Stefan's intestines, his movements are still so accurate, which means his body is already half dead. Being focused on dragging him down, Stefan again tries to attack, but this time, his attack out of nowhere doesn't work. While blocking the attack, Reifenhardt informs him that this aura manifestation has no meaning since this is manifested through magic. It's not flowing freely. Having said that, Stefan steps back, putting distance between himself and his opponent. Yet, the protagonist gets closer, clarifying that he figured out the movement of the airs if he just figured out the mana flow of the berserker armor, and loopholes like this have their limit even if Stefan is ready to give away his life. Just then, our boy stomped his leg on the ground, used his special kick technique, sending out powerful shockwaves of aura and knocking Stefan back. As Stefan flies backwards, Reifenhardt feels pity because this guy has crazy strength and is so talented, but it is a shame that all of it was just useless. On the contrary, all wound up, Stefan still stabs the ground with his giant sword, unleashing an immensity of dark energy soaring into the sky. Panting heavily and injured badly, he only wants one thing: Reifenhardt's death.